The Inventory of Hartwell House. Chapter 1, Doors, Dust, and Morning. Mr. Mercer came before the smell of wet wool had left the hall. That alone felt like an indecency. The wreaths from yesterday's funeral still stood in their black ribbons against the paneling. A silver salver on the long table held cards edged in mourning, most of them unread, because there had been no hour since my father was put in the ground in which reading other people's pity had seemed a useful employment. The house had that exhausted look a house acquires after too many visitors and too few servants. Fires had gone out in 2 rooms to save coal. The flags by the side door still bore the pale tracks of muddy boots. Somewhere above me, a chambermaid moved with the heavy, careful tread of a woman who had wept half the night and did not mean to do it again in daylight. I stood in the front hall with my keys in one hand and my gloves in the other when the knock came. Not a caller's knock. Not the measured, almost apologetic summons of a neighbor who wished to leave his card and retreat before grief could become inconvenient. This was brisker, businesslike. It carried no pretense of sentiment. Mrs. Finch, who had kept Hartwell House upright through my father's worst years and my mother's death before them, gave me one look. She was wise enough not to say, "You may still send him away." We both knew I could not. "I shall see him," I said. "You need not do so alone, miss." "I shall not be alone. The entire house is listening." Her mouth twitched, though she did not smile. "That, I fear, is true." When I opened the door, the morning air came in cold and damp around the man on the step. He was taller than I had expected from the executor's note, and less polished. Not ill-dressed. No. His coat was dark, well-brushed, and plainly made by a competent hand, but it had not been cut to flatter vanity. His hat bore rain on the brim. In one gloved hand he held a flat leather case, in the other, a sealed packet of papers tied with a narrow black ribbon. He looked exactly what he had been announced to be, a man come to count value and carry a Miss Vale. He bowed, correctly, sparingly. Mr. Nathaniel Mercer bowed. His voice was low, without softness, not rude, not deferential. Merely unwilling to pretend that either of us stood at the threshold for pleasure. "Mr. Mercer." I did not ask him in at once. That too was childish, but I was not so well governed this morning as I ought to have been. "I had understood from Mr. Bell's letter that your attendance might wait until next week." I am afraid Mr. Bell wrote with more optimism than the circumstances justify. There it was. No expression of sympathy. No murmur over my loss. No false gentleness laid over the naked matter. A strange part of me resented him for it, while another, meaner part felt a grudging relief. I had been pitied since Saturday by people who knew perfectly well my father had left our affairs in disorder, and only wished to hear how badly. "The house is not receiving," I said. You will appreciate that we are only just out of burial, but..." His eyes moved once past my shoulder, taking in the wreaths, the half-burnt candles in their wall brackets, the black drapery looped over the mirror frame. He missed nothing. That more than his answer made me dislike him at once. "I am not here as a visitor." Mrs. Finch made the faintest movement behind me. If she had been any younger, she might have bristled. At her age she merely became more silent, which was worse. I ought to have stepped aside immediately. I knew it. He knew it. Yet I remained where I was, my fingers tightening uselessly around the key ring, until one sharp tooth pressed into my palm. "My sister is unwell," I said. "The household is reduced. There are rooms not yet put in order after yesterday. If your business is only introductory, perhaps we may conduct it in the library for a quarter of an hour and speak of some later date." At that, something altered in his face. Not enough to be called feeling. More the settling of a mechanism into place. "Miss Vale, I am required to make a preliminary assessment without delay. I need only begin today. I do not require every room to be opened at once. I do require a truthful sense of the house, the principal contents, the current staffing, and any closed areas whose condition may affect value." The word value moved through me like cold water under a door. Hartwell House had always possessed value in the mouths of other people. Value as an address, value as land, value as timber, horses, carpets, leasehold stone. Never value as shelter, or habit, or memory, or the one place in England where my sister still slept easily. Men like Mr. Mercer arrive, wrote figures beside objects, and called the injury arithmetic. I am perfectly capable of giving you that sense myself, I said. I am sure you are. It is not the same thing. For one unbecoming instant I wanted to shut the door in his face. Not because it would help. Because it would be satisfying. Instead I said, "You speak very plainly, Sir Ba. I find it saves time." Only for the speaker. But his gaze rested on me then in a manner I liked even less than his bluntness. It was not insolent. It was evaluative. As though he had already understood that my black silk had been brushed and rebrushed because it was 2 seasons old. That the ribbon on my sleeve had been turned to hide fading. That the hall behind me looked grander at first glance than it would on a second. He stood exactly on the right side of propriety, and I had the humiliating certainty that he could see the economies of the house as clearly as the morning. A cart rattled away in the forecourt. One of the grooms coughed. From the upper landing came the quick sound of a door closed too fast, which meant Beatrice was awake and trying not to appear so. I shifted, enough to block the view within. "You said you do not require every room to be opened at once." "No, then the library will suffice this morning." "It will suffice for our first quarter hour." The answer was so prompt that I nearly hated him for being ready for me. Mrs. Finch spoke then, with the grave composure of a woman who knew when disaster must at least be guided. "Mr. Mercer may leave his hat with me." He removed it and handed it over. Rain darkened the brim in a narrow crescent. His hair, flattened a little by the damp, was darker than I had expected too, with no fashionable arrangement to it. He thanked her, and because he thanked her as though she were a person and not an appendage to the front hall, I had the further annoyance of being forced to revise him by 1 inch. Only one. I led him toward the library. On the way we passed the morning room door. It stood shut, locked, as it had stood for years except when I myself went in. I felt, rather than saw, the turn of his head toward it. "That room is not in use," I said before he could ask. "Noted." He did not say more. That should have eased me. It did not. The library fire had been lit an hour earlier, though the room remained cool. The late Viscount had liked the show of books more than the reading of them, and the shelves nearest his chair held volumes cut less often than the pack of cards hidden beneath the atlas stand. I had found the cards when I was 19 and old enough to understand what sort of evenings had gone on in this room while bills went unpaid elsewhere. I moved toward the desk. Mr. Mercer did not sit until I had done so. That small observance, too, was proper. That small propriety made him harder to dismiss. "You may explain what you need," I said. "Then I shall tell you what can be managed without exposing my sister to unnecessary distress." "Ah." He set his leather case upon the table and untied the black ribbon around his papers. "What I need, Miss Vale, is a list of rooms, the present state of the household, the keys to the plate cupboard, the steward's desk, if there is one, and your understanding of which parts of Hartwell House have been closed long enough to hide expense." The keys in my lap felt suddenly heavier. "Expense," I repeated. "Yes." I looked at his hands. Capable hands. Ink had worked itself into the cuticle of one thumb. Not a gentleman's hand. Not a laborer's either. A hand that handled papers and locks and objects other families would rather call their own. And for the first time, since he crossed my threshold, it came to me with full force that he had not arrived to inspect a house in mourning. He had arrived to open it. I ought to have rung for tea. That was the first foolish thought I had after Mr. Mercer said the word open and sat opposite me with my father's library between us like a witness who could not be bribed. Not. That tea would have helped. It would only have given the room one more object to be assessed for value, one more servant an excuse to listen at the wrong moment, one more sign that Hartwell House still believed itself entitled to ceremony. Even so, my mind went to the tray. To cups. To whether the good Worcester had yet been put back on the shelf after yesterday's callers. Grief and humiliation do not always announce themselves through noble channels. Sometimes they arrive as terror for the china. Mr. Mercer unfolded a paper and laid it square to the edge of the desk. I shall need a clear account of the current household. His tone had not altered. Mine did. We are not discussing livestock. No. He dipped his pen in ink. We are discussing wages, labor, room use, and the condition of an estate under pressure. It was intolerable that he should say it so calmly. We still keep proper staff. His pen paused, only that. Yet I knew, with a certainty I disliked, that he had heard the word still more clearly than proper. Then you may tell me the present number. I sat back. There was no grace in refusing. None in answering either. Mrs. Finch keeps the house. Hobbs remains butler. There are 3 housemaids. 1 under housemaid. 2 kitchen maids. Cook, of course. 1 laundry woman, though she comes in by the week now, not daily. The coachman and 2 grooms. A gardener with a boy for heavy work, my sister's maid, and my own woman. He wrote it down, not quickly, not slowly. He gave the facts the same exactness he had given his name at the door. You have reduced footmen. We do not entertain. That is not an answer. It is the answer you are entitled to. His mouth altered by a degree. Not amusement. Nothing so friendly. More as if he had set aside a tool and taken up another. Have there been dismissals within the last 12 months? I could have lied, perhaps, if I had not already learned that he looked at houses the way some men looked at horses. He would see too much in the hall. The stairs, the silver on the sideboard, the state of the boots by the servants' passage. A falsehood now would only return to me later in a more humiliating form. How many? 1 footman, a 2nd groom, the upper laundry maid by your father's order. The word came too quickly. I regretted that at once. By mine. His eyes lifted from the page. There was nothing in them that resembled praise. Thank God, I could not have borne that from him. But neither was there the easy contempt I had expected. Only attention. Hard attention. The kind that forces one to hear one's own answer, as if another person had spoken it. He asked, under what authority? My father was not interested in linens, wax, coal, or whether boots cleaned themselves. Someone had to be. It was more than I had meant to say. I hated him, suddenly, for extracting truth by sitting still. He wrote again. I hated that too. Do you keep separate accounts for household running costs? I keep what was necessary. That is not the same thing. No, I said. It is more useful. Silence sat between us for a moment. Beyond the window, rain tapped lightly against the pane. The weather had not made up its mind whether to break or linger. Hartwell House had been living in that same uncertainty for years. Mr. Mercer set the pen down, he said. The breakfast room first. Then the plate cupboard. You move very quickly, Sir Bat. The creditors do not wait for elegance. The words struck with more force than they should have done, perhaps because elegance was precisely what had kept this family from public disgrace for too long. A polished carriage, good candles in the front rooms, proper wine when we still had it, napery pressed smooth over deficit. If my father had economized half as carefully as he had displayed, I should not have been sitting across from a man with legal permission to count our spoons. I rose before he could do it for me. You shall see the breakfast room, I said. And you shall remember, while doing so, that this is a house in mourning. He stood as well. I have remembered nothing else since I arrived. That answer ought to have sounded courteous. Instead it lodged in me like a thorn. I led him along the passage at the back of the library. The breakfast room looked east over the lower lawn, and, on clear days, took the first honest light in the house. This morning it wore a colder face. The curtains had been pinned back. The grate held only a token fire. The sideboard was laid with less silver than it had borne in my mother's time, though arranged carefully enough that a stranger might not at first mark the reduction. A stranger. The absurdity of the word nearly made me laugh. Mr. Mercer would have counted the absence before he crossed the threshold. He paused just inside the room, not with the idle curiosity of a guest, but with the contained stillness of a man taking possession of a problem. On the table, the remains of a late breakfast still stood. Not my doing. Beatrice had eaten here after I left her, and no one had yet cleared away the tray, because the maids had been turning mattresses in the west wing to keep the mold from taking further hold. A plate with a crust of toast, a spoon, 1 cup, the jam dish nearly empty. I saw it all in one glance and hated every item. He said, "I had understood that your sister was unwell. She is grieving, not insensible. And you?" The question was so plain that I almost missed its impertinence. "I beg your pardon. You said your sister was unwell. I asked whether you had eaten." Heat rose under my skin. Of all the things he might have observed, that was the one I would not have chosen. "You are not here to audit my habits." "No, only the conditions that alter value." I should have answered sharply, "I know that." Instead I crossed to the bell pull and tugged it with more force than was necessary. The movement was stupid, revealing. It announced far too clearly that I would rather command the room than answer in it. A moment later, Annie, the youngest housemaid, appeared in the doorway with red hands and a frightened expression she tried to smooth away when she saw me. "Remove this," I said. Then, because I was not entirely monstrous, I added, "When you have a moment." Her eyes flicked once to Mr. Mercer, then down at the tray. She curtsied and came forward. There it was. Witness pressure. Not from a ballroom, not from a drawing room full of neighbors, but from a girl barely 17 carrying away evidence that one gentlewoman had breakfasted alone, and the other not at all, while a strange man stood in the room taking measure of both. Mr. Mercer moved aside to give Annie space. Not gallantly, practically. Yet he shifted enough that she did not need to squeeze past him with lowered eyes, and when the spoon rattled against the cup in her shaking hand, he looked at the tray rather than at her face. That, too, I noticed. That, too, I resented being made to notice. When she had gone, he said, "You may show me the sideboard." I did not move. "You saw it already." I saw arrangement. "I have not yet seen plate." I kept my voice level by effort alone. "It is indecent to discuss plate before the morning cards are cold." He said, "It would be more indecent to let seizure officers do it later in a fuller house." For one instant I despised him so cleanly that it felt almost like ease. Then I despised myself. Because he was right. The plate cupboard stood in the passage beyond the breakfast room, built into the wall behind a narrow, locked door no caller ever noticed. I took the correct key from the ring and held it a moment longer than was wise. "You have no need to count every piece this morning. I have need to know whether every piece exists. I give you my word that Hartwell House has not taken to eating its own silver." But his gaze dropped to my hand on the key. "That is not the difficulty I had in mind." There was my father in the room at last, though no one had spoken his name. Cards in the library. Debts no one honest could explain. Things sold, pledged, delayed, replaced. My stomach turned over. I fitted the key to the lock, but before I turned it, I said, "If anything is missing, it will not have gone by my leave." I had already assumed that. I looked at him then. Why? Because the words sounded less like comfort than judgment. Because they implied he had already drawn some line between my father's conduct and mine. Because I had no right to care how he divided blame, and cared in spite of myself. I could not have said. I turned the key. The cupboard opened on shelves lined with green baize and silver that caught the dim light in orderly ranks. Serving dishes. Candlesticks. Covered tureens. Not enough of them. Never enough, once one knew the original set. The gaps had been disguised by spacing, and by moving pieces out of regular use. It had satisfied neighbors. It would not satisfy him. Mr. Mercer did not step past me at once. He waited. "May I?" It was a small thing. A request where another man with his papers might have assumed. Yet it made the moment worse rather than better, because permission, once asked, had to be given or denied plainly. Yes. He entered the narrow space. Not close enough to brush me. Close enough that I caught the faint scent of rain drying in wool and ink from his case. He bent to inspect the lower shelf, then the upper. His attention was exact, unseduced by polish. I stood at the threshold, my useless keys pressing marks into my palm, and watched him discover the shape of our decline piece by piece. He did not count aloud. Mercifully, he did not say, "Here is the absence. Here is the loss." But, after a little while he straightened and touched one finger to the bare place where a pair of candelabra ought to have stood. Those were part of a matched set. The air left my lungs without permission. "Wes, where are they now?" I knew better than to answer at once. Delay was sometimes dignity. When I did speak, my voice was steady enough to deceive only a careless listener. "That depends," I said, "on whether you mean where they were sent or why." He looked at the empty space on the shelf, then at me. The answer may affect which question I ask next. I might have laughed if I had not wanted to cry. "There were 2 candelabra," I said. "They are no longer here." "You have eyes. I assume you have already reached that startling conclusion without my aid." He said, "I had. I have not yet reached the reason." His calm made insolence on my part feel childish, but not childish enough to prevent it. Perhaps they grew tired of Hartwell and walked away. They were silver. Then perhaps they crawled. That should have earned me a rebuke, or, worse, a patient look. Instead he said, "Miss Vale, if we are to proceed by wit, I shall require a chair. This passage is too narrow for comfort." The answer was so dry that I felt, to my horror, the edge of a laugh rise in my throat. I strangled it at once. Nothing was more dangerous than being amused by a man who had come to count the spoons. "They were sent to London," I said. 3 years ago, for sale." The word came so easily from him, as though plate was always one coach ride from becoming cash. "For conversion," I said. He waited. I hated that he made silence feel like dishonesty. "My father had obligations," I said at last. "The candelabra met part of them, part." "Wes, through a dealer?" "No. Directly to a creditor." The accuracy of it stung. "You speak as if you knew the transaction." "I know the shape." "The shape. Not the circumstances. Not the nights I sat over household bills and prayed one more demand would delay itself by a week. Not the way my father, all offended grandeur and injured ease, said the family must make sacrifices while never meaning himself. Not the sick knowledge that a thing once gone from the house never truly stopped leaving it." Mr. Mercer bent once more and inspected the lower shelf. He did not touch the remaining pieces. I had expected him to lay hands on everything. To weigh, shift, appraise, reduce. Instead he measured with his eyes first, and that restraint was more unsettling than greed would have been. He asked, "One were the smaller salvers replaced?" I stared. "Replaced. The pair on the right do not belong to the larger service." I looked where he indicated, and knew, from the cold that passed through me, that he was correct. The border was close enough in pattern to deceive a guest. It had not deceived him. "You are very observant. It is the only reason people tolerate me in their cupboards." The words were plain, almost careless, but I heard what lay under them. People like us. Houses like this. He entered where he was not socially asked because money had made asking irrelevant. "I was not aware," I said, "that Hartwell House had joined their number." He straightened slowly and stepped out into the passage again. There was so little room that I had to draw back or stand in his way. I stood in his way. He said, "Miss Vale, Hartwell House joined their number before I arrived. The question is only whether everyone within it knows so. There are insults one may answer. There are truths one cannot forgive in the person who speaks them." I shut the cupboard door harder than I meant to. The lock snapped with a vulgar little sound. "They were replaced," I said. "Wes, not by my father. By you." I did not answer. His eyes dropped briefly to the key ring in my hand, then returned to my face. I had the odd sensation that the entire house had narrowed to that glance and the strip of passage between us. Breakfast room on one side. Stone-cold wall on the other. No room to retreat with dignity. No room to advance without folly. He asked, "Were the replacements bought or borrowed to preserve the appearance of completeness?" The indecency of the question stole my breath. "Sir, it matters. To whom? To any man who must determine whether the visible state of this house can be trusted." There was my answer. Not whether I might be trusted. The house. My fingers loosened slightly on the keys. I was suddenly tired to the bone. tired of pretending that objects remained where they had been, tired of deciding which chair should stay in the drawing room because a caller might notice the absence of another, tired of hearing my own voice come out sharp because sharpness was cheaper than tears. "They were bought," I said, second-hand, through a woman in Alton whose discretion I value above her taste. He gave one brief nod. Not approval, only receipt. "Thank you." I should not have minded the thanks. Instead, they made me angrier, perhaps because gratitude implied cooperation, and cooperation implied we were engaged in some reasonable joint task, rather than the measured stripping of a life. "You have your answer," I said. "Is there more you wish to see in the plate cupboard? Or shall we move on to the coal scuttle and discover that Winter, too, has been behaving in uneconomical fashion?" His mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Not anything I could safely name. "We shall move on." I turned away before he could read too much in my face and led him back through the breakfast room. Annie had not yet returned. Good. I wanted no witness to the next 10 minutes, though wanting privacy and being granted it were rarely the same thing under this roof. At the far end of the passage, just before the turn to the back stairs, stood the door to the steward's room. Beyond that, farther along the corridor and opposite the old schoolroom, lay the morning room. I ought to have taken him to the steward's room first. It was the sensible order. It was the order I had promised myself on the walk back from the library, while still imagining I might control his morning through sequence and tone. Instead, because I felt him noticing every hinge and threshold behind me, I made the mistake of glancing toward the morning room a second too soon. He saw it. "What room is that?" I did not slow. "A room not in use." That answer improves little by repetition. I stopped then and turned. The corridor was dimmer than the breakfast room. A long window at the stair end admitted a watered strip of light. Dust showed where the runner had not been properly beaten. On ordinary days the corridor was merely a corridor. Today it felt like the narrow neck of a bottle, and we had both been pushed into it. "It is a family room," I said. "Since when?" "Some years." "Why?" "Because I closed it." "Miss Vela, no." The word was out before he had finished, too fast. "Too bare." "A mistake." "Because nothing excites suspicion like fear without ornament." He heard it. Of course he heard it. His expression did not change much. The change came in his stillness. He became more careful, not less, and that was worse. "Is there damage within?" "That depends what you call damage. Water, rot, vermin, broken glass, missing fittings, alterations hidden from the main account, papers, plate, furnishings moved out of record. Any of those would suffice." Each item landed like a hand on a bruise. He might as well have said, "Tell me which form of trouble you have dressed as silence. It is a private room. You are a daughter of the house, not its legal shield." I felt my face harden. "And you," I said, "are a man with a bundle of papers and an astonishing confidence in where they permit him to stand." He held my gaze. "Yes." Nothing in his manner softened the answer. He did not apologize for it. He did not pretend reluctance. And because he did neither, I saw with humiliating clarity that he had likely learned long ago the price of hesitating before people who counted on rank to do the work of refusal for them. He took one step nearer. Not enough to crowd me. Enough to lower his voice without lowering the force of it. "If that room contains only dessous, open it and let me be ashamed of asking. If it contains something else, my need to see it grows, not diminishes." I ought to have answered coldly. I ought to have invoked mourning, delicacy, my sister, the executor, anything but the truth. Instead, what came out was the nearest thing to it. "That room," I said, "is the only place in this house where my father cannot now make a spectacle of us. I will not have him begin again through you." For the first time since his arrival, something moved in his face that was not method, not pity. Never that. But recognition, perhaps. Or the knowledge that a blow had landed where he had not intended. He looked at the door. Then at the key ring in my hand. "Do you have the key?" "Yes." "Will you give it to me?" "No." The corridor held the word and would not release it. From somewhere below stairs came the faint clang of a pan. A door opened, closed, The house went on breathing around us. Mr. Mercer said very quietly, "Then I shall need another way." For one wild instant I thought he meant force. Not physically. He was too well governed for that, and I knew it even while my heart gave one hard, traitorous beat against my ribs. But force by paper, by lock, by witness, by bringing Hobbs, Mrs. Finch, half the servants, and whatever legal language men preferred when they meant to make a woman's refusal look childish. Before I could answer, footsteps sounded at the far end of the corridor. Quick, male. Not a servant's measured tread, nor my sister's lighter one. Hobbs appeared from the turn by the back stairs, his grave face made graver by a folded letter in his hand. Miss Vale. He saw Mr. Mercer. Saw me between him and the morning room door. Saw enough, because butlers always do. What is it? Hobbs. A messenger from Bell and Ainsworth, miss. He waits in the forecourt for an answer. Something dropped cleanly through me. Mr. Bell had written only yesterday. Another communication this soon could mean no kindness. Give it to me. Hobbs did so without looking at either of us more than duty required. But the fact of him having found us here, in this corridor, with my hand still tight on the keys and Mr. Mercer standing like an unwelcome certainty 3 feet away, had already altered the air. Witness. Interpretation. The house would not know the words, but it would know the shape. I broke the seal. The note within was brief. Of course it was. Men who cost you sleep always wrote as if they were saving ink for nobler causes. Miss Vale. Mr. Mercer is authorized to begin preliminary valuation immediately. In light of the pressures already conveyed to you, any material delay may compel the principal claimant to seek a more public inventory process. We strongly advise full cooperation in order to preserve what private handling remains possible. A preliminary room schedule is requested by this afternoon. There was more. There was always more. If private access is impeded in any substantive quarter of the house, Mr. Mercer is instructed to note the obstruction formally. I read that line twice, because the first time my anger got in the way of sense. Hobbs said, "Miss." Quietly. "Nothing," I said at once. Too quickly. Only Mr. Bell's usual talent for sounding solemn over the obvious. That was a lie so poor it shamed me. Hobbs had served this family longer than I had been alive. He knew my father had died with debts behind him and dignity in front. He also knew from the pitch of my voice, if nothing else, that the paper in my hand had tightened the screws. Mr. Mercer did not ask to see the note. That was almost worse than if he had. Hobbs asked, "Shall I tell the messenger there will be a reply?" I wanted to say no. I wanted to say Hartwell House would answer when it pleased. I wanted to be my father for half a second, all offended rank and costly delay, and let somebody else pay for it later. Instead I heard my own voice say, "Wes, tell him I have received it." And the reply, "Miss." I looked at the folded paper, at the corridor, at the morning room door, at Mr. Mercer, who had not moved. "There will be none in writing," I said. "The answer is already in the house." Hobbs's eyes flicked once to Mr. Mercer. "Nothing more." "Very good, miss." When he had gone, I folded the letter with more precision than it deserved. My hands were steady. That frightened me more than shaking would have done. Mr. Mercer said, "May I assume the message was not favorable to postponement?" I laughed then. A short, ugly sound. "You may assume the message was written by men who take comfort in the phrase public inventory process. That comfort is not personal." "No," I said. "Only fatal." He held out his hand. "Not for me, for the paper." I looked at it and hated myself for the small leap my pulse made, as if his asking changed anything. As if manners still had power where authority had already entered. "You need not be gallant now," I said. "You have your way, Miss Vale." "My answer is yes." "Must I also speak it in a pleasing tone?" His hand did not lower. There it was again, that infuriating steadiness. Not softness, not pressure. A refusal to be put off by whatever weapon I chose that hour. Wit, sharpness, courtesy, silence. He took them all as weather and remained where he was. I gave him the note. He read it once, folded it again, and returned it at once, which ought to have pleased me. Instead it left me absurdly aware that he had not tried to keep even this small thing from my hand. He said, If I note an obstruction formally, the process changes. I can read. Then I would rather not do it. That stopped me, not because it was tender, it was not. He spoke as a man might speak of choosing a road before dark. Practical. Final. Yet the choice in it was real enough that my anger had to find new footing.
Why?
I asked. He answered too late. Just late enough that I knew he had considered saying nothing at all. He said, because once the process changes, the house stops belonging to itself in certain ways. My fingers closed on the note until the paper bent. The house stops belonging to itself. No one had ever put it so plainly. Not even I. And I had lived every inch of the truth. Below stairs, a door shut. Then another. Somewhere toward the front, the messenger's horse stamped once on the gravel. The entire day seemed to wait on the next words. You make it sound, I said, as though Hartwell has choices left. Houses rarely do. People sometimes manage more. I should have asked the safer question then. Which people? At what cost? Instead I asked the truer one. And if I open that room? His gaze shifted to the morning room door. He said, I do not begin there. I begin where the house can bear witness without spectacle. The principal rooms in use. The steward's room. Household counts. Plate already seen. Fireplaces, damp, obvious maintenance. Closed rooms last, unless something elsewhere forces the order sooner. The answer was so exact that I knew he had thought it through before speaking. That should have comforted me. It did not. It meant he had been building his path through Hartwell from the moment he crossed the threshold. And if I refuse altogether, then I note it. Bell and Ainsworth send word onward. Another man may come. Or two. They will not ask you before opening doors. There are moments when pride is merely pride, and moments when it becomes expensive vanity. I thought of Beatrice upstairs, still pale from yesterday. Of Annie with the breakfast tray rattling in her hand. Of Mrs. Finch calculating candles and coal as if arithmetic could hold back shame. Of the candelabra gone to London. Of my father dead at last and still setting terms. When I spoke, my voice was cold enough to hold. You will not have the morning room today. No, Pa. You will not speak to my sister without me present. I had no intention of doing so. You will not question the servants as though Hartwell were already under seizure. A slight pause. I may need to ask practical questions. You may ask them through Mrs. Finch, or through me. That is less efficient. That is the rule. He looked at me for a long second. Then he gave one nod. Very well. The ease of it unsettled me more than resistance would have done. I had expected a contest and found negotiation. That was a more dangerous skill. You said. I reminded him. That you needed another way. I have one. His eyes dropped once to the keys in my hand. You. It was intolerable that the word should land with heat before it landed with sense. I hated my own body for that small betrayal. Hated more that he might have seen it, though nothing in his face suggested triumph. I am not in your employment, Mr. Mercer. No. You are in the house, Dawes. The answer was unbearable because it came too near the truth. I drew a breath that did not steady me enough. Then hear me clearly. You may begin. You may see the rooms already in use. You may have the steward's room, the breakfast room, the library, the dining room, and the west parlor. Mrs. Finch will give you the household numbers you need, and Hobbs the cellar count, if you insist on humiliating us by degrees. But if I find you at any locked door without me, or if I discover you have set servants gossiping through your manner of inquiry, I shall send to Mr. Bell and make him explain in person why he thought this arrangement wise. His mouth altered again by that fraction I still could not name. He said, I believe Mr. Bell already knows exactly why he thought it wise. I stepped aside from the morning room door because I would not let him think he had made me retreat from it. Then you had better justify him. For the first time, since his arrival, he gave me something that resembled a bow offered not to rank but to terms. Miss Val. It was not agreement. Not quite. But it would do. I turned toward the steward's room. As I fitted the next key to the lock I understood, with a clarity I would have done anything to avoid, that Mr. Nathaniel Mercer was not merely entering Hartwell House. At Chapter 2, Silver Before the Collars. He had the decency not to follow too close behind me. That was the first thing I noticed as I led him away from the morning room and toward the steward's room at the back of the house. The second was that decency made no practical difference whatsoever. Mr. Nathaniel Mercer was still in Hartwell House, still under its roof, still moving through its passages with lawful purpose and dry eyes and the sort of composed attention that made concealment feel childish before one had even attempted it. The steward's room stood at the end of a short turn in the corridor, half office and half graveyard for failed order. My father had used it only when some paper needed signing in a hurry, which meant it held just enough structure to suggest business and just enough disorder to reveal neglect. The tall stool by the desk, till bore a crack in one rung from the year tenant, waited 3 hours for an audience and put his boot through it at last. I had never had it repaired. There were economies one made from necessity and others from spite. I opened the door. The room smelled faintly of dust, old leather, and sealing wax long gone dry. A narrow window looked over the service yard. On the wall hung a county map with 2 corners curling away from their pins. The desk beneath it had 3 drawers to each side and a central cupboard. I knew exactly what lay in them. Rent notes I had sorted. Repair estimates my father had ignored. Lists of coal deliveries. Correspondence from men who became polite only when paid. I had spent too many evenings in this room, becoming acquainted with the anatomy of genteel decay. Mr. Mercer paused on the threshold and took it in with that infuriating economy of movement which always suggested he had already noticed more than another person would say in a minute. He asked, "This is the steward's room?" "It is what remains of it, but," and the steward, "we have not had one in 2 years." He set his leather case on the edge of the desk. "Who has been handling rents?" "I have." "And repairs?" "One possible." He glanced at the shelves, at the bundles of tied paper, at the account books I had arranged by quarters so that chaos would at least wear a neat face. He said, "One necessary." That was not a question. I disliked him afresh for not pretending it was one. "Yes." He took off his gloves finger by finger and placed them beside the case. His hands looked even more capable without them. Not fine, not careless either. Hands made for exactness. Hands that would have been at home in this room even if the rest of him had not. He said, "I shall need to review the recent ledgers. You may review what is relevant. I shall decide what is relevant." "No," I said. "You shall consult me before you begin rearranging my father's debris as though it were your own." His eyes lifted to mine. Not cold, not warm, merely present. "Miss Vale, if there are papers here that affect claims against the estate, I cannot work by your convenience." I closed the door behind us with more quiet than I felt. My convenience," I said. "How fortunate for you that you think this is about comfort, Gott," he said. "I think it is about control. It's so simply that anger rose in me before pride could arrange it into something more elegant." "Wes," I said. "Of course it is. If one has lost money, one likes control. If one has lost one's father, one likes control. If one has lost footmen, candelabra, peace, and the right to breakfast in private, one grows monstrously attached to the thing." Silence met me. Not offended silence. Not startled silence. It was the sort that received and held, which was worse. If he had argued at once, I could have fought him with more dignity. Instead he looked at the desk and said, "Then let us keep to what can still be kept." I hated that answer. Hated more that some treacherous part of me found it almost kind. "Very well," I said. "The estate books by year are on the middle shelf. Household running expenses in the left cupboard. Tenant correspondence tied by parish. Outstanding invoices in the top drawer, though I cannot answer for the intelligence of half of them." He inclined his head. "Thank you. There is no need to sound pleased. It is caution either way," he said. "If it were caution, opening the top drawer, I should not have thanked you." That is a distinction only a man with papers could love. At that, one corner of his mouth altered. Barely. I had not yet decided whether that fractional movement belonged to humor or fatigue. It did not soften him. It only made him more difficult to sort with the rest of my resentments. He drew out the first stack of invoices and scanned them in swift, orderly passes. I watched the movement of his eyes and told myself I remained only because I would not let him wander unchecked among our affairs. That was true. It was merely not the whole truth. Outside the room, a cart rattled over the yard stones. Somewhere below, a kitchen door opened and banged shut. The house went on around us in the old familiar way, except for the fact that every ordinary sound now seemed to ask what it would cost to preserve itself. He set one paper aside. "What is this?" I stepped closer before I had decided to do so. The sheet in his hand was from Willett and Sons in Alton, 2/4 old. Delivery and fitting of grate bars for the west parlor, with the amount marked not paid but deferred. The blacksmith. The amount is not small. No. And the work was done. West. He took up the next page. And this. Roof slate over the north servants' passage. Also deferred. Also necessary. His hand moved through the stack with unsettling speed. Not hurried, exact. He was not searching at random. He was building shape, pressure. Weak points, he said. These, at last, tapping 3 separate accounts, all household maintenance. None extravagant, all delayed, yet the front drive was resurfaced within the year. I felt my face harden. My father received in town. And he preferred the carriage approach to the roof. He preferred appearances to consequence. If this is a revelation to you, I envy your innocence. He laid the resurfacing bill down carefully. It is not a revelation, no. Of course not. A man in his line likely daily on revelations of exactly that sort, only with better carpets underfoot. I reached for the household ledger, before I could think better of it. That one, I said, must be read with more care than your expression suggests you intend. He released it at once, and because he released it at once I had the absurd sensation of having lost ground. I opened the book on the desk between us. These entries, I said, touching 2 columns with the tip of my finger, are not absent because money was plentiful. They are absent because I moved what little there was from one need to another and delayed writing it down until I could decide which lie would make the smaller fire. His gaze dropped to the page, then to my hand. I withdrew it, he said. You falsified household timing. I preserved wages. With what? With whatever I could keep from vanishing elsewhere. He did not ask me whether that elsewhere meant gaming debts, private notes, forgotten promises, careless indulgence, or some other male vanity. He did not need to. The wind shifted at the window. A branch scratched the pane once, like a pen trying to amend a document too late. I am not proud of it, I said, more quietly than I had meant to. But when cook must be paid or she leaves, pride is not a useful currency. His eyes returned to the ledger. He said, No, it is not. For several moments he said nothing more. He turned 3 pages, compared dates, noted something on a loose sheet from his case. The scratching of his pen should have been unbearable. Instead it was merely final. When he looked up again, his attention had sharpened in a new direction. How much of the silver service remains in regular use? There is enough. That was not my question, Ba. There is enough, I repeated. For meals taken in private and for any call we cannot avoid. Without dipping into pieces that would better serve elsewhere. The insolence of that was too clean to ignore. You speak of family plate as if it were sacks of flour. I speak of it as a liquidable asset. The room went still around us. Liquidable, I repeated. Wes, what an ugly word. It behaves no worse than the thing itself. I closed the ledger. You may make whatever notes you please in here, Mr. Mercer. You may discover that my father chose drive gravel over roof, slate, and appearances over wages. You may congratulate yourself on identifying the shape of folly. But you will not discuss my mother's silver as if its only function were to become another man's figure. That landed. I saw it land, not in the obvious ways, but in the restraint with which he set his pen down. He asked, What function does it serve now? The answer rose at once and would not be stopped. It serves breakfast taken under the eye of servants who must not be allowed to think the house is finished. It serves callers who count candlesticks while they murmur condolences. It serves my sister's future. Because a girl whose tea tray looks reduced is a girl whose prospects are discussed over other people's dinner tables. It serves memory. It serves dignity. It serves the illusion that the walls are still doing what walls are meant to do. My breath caught at the end. Not from tears. From rage. Rage was safer. He listened without interruption. When he spoke, his voice had gone quieter. And if preserving that illusion strips the house of the means to continue. I almost answered at once. Almost gave him another polished outrage. But the question lodged where the others had not. Because there it was. Not whether the silver mattered. It did. But whether it mattered more than wages, repairs, roofs, heat, horses, privacy. Beatrice, tomorrow. I turned my face toward the window, so he should not see too much of mine. I do not know, I said. It was the first unguarded thing I had given him. I regretted it before the words were cold. He stood very still behind the desk. Then he picked up one of the loose inventories from his case, drew a line through something already written, and began again below it. What are you doing? Revising order. I turned back. On what grounds? On practical ones. He did not stop writing. I had intended the dining room and main plate list before noon. I am no longer certain that is wise. Suspicion returned so quickly it was almost a comfort. Why? 'Cause if the household still depends on certain pieces to maintain routine, tagging them first will create more panic than clarity. I stared at him. He looked up then, and because his face was what it always was, composed and ungenerous, and impossible to flatter, I knew he had not said it to soothe me. He said, "That is not mercy, Miss Val. It is sequencing." "Of course," I said. "How foolish of me to mistake you for human." That fractional almost smile returned. "Do not be hasty. You have only just met me." Before I could answer, a bell rang somewhere in the front of the house. Not violent. Not urgent. Merely the front bell announcing a caller. My entire body tightened. No one who meant kindness ever came early. I looked toward the door. Mr. Mercer followed the movement. "There," I said, colder than before, "is one of the social functions of silver. You may now observe it in the wild." What appeared in the wild, unfortunately, was Mrs. Rivington. Hobbs had scarcely reached the door before I knew it must be someone of that sort. Not intimate enough to send up a name in advance by note. Not indifferent enough to wait a decent week after burial. A family that wished to be seen doing right, and to see in return whether grief had loosened anything useful. He came back 3 breaths later and confirmed it. Mrs. Rivington, Miss. And Mr. Oliver Rivington. There are names that strike the body before they strike the mind. My first sensation was not thought but tightening. In the throat. In the spine. In the hand still holding the steward's room key. Oliver Rivington had been attentive to Beatrice since June. Not formally. Nothing had advanced so far. Yet his mother had called twice more than good breeding required, and once with no object at all except to be pleasant in our drawing room, and allow her son to admire my sister over tea. Under ordinary circumstances I should have welcomed them, or at least endured them with method. Under present circumstances, they were catastrophe wrapped in respectable bonnet ribbons. Mr. Mercer looked from Hobbs to me. He said, "You know them." "No," I said. "I merely feel my ruin by instinct." Hobbs, to his credit, gave no sign that he had heard the answer. "Show them into the west parlor," I said at once. "No." "The front drawing room." "No." I closed my eyes for one useless second. The front drawing room had not been aired. The west parlor fire was mean. The breakfast room was impossible with the ledgers still open and the silver cupboard newly disturbed. "The west parlor," I said. "And tell Annie to bring tea." "Wes." "Miss." He turned to go. "Not the blue service," I added, because of course my mind would go there. "The plain Worcester. And have the coals seen to first. Not after bar." "Very good, miss." When the door shut behind him, the steward's room became too small by half. I rounded on Mr. Mercer. "You must not come through the hall." He did not appear offended by the command. Worse, he appeared thoughtful. "If I leave by the back stairs now, every servant in the passage will know I was being hidden." I am not interested in what the servants know. I am interested in what Mrs. Rivington sees. That they are not separate matters. I do not require philosophy. I require absence. He took up his gloves but not yet his hat. Miss Vale, if Mrs. Rivington is as observant as you seem to believe, she will notice more from a flurried corridor and a delayed tray than from a quiet introduction. It is not quiet to introduce a man of business under my roof on the second morning after burial. He said, no. But neither is it quiet to have one run out through the service yard. I hated that he was correct. Hated more that he sounded as if he had long experience of distinguishing between one damaging appearance and another. The bell from the front of the house sounded again. A smaller note this time, followed by the soft disturbance of voices in the hall. Hobbs would already be receiving cloaks. If I waited another moment, choice would be taken from me by time, and I had lost enough to it. Very well, I said. You will go to the library. You will cross the hall as if you belong to yourself. You will say as little as possible. And if Mrs. Rivington asks who you are, I shall answer. He put on one glove, then the other, as you please. I led the way. The hall had changed in our absence. It is extraordinary how quickly a house alters itself around callers. The front door stood open to a wet brightness beyond. A footman's duty once divided among men, now rested in Hobbs's hands alone, and though he carried it perfectly, perfection itself had become evidence of strain. Mrs. Rivington's maid had remained by the steps, while her mistress stood under the black-framed mirror shedding damp gloves with composed efficiency. Oliver Rivington, fair and earnest to the point of discomfort, had turned at the sound of our approach. Mrs. Rivington's gaze reached me first, then Mr. Mercer. There. The thing done. The house could not pull it back into itself now, she said. Miss Vale, extending both hands in that practiced manner by which condolence makes itself visible without becoming intimate. We could not stay away. You are very good, madam. She kissed my cheek with a dryness that suggested she had bestowed the same charity in 3 other houses before noon if required. Oliver bowed more sincerely. He said, I hope we do not come at a bad moment. I might have admired him for the question if his mother had not already answered it for him by arriving. You are considerate to call. Mrs. Rivington's eyes moved again, light but not idle, toward the gentleman at my shoulder. I felt the moment arrive and despised it for being inevitable. Blue, Mr. Mercer, I said, because if I faltered now the room would belong to her, from Bell and Ainsworth. He has brought papers following my father's death. Not a lie. Not the whole truth. About as much honesty as good manners could bear standing upright. Mr. Mercer bowed. Mrs. Rivington. Mr. Rivington. His voice was exactly what it had been in the hall and the library and the breakfast passage. Low, self-contained. Entirely free of apology. If she found that noteworthy, she hid it under polish better than most. She said, How diligent of Bell and Ainsworth. Business does not sleep, even for grief. No, madam, said Mr. Mercer. Only that. No more. He neither softened the point nor sharpened it. I could not tell whether to be grateful or furious. Oliver's eyes had gone from Mercer to me and back again. There was no accusation in them. Only concern, which was in its way more dangerous. Men who pity a household begin to picture themselves rescuing from it whatever can still be called worth having. Mrs. Rivington removed the rest of her glove finger by finger. She said, We shall not detain Miss Vale long, to Mr. Mercer, though she was plainly speaking to me. Condolence need not be an occupation. We only wished to inquire after dear Miss Beatrice. There it was, the real call inside the formal one. My sister is resting, I said. Yesterday exhausted her. Of course. The answer was too smooth. A tender creature must feel such things keenly. Beatrice was not tender. She was merely too young to have learned that half the world used softness as a convenient word for strategic silence. Mr. Mercer stepped aside at once, not retreating so fast as to suggest he had been in the way, only enough that the route toward the west parlor opened again. A better social instinct than I had expected, or perhaps merely survival acquired in more difficult halls than mine. If you will come in, I said. I led them to the west parlor and felt, rather than saw, Mr. Mercer continued on toward the library with the quietness of a man who knew precisely how much sound one pair of boots ought to make on old boards. That restraint did not save me. It only told me he understood the house as pressure. The west parlor fire had been built up in time, though not generously. Mrs. Rivington took the chair nearest the grate, without waiting to be offered it, which told me she considered herself family enough to settle. Oliver remained standing until I sat. Another point in his favor. Another problem. The room smelled faintly of coal and rain-damp wool. One curtain tie had frayed at the tassel. I noticed that too, because humiliation sharpens the eye in useless directions. We were so shocked. Mrs. Rivington said, arranging her skirts. Such a sudden event. Wes. And in such weather, Dar. As you see, the weather has remained devoted to him. Oliver lowered his gaze, perhaps uncertain whether I had made a jest. Mrs. Rivington chose not to acknowledge it, which was wise of her. She said, "You are bearing up remarkably." I was not aware I had an alternative. That landed less smoothly than I intended. Grief had made me sharper, not more helpless, and certain women find sharpness in mourning almost indecent. Oliver said, "My mother only means." "I know what your mother means." He colored. I disliked myself at once. Not enough to apologize. Enough to wish I were not tired. Mrs. Rivington opened and shut her reticule. She asked, "And the household? You must have so much to manage." There it was again, not curiosity. Survey. It continues. Of course, these old places do insist on being served. Her smile did not reach her eyes. Even when one would rather retire from the world entirely. I thought of the ledgers in the steward's room. Of the roof slate deferred. Of the candelabra in London. Of Mr. Mercer's hand drawing a line through one order of business and beginning another. "Wes," I said. "Hartwell is very old-fashioned in that respect." A tap sounded at the door. Annie entered with the tray. I knew in one glance that something had gone wrong. Not disaster, worse, a small wrongness of the sort women like Mrs. Rivington harvest by instinct. The plain Worcester was there. The cups were clean, the tea caddy sound. But Annie, red-handed and anxious, had used the smaller silver salver and one of the older sugar basins, the one with the faint dent near the foot that only showed in certain light. It was exactly the sort of substitution a reduced household makes when moving fast. Mrs. Rivington saw it, not the dent, the hurry. She did not lower herself by looking twice. She did not need to. "Thank you," I said to Annie, taking the pot from her before the poor girl could rattle the lid against the tray again. "That will do." She curtsied and escaped. I poured. My hands were steady. Thank God for small miracles. Oliver took his cup from me with such earnest gratitude that I suspected he would have drunk salt water to ease the room. Mrs. Rivington accepted hers and waited until I had sat again before speaking. She said, "I almost asked whether Mr. Mercer was leaving as we arrived," lightly. Then I remembered how endless papers can be in a bereavement. There it was. Not accusation. Placement. She was setting the fact where it would live. "Bell and Ainsworth are very conscientious," I said. "I believe that is what lawyers call mercy." Oliver glanced toward the door. "Is there anything I might do?" The sincerity of it nearly undid me. Men like Oliver always ask at the wrong stage of trouble. When there is still enough dignity in the room that one must say no. "You are kind," I said. Mrs. Rivington took a measured sip of tea. "And dear Beatrice truly cannot be prevailed upon to join us." "No." A pause. Then she smiled over the rim of her cup. What a pity. Oliver so wished to pay his respects properly. There was no answer to that which did not sound either needy or ungrateful. I chose silence and busied myself with the tea things. Outside, the rain that had hovered all morning at last gathered force against the windows. Not violent. Steady enough to darken the gravel and delay departure without drama. Mrs. Rivington heard it too. She said, "Oh dear. We may be trapped with you for a quarter hour longer than manners require." She meant to sound amused. She sounded pleased. I opened my mouth to protest politely. To insist the shower would pass. To preserve at least the form of movement. But Oliver, poor honest creature, had already risen halfway in instinctive readiness to stay if asked or go if pressed. And in that split second I saw the entire shape of the afternoon bend against me. If I urged them out, I would seem strained. If I urged them to remain, they would. If they remained, the reduced staff would have to produce more than tea. And somewhere in my house, with his papers, and his clear eyes, and his lawful patience, Mr. Nathaniel Mercer was already part of what they had seen. Mrs. Rivington set down her cup. She said, "Perhaps we ought to wait out the rain and trouble you for a little cold luncheon. Only something simple. There are requests that are refusals dressed correctly. This was one." I smiled because there was nothing else to do. Of course. It is astonishing how quickly a simple cold luncheon can become a military campaign. The moment I left the west parlor, I went not to the front of the house, but to the region behind it, where all respectable appearances are one in heat, noise, and compromise. The passage to the still room was close with the smell of boiled bones, damp, wool, bread newly cut, and the sharper edge of vinegar. Cook stood in the kitchen with her sleeves turned back and a knife in hand, carving cold fowl with the determined expression of a woman who would sooner attack misfortune directly than discuss it. Mrs. Finch was at the dresser counting plates under her breath. Hobbs, who had no business being in 3 places at once, and yet clearly meant to attempt it, stood at the side table with the wine. "What have we?" I asked. Cook did not look up. "Cold chicken, 1 raised pigeon pie, the last of yesterday's ham, pickled beans, and cheese fit for Christians if they are not too proud." Mrs. Finch said, "3 covers only, miss." "That can be managed, it must be." Hobbs cleared his throat. Mrs. Rivington asked for something simple. Simplicity in certain ladies often includes very exact expectations. "Yes," I said. I have known the species before. That earned the faintest movement at the corner of Mrs. Finch's mouth. She held up a folded napkin. "The better luncheon cloth has a wax mark on one edge." Annie turned it. "But if Mrs. Rivington sits at the wrong side, she will," I said. Cook gave the chicken a firm final stroke. "Then, sit her elsewhere." "I shall try." "That is not the same thing," said Mrs. Finch. "No." Hobbs set down the decanter. "There is one further difficulty." "There always is," I thought. "The smaller salver from the pantry has lost a handle pin. I would rather not trust it with the pie." "Then do not use it." "Bah." "The larger salver is with the silver in the breakfast passage." I shut my eyes for half a second. Of course it was. Of course, every object in this house had chosen this precise morning to exist in the wrong room under the wrong eye. The reduced staff made each movement visible in a manner it never had before. If Annie went for the larger salver, Hobbs must wait with the carving. If Hobbs carried the tray alone, Annie must pour. If Annie poured, God help the carpet. "Use the oak board for the pie," I said, "the one with the carved edge." Cook looked up at that. "For callers, for rain," I said. "For burial. For whatever excuse you prefer." At that moment Annie came in so quickly she nearly struck the door with the tray in her hands. "Beg pardon, miss." Her cheeks were bright with hurry. Mrs. Rivington's maid asked whether her mistress might have lemon in hot water before the tea. "She says the damp catches her throat." "Of course it did. There is no lemon," said Cook flatly. "There is half a lemon," said Mrs. Finch, "if someone has not taken it for the fish. "No one has had fish since Friday," said Cook. Hobbs, like a man navigating cannon fire, said quietly, "The half from this morning remains." I looked from one to the other. "Then Mrs. Rivington may have half a lemon in hot water and be grateful for the rarity." Annie bobbed a curtsy and vanished again. Cook muttered, "If she asks next for sunshine, I shall not peel that too." The absurdity of it came so near laugh that I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep my face fit for management. "Make it plain," I said. "Nothing more, and no blue service." "We know," said Cook not unkindly. "We all know. That, more than anything, showed the true state of Hartwell House. Not the debts. Not the reduced fires. The fact that every person in the kitchen already knew which service was too good to risk, and which one might pass without inviting comment." Hobbs lifted the bottle again. "Mr. Mercer." The name brought me up short. "What of him? Will he dine?" "No," the answer came too sharply. Hobbs did not react, which was one of the reasons I trusted him with the front of the house and the remains of my self-respect. He said, "I ask only because if he is in the library when the tray passes, he may as well be offered something. It costs less to feed a man than to offend him under one's roof." "How prudent," I said. "How mercifully unlike the law." Before Hobbs could answer, a voice came from the passage beyond the pantry. "There is no need to spend mercy on me." Mr. Mercer stood just outside the door. I had not heard him approach. That was partly the kitchen noise, partly his habit of making only the sound he meant to make. He had his gloves in one hand and a folded map or paper in the other. He had plainly heard enough to understand the shape of the difficulty, if not every detail, and I felt heat rise at once under my skin. "This wing of the house," I said, "appears to grow very crowded." "So it does." He did not look at Cook or Annie's absent place or the oak board that had no business standing in for silver under my roof. He looked only at Hobbs. "I came to ask whether the county map from the library shows the lower lane by Rivington land. Mr. Oliver mentioned flood damage there last winter." Hobbs blinked once. Just once. It was the nearest he ever came to surprise. "I believe it does, sir." "Effie remains after luncheon," said Mr. Mercer. "I should be obliged to see it." Oliver had mentioned no such thing in my hearing. That meant either the two men had exchanged 10 words in the hall and made something useful of them, or Mr. Mercer had invented the matter whole. I could not tell which possibility I disliked more. Mrs. Finch, however, understood at once. The slight tightening at the corners of her eyes gave her away. She said, "Mr. Rivington's father had trouble by the lower lane 2 winters ago," with a composure so smooth I nearly stared. "That will be what he means." Mr. Mercer inclined his head as if she had merely supplied a fact, and not joined his design mid-step. "Thank you," I said. "And how does this flood concern us?" He said, "It does not. It concerns timing." The words were quiet, meant for me and no one else in the kitchen. I wished most sincerely not to understand him. Unfortunately, I did. If Oliver could be drawn after luncheon into looking at a map in the library, if Mrs. Rivington could be left with me and tea instead of the full force of household movement, if Hobbs and Annie could clear and serve without one gentleman noting every delay and carrying the report home in his coat, yes, that would concern timing very much indeed. Hobbs said, "I can lay the map out in advance." Mr. Mercer gave the slightest nod and stepped back half a pace, making the conversation look accidental and himself unnecessary. Necessary was exactly what he had just been, he said. "I shall not be troublesome. A plate in the library, if one is to spare. Nothing more." Cook, who had been eyeing him like a woman measuring whether a man would be helpful or decorative in a storm, returned to her carving. She said, "A plate can be spared." "Not on the blue service." "No," said Mr. Mercer. I had gathered that. The answer was so dry that Mrs. Finch coughed once into her hand, and Hobbs became intensely occupied with the deaconer. I was left with the disagreeable choice of either acknowledging the exchange or pretending not to hear it. I chose the latter. "Annie is to take lemon water first," I said. "Then tea. Then luncheon." Hobbs, "No wine unless Mr. Rivington asks." "Mrs. Rivington drinks only enough to show she has been offered it." "Very good, miss." I turned to go. As I reached the doorway, Mr. Mercer moved aside without flourish. His sleeve brushed the jam, not me. Yet I was suddenly aware of him at a proximity I had not felt in the steward's room or the breakfast passage. The smell of rain had faded from his coat. Ink and clean linen remained. His face in the kitchen light looked harsher, less softened by window glass and more cut from use than ease. "You need not do this," I said under my breath, not looking fully at him. "Do what?" "Arrange my house for me." "I am arranging my afternoon." I nearly laughed, which would have been fatal. "You are a very tiresome man." "So I am told." "And yet you continue." "Yes." The quiet of that answer was somehow more provoking than if he had smiled. I left him there and went back to the west parlor, where Mrs. Rivington had finished her first cup of tea and was beginning, with skill and patience, to pull at the loose thread of my piece. Dear Miss Val, she was saying as I entered, I only hope you are not trying to manage too much alone. I am trying to manage exactly enough. Oliver rose when I came in, which improved him. He said, "You should not have imposed. If the rain eases at all." "Nonsense," said his mother. "We are no imposition. Old friends must support one another at such times. By old friends she meant neighboring families whose histories crossed often enough that escape was impossible and affection optional. The lemon water appeared. Mrs. Rivington took it as if lemons sprang whole from the Hampshire mud for her convenience. Then came the luncheon. Hobbs carried the first tray. Annie followed with plates. The oak board did not look out of place once the pigeon pie had been sliced and laid with sufficient neatness. Cook's chicken was beyond reproach. The ham, though not abundant, had been cut thin enough to seem a choice rather than a necessity. For one brief minute, I thought we might survive the room on skill alone. Then Annie caught the edge of the rug. Not enough to fall, just enough for the plate in her right hand to tilt and the spoon upon it to slide with a treacherous bright scrape against the china. Every head turned. There are sounds that split a room far more effectively than shouting. Silver on china is one of them. Annie went white. Hobbs could not help her because his own tray remained in both hands. Mrs. Rivington's eyes sharpened. Not with cruelty but with that merciless alertness of women who notice every domestic scene by profession and instinct. Oliver half rose, uncertain whether to assist or sit still, and thereby prove his breeding. And before I could speak, Mr. Mercer appeared in the doorway. Not hurrying, not conspicuous. Merely there, as though he had chanced to cross the passage at the exact moment and found a door open. He said, "Forgive me," to the room at large, already taking the unsteady plate from Annie's hand as naturally as if he had done so 100 times under no one's eye. "Mr. Rivington, I have just remembered the point about the lower lane. Hobbs, do not let me steal your man from the table. This will wait." But Oliver, still half risen, turned at once. The lower lane. Wes. I may have mistaken the boundary on the county map. It was nonsense. Or not nonsense exactly, but something chosen for its usefulness rather than its urgency. Mrs. Rivington could not very well stare at Annie's trembling hands while two men stood discussing a local inconvenience by the door. Not without making herself appear what she was. Oliver, bless him, took the bait with perfect sincerity. "Do you mean the south turn by the mill?" "Precisely." Mr. Mercer set the recovered plate onto the side table with no more noise than a card laid face down. Annie, freed, collected herself enough to move on. Hobbs did not alter expression by so much as an eyelash, but the line of his shoulders eased. I sat very still. Mrs. Rivington said, "I had no notion gentlemen could be so diverted by mud." Oliver, poor innocent creature, smiled. "One becomes interested when one has horses and tenants both," she said. "Quit." Mr. Mercer bowed slightly. "I beg pardon for the interruption." Then he withdrew. Not back into the room. Out of it. Leaving behind nothing but restored service and the impression of a man too practical to have understood he had just saved a household from being measured in a glance. The rest of luncheon passed. Not gracefully. Grace was too expensive a commodity for Hartwell House that week. But it passed without further fracture. Mrs. Rivington ate enough to declare cook respectable. Oliver discussed lanes, hedges, and the rain with a simplicity I found almost painful to witness. When Hobbs removed the plates, Annie's hands did not shake a second time. At last the weather eased by degrees. Cloaks were reclaimed. Mrs. Rivington kissed my cheek again and pressed my fingers as if our hour together had confirmed every point she meant to carry away from it. She said, "Give my tenderness to dear Miss Beatrice." "I shall." Oliver bowed over my hand with more feeling than prudence. "If there is ever anything—" "Wes," I said, "because kindness grows dangerous if one allows it too much room." "Thank you." When the front door had closed on them both, the hall seemed larger for a single breath, and then twice as empty. I stood where I was until the sound of wheels on wet gravel faded. Only then did I let mine eyes close. "Hobbs," I said. "Yes, miss." "Did Annie break anything?" "No, miss." "Did Mrs. Rivington see?" A pause. Less than she hoped, I think. That was the nearest thing to triumph he would ever permit himself. I turned toward the library. I do not know why I turned there first. I told myself it was because the county map would need to be put away if Mr. Mercer had truly had Hobbs fetch it. I told myself it was because luncheon had delayed the room's schedule, and I would not let the afternoon outrun me too. Both explanations were respectable. Neither was honest. The library door stood half open. Inside, Mr. Mercer was at the large table by the window. The county map lay spread before him. Not merely fetched. Opened. Weighted at the corners by books. One finger rested on a lane I knew perfectly well and cared about not at all. He looked up when I entered. "You found the flood, then?" "I found what was required." The map was a fiction, then. Or rather, a fiction built from a thing too dull to challenge. I moved nearer. "You might have let Annie save herself off. She was not the only one in danger of failing." It was such a cool answer that for a moment I had no weapon ready against it. You make rescue sound offensive. Often it is. There was no vanity in the words. No request to be thanked. If anything, he made the matter smaller, which was its own form of severity. I looked at the map, at the finger he had placed so deliberately on the wrong part of my day. "Hobbs says Mrs. Rivington saw less than she hoped. That is a useful outcome. Is usefulness your only standard?" He met my gaze. Knew that was all. And because it was all, because he did not decorate the room with gentleness, or ask payment in gratitude, or even attempt to appear kinder than he had been in the breakfast passage. Something in my judgment shifted against my will. Not softened. Never that. Only altered by 1 inch. "Mr. Mercer," I said, and heard the change in my own voice before I understood it. "If you intend to continue rearranging my afternoons, you might at least have the civility to warn me." His hand left the map. He said, "I thought you preferred to answer for me." That should have made me furious. Instead, to my lasting annoyance, I almost smiled. I did not smile. Let that stand on record. I may have come near it. The fault, if fault there was, belonged entirely to exhaustion, rain, and the unnatural effect of seeing Mr. Nathaniel Mercer with a county map open before him as though he had grown in my library like some especially unwelcome piece of furniture. But I did not smile. He knew I had nearly done so. That was the true indecency. It showed, not in triumph, but in the way he did not pursue it. He merely folded the useless map with the same care he gave everything else and set it aside, as if what had just passed between us belonged to neither one of us enough to be named. The library had changed while the Rivingtons occupied the house. Afternoon had darkened toward evening. Rain still clung in narrow silver tracks to the window glass, but the downpour had weakened to a steady dripping from the eaves. Someone had been in to stir the fire. One lamp had been lit on the writing table, though not the second. The room wore that middling light in which nothing can pretend to be grand, and nothing has yet surrendered to night. I came to the table and laid Mrs. Rivington's call, Oliver's concern, Annie's near disaster, and my own frayed patience down between us as if all four were visible objects. "Tomorrow," I said. "She will talk." He did not ask who. "Yes. And by Thursday she will have spoken to someone who speaks to everyone." He rested one hand lightly on the back of a chair. "Also yes. The bald agreement annoyed me more than argument would have done." "You find this convenient?" "No. Useful. Then." He contemptuously. I ought to have let the silence stand. Instead I said, "You are the most provoking man I have ever met." "That is a crowded field, I imagine." I looked at him. "You imagine very freely for a man so devoted to fact." He inclined his head by that infuriating fraction that meant he had heard the point and would not be pierced by it. "What is it you want, Miss Val?" There it was. Not coyness, not social sparring. The question set down plain as a ledger entry. I should have answered with equal plainness at once. I did not. Pride delayed me by 3 beats, and in those 3 beats, I saw exactly how contemptible my position had become. A gentleman's son from a firm in town stood in my father's library waiting while I measured which portions of our truth I could afford to confess. "I want," I said at last, for visible indignity to proceed no faster than necessity requires. His expression did not alter, but his attention sharpened. Define visible. You know very well what I mean, Da. I know what I may mean. I prefer yours. That was the trouble with him. One could not fling a phrase and have it lie where it landed. He made one account for each word as if language itself were a state property. Very well, I said. I mean tags on major plate. I mean discussing diminished services within earshot of maids who have brothers in the village and cousins in the kitchens of half the county. I mean opening formal rooms in broad daylight while neighbors invent reasons to drive slowly past the front sweep. I mean any process Mrs. Rivington can turn into moral weather by tomorrow afternoon. He listened to all of it without interruption. I see. No, I said. You do not. If my sister's name begins to travel attached to words like decline, reduced, or uncertain, it will not matter whether the talk is unfair. It will only matter that it exists. Mr. Rivington is not his mother. No. But he lives in the same house. That landed, and I was glad of it. He moved away from the chair then and came to the table. Not near enough to crowd me, only near enough that the discussion ceased to feel abstract. He set both hands on the polished wood. You are asking for delay. Wes. How much? 1 day. His eyes stayed on mine. 1 day. He repeated. Buys what? Time to re-order the front of the house. Time for Mrs. Finch to settle the servants. Time for me to decide what may still be shown without inviting invention. Time, I said more sharply, for Hartwell not to look as though it is being dismantled before the morning gloves are dry. He did not answer at once. In the grate, a coal shifted and let out a soft red sigh. Somewhere in the corridor a board answered a passing step. The rest of the house had already begun its evening adjustments, fires built higher in the rooms, still worth warming, shutters prepared, candles counted. At length he said, and in return. I stared at him. In return. Yes. You ask it like a market. I ask it like a day. The plainness of it struck the air clean. For one ugly moment I thought there he is at last, the man who prices everything. Then, with equal force, came the more humiliating thought, of course he does. So have I, for years. Coal against candles. Wages against roof slate. 1 groom against 2. Silver against soup. Pride against utility. The difference between us was not that he counted. It was that he did not pretend counting made him noble. What do you want? I asked. The central cupboard in the steward's desk. The packet drawer beneath it. And your word that you will stop deciding relevance by concealment. The words fell one by one, each worse than the last. No bow. Then no day, you ask too much. I ask for the records you did not show me. My entire body went still. There are lies one tells aloud and lies one tells by sequence. He had found the latter already. I had given him the ledgers, the invoices, the Tide Parish correspondence. I had not opened the central cupboard. I had not mentioned the narrow drawer below it at all, not because it held some melodramatic revelation. Not yet. Nothing so simple. But because it held the worst kind of material fragments. Folded memoranda. Unanswered notes. Private tallies in my father's hand. Receipts so delayed they looked like jokes played on men who could not afford laughter. Enough to thicken the shape of what had happened under this roof. Enough that, once seen, they could not be unseen into dignity again. You have no proof, I said. He said, note it quietly. I have your face. Heat rose so sharply I thought for one disgraceful instant I might throw the nearest book at him. Instead I said, you are intolerable. And yet accurate. He was. God help me, he was. I turned away from him, and went to the window, because the room required one of us to move, if it was not to split. The rain beyond the pane had thinned to a fine gray mist over the lawns. The yews by the lower walk were dark as ink. A rook lifted from the east chimney and crossed the dusk like a blot made by a hurried hand. Behind me, Mr. Mercer did not speak. That restraint was its own pressure. He left me no easy enemy. No blustering cruelty to oppose. Only steadiness which is harder to fight and far harder to dismiss. When I spoke again I kept my eyes on the glass. If I open the desk, I said, you will not touch the principal plate tomorrow. No formal tagging tomorrow. And no discussion of reduced service before the servants. I can keep my questions to Mrs. Finch and to you. And the dining room. Not tomorrow afternoon. I turned. He had not changed posture. Hands on the table. Eyes level. As if bargains of this kind were made every day in libraries while houses held their breath around them. That is not enough. Eat is what the day buys. I crossed back to him. You speak as if I am the one paying. His gaze dropped briefly to my hands, to the key ring I still held without remembering it. When he looked up again, his face was unreadable. You are. The answer went through me like cold. I should have hated him for saying it. Instead, I hated the room for hearing it. Very well, I said. You shall have the desk. And the drawer beneath. I wanted to refuse simply because he had remembered to press. Wes, I said. The drawer beneath. And no further omissions of this sort. I let out a breath that was nearly a laugh and wholly bitter. Sir, if I gave you a complete account of every omission by which Hartwell House still stands, you would be here until Christmas. Then let us begin with the written ones. We went together to the steward's room. I do not know why I did not send him ahead and open it myself. Pride again, perhaps. Or the ridiculous unwillingness to let him think I trembled before paper. Yet, when we entered that narrow room with its tired shelves and sore leather smell, I felt more exposed than I had when Mrs. Rivington sat in my parlor counting civility by teaspoons. The desk waited under the window like a witness already sworn. I set the lamp nearer, because the light had worsened, and knelt to fit the smaller key to the central cupboard. My fingers were less steady than I would have liked. Not visibly. Enough that I knew it. Mr. Mercer stood just behind my shoulder and a little to one side, far enough away to be beyond reproach, near enough that I was conscious of him in every nerve. He neither hurried me nor offered help. One learns quickly that Helford in the wrong moment can feel like mastery wearing good manners. The lock gave. I opened the cupboard. Inside lay 3 tied packets, 2 folded letters without covers, a leather memorandum book with the corners rubbed pale, and a sheaf of rent acknowledgments I had not wanted him to see because they proved too much and too little at once. Proof of disorder, yes. Proof of intent, never. That was my father's genius. He had made ruin look like a series of passing inconveniences until the house itself had taken up the performance. The drawer, said Mr. Mercer. I looked up at him over my shoulder. You might at least pretend shame, he said. I might. But you would know it for pretense. That answer was so exact to the man that I almost closed the cupboard again out of sheer resentment. Instead, I set the first packet on the desk, reached lower, and drew open the narrow drawer beneath. Receipts. 2 pawn duplicates. A jeweler's memorandum. 1 note in my father's hand, so offensively cheerful in tone that I had once considered burning it simply to protect the paper from itself. Mr. Mercer said nothing. That was worse than any exclamation. He came to stand opposite me at the desk, and together we looked down at the exposed contents of my father's little kingdom of postponement. After a moment he said, Tomorrow, I begin in the west parlor. The dining room only by surface, and the rooms in current use. No tagging on principal plate. No formal note on the locked morning room. I straightened slowly. And the servants. Through Mrs. Finch. Or through you. The room seemed to exhale around us. Not relief. Nothing so sweet. Only altered pressure. Pressure with shape. I gathered the papers into order, because if one has been made to surrender ground, one may at least surrender it neatly. You will have them for one evening only, I said. Thee do not leave this room. Thee need not. You will not copy private family letters. If they are private, no. The if in that sentence carried enough steel to remind me that privacy, like value, had become a contested category under my roof. He took up the memorandum book at last, not opening it yet, only weighing its presence in his hand. I ought to have withdrawn then. I had given what was asked. The bargain stood. The day was bought. But still I remained, because leaving would have felt like turning my back on surgery, while pretending it was not my own flesh cut open on the table. Mr. Mercer looked at the book, then at me. He said, You have been doing 3 men's work. The quietness of it disarmed me more completely than praise would have done. "No," I said. "Only mine. They simply happened to leave theirs undone." Something shifted in his face then. Very little. But enough that for one dangerous second the steward's room, with its curling map and cracked stool and stale wax smell, ceased to be merely a chamber of accounts, and became something far less manageable. A place in which I had been seen too clearly. I reached for the lamp. "We are agreed," I said. "Yes." "Good." I took the key ring back into my hand, though I had not realized I had set it down. He made no move to stop me, no move to soften the moment either. Only when I reached the door did he speak again. "Miss Vale." I turned, he said. "Thank you." I almost told him he had purchased it. Instead I said, "Do not make me regret the day." He held my gaze in that unnerving, level way of his. He said, "I expect you already do." I left him there with the lamp, the papers, and my father's evasions open before him. In the corridor outside, the house felt different. No safer, no poorer. Simply more committed to what came next. Tomorrow Hartwell House would remain itself for one day longer. And Mr. Mercer now knew exactly where to place the knife when that day was over. Chapter 3: The Ledger in Rain. The next morning smelled of damp ash, sealing sand, and paper that had been handled too long by worried hands. Rain had not quite ceased in the night. It had only drawn back from violence into persistence. The gutters still ran. The gravel in the forecourt had gone dark and close-packed. Inside Hartwell House, the weather had worked itself into the walls and passages so that every door seemed to breathe cold when opened. The house was quieter than on the day before, but not calmer. Quiet after notice has its own strain. I went first not to breakfast, not to Beatrice, and not to the front of the house, where fresh disgrace always preferred to arrive, but to the steward's room. That choice alone should have told me too much. The lamp I had left Mr. Mercer burned no longer, though a pale residue of morning had made its way through the small window. He was already there. Of course he was. His coat hung across the back of the cracked chair, his gloves beside the inkstand, and 3 ordered piles of paper lay on the desk, where last night there had only been my father's disorder. Rent acknowledgments to one side, private memoranda to another, a third stack, thinner and more dangerous by appearance alone, sat nearest his hand. He looked up as I entered. "Miss Vale, you begin indecently early." "I begin at the hour available to me." That answer was so perfectly himself that it spared me the trouble of disliking him afresh. I shut the door behind me and took in the desk before I looked at his face again. There was a narrow dish of drying sand beside the blotter, the memorandum book open, not flat, but held by a paper knife to protect the spine, and one of my father's notes weighted under a brass ruler. I hated that ruler. My father used to tap it against the desk when a tenant displeased him, as though authority required percussion to make itself known. Mr. Mercer had laid it down without the least drama, but still I wished it gone. "You have moved things," I said. "I have sorted things. They are not the same." He said, "No. Sorting has purpose." I should have answered with more dignity. Instead I crossed to the desk at once and reached for the nearest memorandum, as if catching him in the act might reduce his advantage. It was one of my father's shorter notes, a half-page only. No direction at the head, no name at the foot, and handwriting as confident as if debt were a kind of wit. "Hold will it another fortnight. He shouts but does not act. The small silver set will quiet how if Bell delays his paper. Do not let E. see the full tally until the Bedford matter settles." My fingers tightened on the page. Do not let E. see. The humiliating thing was not that I had once known my father capable of concealment. The humiliating thing was seeing how often he had found it useful to conceal specifically from me. Mr. Mercer said, "That one belongs in the 3rd pile." I looked up. "The dangerous one, I assume, the clarifying one." "Bah, there is very little clarity in a note written like a dare," he said. "No, but there is method." He pushed the thin pile slightly toward me. More notes in the same careless hand. Short promises, delays, names without titles, references to parcels, plate, a jeweler. 2 creditors, 1 tenant matter, and something called only the East account underlined once. I read that phrase twice. What is the East account? I was hoping you would tell me. I placed the page down with more care than it deserved. If I knew, I would not be reduced to hoping alongside you. He accepted that without visible disbelief, which was almost more insulting than if he had challenged me. On the left side of the desk lay the rent acknowledgments, tied by quarter, marked in my hand, neat, legible, and arranged not for truth but for survivability. He touched the top one. These are from your tenants by parish, as you said. But 2 sets are incomplete. That proves only that tenants are stubborn. It proves these 2 are not in the tied packets where they should be. I came around the desk to look. He had set apart the acknowledgments for Lower Hart, Mill Cross, and Dunwell Row. Lower Hart was complete. Mill Cross missed 1 quarter. Dunwell Row missed 2. Mill Cross was laid after the lane washed out. I said, the collection came in pieces. And Dunwell Row, I hated that he asked questions with so little wasted force. Dunwell Row required repairs. What sort? Window frames. 1 chimney. A stable roof. He turned a page in the memorandum book. Paid from the estate. 1 possible. That is not what I asked. No, I said. It is only the answer I have. His gaze moved from the book to my face and stayed there long enough for annoyance to turn foolishly into heat. He said, Miss Val, where the repairs entered against rents or absorbed elsewhere. There it was again. Count, placement, consequence. He did not merely wish to know whether money had gone. He wished to know which lie had covered its absence. I looked back at the desk because looking at his face while admitting weakness had already become too costly. Some were entered against rents, I said. Some were moved until there was somewhere less visible to put them. He gave one brief nod, as if that answer fitted a shape he had already built. And the somewhere less visible. I should have told him nothing. I knew that. Instead, I made the mistake of noticing the wrong thing first. Not the question. Not the danger in it. The fact that one of the tied packets had been retied with plain household string instead of the black ribbon from Bell and Ainsworth. I had done that myself months ago in a moment of haste. And seeing the rough string there, among his ordered papers, felt indecently like seeing my petticoat hem beneath morning silk. That ribbon is mine, I said. He actually looked at it. Wes, you need not have touched those packets. I needed to know whether the missing quarters were missing by accident or by design. You assume design very readily. He said, No, I assume pressure. Design comes after. That answer disarmed me so completely that for a second I said nothing at all. Pressure. Not vice. Not feminine incompetence. Not fashionable helplessness. Pressure. I despised him for being the first man in months to name the thing correctly. He lifted 1 page from the 3rd pile. This note mentions how Bell, Willett, and the small silver set. This one mentions Bedford, a delay, and the East account. This one. He tapped another. References moving papers before inspection of the East room. Every muscle in my body seemed to stop where it was. The East room. Yes. I heard my own voice answer too late. Let me see. He handed over the page at once. Again that infuriating absence of theatrical control. Again the sense that he could afford not to snatch, because the paper had already done its work. The note was shorter than I expected. If Mercer comes before Bedford settles, move the East room papers out of sight. No need to feed the man more than rent and silver. E will make noise if she sees the old file. There was no date, no address, no signature, no proof in any formal sense that my father referred to me and not some other E. Yet there is a point at which a daughter ceases requiring legal standards to identify her own exclusion. Mr. Mercer watched me read. Not closely enough to be indecent. Closely enough to be impossible, he said. The old file. Does that phrase mean anything to you? Wes, I said it did not. Or rather, it meant too many things. It could have referred to tenant disputes from the east boundary. Or to the old schoolroom shelves. Or to the packet my father once snatched from my hand when I was 23, and too tired to remember whether defiance or prudence had been the wiser course. Or to the morning room. The East room. My eyes lifted from the paper to his before I could stop them. He saw it. Of course he saw it, he said. That room, very quietly, faces east. I hated the stillness in myself then. Hated more that stillness told him more than denial would have done. The house has more than one room facing east. Wes. There was no triumph in it. No cruel satisfaction. Only the dreadful steadiness of a man fitting one fact to another. I set the note down. You may say what you like, I said, but you will not go to that door on the strength of 3 scraps and my father's habits. I had no intention of going without stronger ground. Good. Good. But I believe the ground is moving. The answer was so exact that I nearly struck the ruler from the desk, simply to break the measured surface of him. Instead I said, you enjoy this. No. You must. No one can be so calm in another family's wreckage without pleasure in it, but that landed. Not because he flinched. Because he became still in a different way. Less like a man sorting paper. More like a man deciding whether a reply is worth the cost. When he did speak, his voice was flat enough to shame me. My family did not experience calm in your father's wreckage either. There are sentences that improve no room they enter. This was one. He had no answer at first. Only the hot instant of having struck too near an exposed thing. He looked down again at the memorandum book and turned one page as if the movement itself were a form of discipline. He said, the references to Mill Cross and Dunwell Row are not merely late rents. These sums altered between acknowledgement and running account. Someone was moving money through repair justifications and delayed intrigue. You say that as if it were a crime. I say it as if it were a pattern. The shame of being understood by a hostile intelligence is a particular misery. I went to the small window, because distance was preferable to apology, and because apology, in any case, would have altered nothing that mattered. Outside the service yard shone with wet. A stable boy crossed with a sack over one shoulder, boots black to the ankle. Beyond him, over the yard wall, the lower roofs of the east wing ran in a line of weather, dark slate. East room. Old file. Move the papers out of sight. Miss Vale. I did not turn. What? What? The packet you withheld last night, was that everything? That question I answered too quickly. Wes. He let the silence after it lengthen just enough that I felt the lie settle between us in its full stupidity. Not a whole lie. Worse. A partial one. The most dangerous kind. There had been no packet. No bundle, no neat withheld object beyond what he had forced into the light. But there had been one thing I had not spoken of, because speaking of it would give shape to a memory I preferred formless. A locked japanned box once kept in the morning room writing cabinet, later removed, then seen again by me only once in my father's hand the winter after my mother died. I had not thought of it in years. That was not true either. I had thought of it and declined to follow the thought. When I turned back to him, he was watching my face with that terrible accuracy again. He said, there is something else. New denial came too bare, too fast. His eyes dropped to the page with the East Room reference, then to the east, facing window, then back to me. It was hardly a movement at all. Yet it made the room feel narrower. He said, I am not asking for confession. That is generous of you. I am asking for sequence. If there is another object, file or room tied to these notes, tell me now so I do not waste the day where the truth is not. There it was. Not sentiment. Not pressure through softness. Pressure through labor time, and his refusal to spend either badly. I could not tell him about the box. Not yet. Not because I wished to preserve mystery. Because I did not know enough to endure being wrong in front of him. There is no object, I said. Only my father's habit of making every practical difficulty sound theatrical on paper. He held my gaze for one long beat. Then, mercifully or ominously, he let it go. Very well. I should have been relieved. Instead, the words felt like a door closed for later opening. He gathered the thin, dangerous pile, squared it with the edge of the desk, and placed the note about the East Room on top. He said, this changes the order. How? I was prepared to begin today with room condition and visible routine. He touched the top page once. Now I require the East Wing records first. Any old parish bundles, repair files, tenant maps, and room inventories that may connect to Mill Cross, Dunwell Row, or the morning room. The morning room is not an estate office. He said, No. But your father appears to have used it as if it were convenient to one. The insult to my father was deserved. That made it no easier to hear. I looked at the desk, the sorted papers, the ruler, the rough string, the memorandum book, and beyond all of it at the man standing calm amid the ruin as if calm were something he had paid dearly enough to own. If I help you search the East Wing files, I said, you keep to papers today. No room openings. No cupboard keys. No visits to the morning room door. His expression changed by degree. We had an agreement already. We have a revision now. He considered me. Then the rain beyond the small window thickened again, pattering harder against the glass as if the house itself had decided there would be no easy movement outdoors for anyone this morning. He asked, "At what cost?" The question was not cynical. It was merely his. I looked toward the east roofs. At the cost, I said, "Coof, letting you see what my father thought I ought not." Mr. Mercer did not answer at once. The pause was brief, but not empty. It held the exact measure of his understanding, not triumph, and not gratitude. Something harder to bear than either acceptance. He said, "Very well." I took up the key ring from the steward's desk and led him out. The east wing always seemed colder than the rest of Hartwell House, even in fair weather. In rain it acquired the particular desolation of a place half removed from regular life, yet not far enough gone to be called abandoned. The carpet runner had been taken up along one stretch the previous winter when damp came through the plaster and never properly relaid. 2 family portraits had been removed years ago and not replaced, leaving pale rectangular ghosts on the papered wall. At the far end, where the corridor narrowed near the old schoolroom, one could smell wet stone whenever the weather turned. We passed the morning room door. I did not look at it. He did only once. That was enough to make my hand tighten on the keys until they pressed coldly into my palm. "The schoolroom first," I said. "I follow your order." "That is fortunate. There is so little of it left elsewhere." The old schoolroom had not been used for its original purpose since Beatrice was 12 and declared with tears and absolute justice that no Christian child ought to parse Latin in a room that smelled of mildew. It had since become the sort of chamber into which a house pushes all the things it cannot yet throw away and cannot afford properly to keep. Estate maps stood rolled in a blue willow stand by the window. Shelves along the wall held tied tenant packets, old room inventories, household lists, cracked slates, a broken globe, and 3 boxes of nursery books no one had yet had the heart to send to the village. Beneath the blackboard sat a long chest containing curtain rings, spare locks, and the leavings of 10 years' postponed decisions. The room was dim despite the hour. Rain filmed the windows and blurred the lower lawn into a gray wash. Mr. Mercer stopped just inside the threshold and took it in. He asked, "You call this an archive?" "I call it honesty," I said. "You may take which term suits your profession." He went straight to the map stand. No hesitation. No theatrical inspection of cobwebs. No gentleman's distaste before touching dust. He unrolled the first county sheet with a quickness that made plain he had long practice in rescuing order from rooms less disciplined than they deserved to be. I went to the shelves. "The East Boundary papers are here," I said. "Or should be." "Mill Cross with them." "Yes." "Dunwell Row lower down. The room inventories, if such things still exist, are probably in the chest, unless my father or one of his men saw fit to remove them in search of some paper more urgent at the time. Deed, they often do that. Only whenever it was least convenient." He gave no reply. But I knew by then the sort of silence that meant he had added the fact to his internal account. I drew out the first tied packet and laid it on the long school table, where generations of impatient children had carved their initials, and one particularly ambitious governess had once etched a date into the wood with a pin. Mr. Mercer came to join me. The rain tapped steadily on the windows while we worked. He opened maps flat with the edge of his hand and weighted the corners with old grammar books. I untied bundles and read parish names aloud. The schoolroom, which had been stale with disuse a quarter of an hour earlier, became almost purposeful by the sheer pressure of our search. "Dunwell Row," I said, finding the packet at last, though God knows what order it is in. He took the tied papers from me. Our fingers did not touch. They came near enough that I noticed the faint ink stain at the side of his thumb again, and the shape of the knuckle scar beneath it. He said, "These have been opened before. Everything in Hartwell has been opened before. That is half the trouble. The string is newer than the paper." I gave him a look. "You notice too much," he said. "No." Testing the knot with one thumb. "Only what is in front of me. That is already too much." He untied the bundle. Receipts, rent acknowledgments, one folded complaint about a boundary hedge, 2 blacksmith accounts, and a single room list in a different hand from the rest, cramped and thin, likely some former steward's. He laid the sheets in order as I searched the next shelf for Mill Cross. For several minutes the room held only the dry sounds of paper, the hiss of rain, and once the creak of the old school table as I leaned on it farther than was wise. He said, "Here," at length. I came around to his side of the table. Not because I wished to. Because he had that tone which suggested a point, not a question. He showed me the room list. Not of the house entire. Of east wing rooms only, morning room included. My stomach tightened. The list was old, at least 15 years, perhaps more. Yet the hand had marked certain items in the margin with later additions: escritoire, japanned box, 2 map tubes, old file, tenant abstracts. There it was again. Old file. My father's phrase, or someone's before him. Either way, no longer accidental. "Did you know of this?" Mr. Mercer asked. "No, bah." That answer at least was true. His gaze moved to the line below. Morning room, writing cabinet, japanned box, tenant abstracts. The breath I took felt colder than the room. He did not say, "It was there all along." He did not say, "You were wrong to keep me from the door." Perhaps he was wise enough to know that either would have ended the usefulness of the moment. Instead he asked, "Here is the writing cabinet now." "In the morning room." "And the japanned box?" "I do not know." He looked at me then in that dreadful steady way of his. "You spoke yesterday, as a woman certain the room held nothing to my purpose." "I spoke yesterday," I said, "as a woman with no interest in giving a stranger access to a family room under my father's shadow." That was too sharp. Perhaps too true. He accepted it with the same intolerable composure and returned to the paper. He said, "Tenant abstracts. Not household accounts. Not social correspondence, estate material." I could hear the conclusion he declined to speak. The room gave a soft ticking sound overhead. At first I took it for the window frame. Then came another. And another. Mr. Mercer looked up. He said, "So, what in Hartwell now leaks?" I turned toward the far corner by instinct, toward the section of ceiling above the east window where the plaster had stained the previous year and never entirely dried. Even as I looked, one drop fell cleanly from the decorative molding onto the school table. Then another. My heart dropped faster than the water. No bow. A third drop struck the room list and spread a dark round bruise through the word abstracts. Mr. Mercer reached for the paper at once, but I was nearer and snatched it away before the next drop could land. "The basin," I said. "There should be a basin. There is no time." He was already moving. He seized the 2 nearest bundles and shifted them down the table out of range. I caught up the room list and the Dunwell papers. Another drip struck where they had lain. Then the ticking overhead changed all at once into a quick, miserable patter. The leak had found its courage. "Damn it," I said, with complete disregard for the old schoolroom and the grammar once inflicted there. "Damn him." Mr. Mercer did not ask whom I meant. Which papers matter first? The question was so precise it saved us both. "The maps," I said. "The tenant packets. Anything marked East or Lower Lane. And the room lists." He took the far shelf without waiting for further instructions, pulling bundles free with rapid, exact movements, and laying them into my arms until the stack rose to my chin. I carried them to the door and set them down in the corridor on the runnerless boards, then came back for more. Water now dripped in 3 separate places, and was beginning to spread across the old school table, darkening the scratched wood by degrees. The grammar books grew damp at the edges. One map roll threatened collapse. "Take the map stand," I said. "It will not fit through the door." Then the rolls. He drew them out one by one while I opened the long chest and dragged out whatever might serve as temporary shelter: dust cloths, 2 moth-eaten wool blankets, a cracked leather portfolio. The Japan box was not there. Neither were the tenant abstracts, unless they had been removed years ago and left only in memory and lists to mock us. "Miss." Annie's voice came from the corridor, already breathless. "Mrs. Finch says the drip is running down into the east passage as well." Of course it was. "Bring cloths," I called back, "and send one of the grooms for buckets." Buckets. "Wes, Annie, unless you know another method by which water may be persuaded to behave." She vanished at once. Mr. Mercer had taken off his coat without my seeing him do it. Shirt sleeves turned back. He lifted the map stand clear of the worst wet after all, one side borne in both hands, the lower rim dragging just enough to make the old boards complain. He said, "The door." I set down the blankets and caught it open for him. He passed close enough this time that his damp sleeve brushed my wrist. Not an intimacy. Barely a contact. Yet my skin knew of it before my mind did, and I despised the fact. He set the stand in the corridor. "Again," I said. We went back in together. The room had become an enemy. Water tracked down the inner wall by the window and began to gather on the sill before dripping onto the nursery boxes below. I snatched up the books from the top one and thrust them at him. He took them. I seized the box itself, found it heavier than expected, and would have lurched under it disgracefully if he had not set the books down and taken the other side without a word. "I can manage it," he said. "Wes." "With me." That answer was so curt and so matter-of-fact that it left me no room to resent him properly. We carried the box out between us and set it down by the map stand. By the time we returned, Annie had arrived with armfuls of cloths and Mrs. Finch herself just behind her, apron forgotten in the urgency. She said, "Good Lord." Taking in the dripping ceiling.
"Wes," I answered. "You may say so." "Annie."
On the sill. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "I have the far shelf." Mrs. Finch did not blink. That was why I trusted her. "Very well. Miss, these papers cannot remain in the passage if the damp spreads." "The library." "No," I said at once. "Not the library. Too visible. Too central. Too near the front rooms where the entire house had already been made to witness enough. The old morning parlor beyond the nursery." Mrs. Finch nodded. "That room is dry." Mr. Mercer was already stacking bundles into the leather portfolio I had found. "Then we move them there." We did. The next 10 minutes belonged not to rank, nor grief nor law, but to labor. Pure labor. Annie blotting window ledges on her knees. Mrs. Finch taking packets from my arms and ordering them by dry corner and doubtful corner. Mr. Mercer carrying the heavier boxes as if he had never done anything else, and would not remark on the fact, even if he had. I climbed onto the old school chair to reach a packet, shoved atop the highest shelf. He put one hand on the chair back without asking, steadying it before the wobble became a fall. When my sleeve caught on a splinter and tore half an inch at the cuff, I cursed softly under my breath, and he said, "Leave it." In the same tone he might have used for a burning curtain. There was no space left in the room for vanity. A groom arrived with 2 buckets and no expression fit for the front of the house. Good. Let him see. Better a man carrying pails than another neighbor carrying assumptions. "Set them there," I said, pointing under the worst drip. He obeyed. Mr. Mercer came down from the sill, where he had been trying to push the books farther from the wet. A dark strand of hair had fallen across his forehead. There was dust on one sleeve and rain on the shoulder of his shirt, where the ceiling had splashed. No gentleman caller had ever looked less decorative in Hartwell House. No man of business had ever looked more exactly in place. He said, "Last shelf." I followed his glance. At the very top, behind a row of old copybooks and a cracked slate frame, something narrow and dark had warped sideways against the wall. Not a packet. Not a book. A thin japanned case no longer larger than a gentleman's ledger. My pulse went hard once in my throat. Not because I knew it, because I did not. Water struck the shelf below it. "Miss Vale," Mr. Mercer said. "I see it." The chair stood too far. The floor near the wall was already slick. He moved it into place before I could speak, then caught the back with one hand in silent repetition of the earlier steadiness. He said, quickly, "Before the shelf goes." I climbed. Not gracefully. Not with any thought beyond the black narrow case wedged at the rear. Dust came away on my fingers. The japanned surface was cold and sticky from damp, one hinge flecked with rust. I dragged it forward inch by stubborn inch while water tapped nearer and nearer to the ledge. "Have you got it?" "Yes." As I pulled it free, something thin slipped from beneath it and fluttered down through the damp air to the desk below. Mr. Mercer caught the falling paper before it could land in water. He looked at it once. Then he looked up at me. I saw, in that single instant before he spoke, that whatever he held had changed the room. "What is it?" I asked. His voice, when it came, was quieter than the rain. He said, "It is an account. Made out to Mercer and Son." For one foolish second I thought I had misheard him. Not the name. My own ears had not betrayed me. The paper in his hand truly bore Mercer and Son. What failed, briefly and disgracefully, was the part of my mind that still believed Hartwell's injuries could be sorted into tidy piles. Those done to us, those done by my father. Those done long ago, and therefore not presently alive. I climbed down from the chair too fast. The hem of my dress caught one rung, and I half stumbled at the last step. Mr. Mercer's free hand came out by instinct, not to seize me, only to stop the fall before it made a spectacle of itself. His fingers closed around my forearm once. Firm, warm. Gone again at once. "I am perfectly well. You nearly were not." "That is not the same thing," he said. "No," still holding the paper. "It rarely is." The schoolroom behind us had become a ruin of rescued order. Buckets under the leaks. Damp cloths spread over the table edge. Half the papers now stood in the corridor or farther along in the old morning parlor, where Mrs. Finch and Annie had carried the dry bundles. A groom crossed past the doorway with another pail and looked determinedly at the boards instead of at either of us. Good. Let the house practice useful blindness where it could. I held out my hand. He gave me the paper at once. Not folded, not guarded. One more infuriating courtesy that made resistance look theatrical. The account was older than I expected. 7 years, if the date in the corner had not blurred in the damp. Mercer and Son, cabinet makers and interior finishers. Alton. Materials supplied and work completed at Hartwell House, East Wing. Payment due on settlement. 30 days. Below that, in a different hand, later and darker, hold pending Bedford arrangement. My father's world again. Always another arrangement. There was work done in the East Wing? I asked. Mr. Mercer said, apparently. The restraint in that one word made me look up. His face had changed. Not greatly. Anyone who did not know him even a little by now might have called it no change at all. But the line at his mouth had set harder, and something in his eyes had gone very still indeed. Not the stillness of method. The stillness of a man trying not to let old damage pick its own route through him. You knew of this firm? I said, far more quietly. Yes, because it was your father's. Dal. Yes. The second answer cost him more than the first. I heard it. There was no self-pity in it. That would almost have been easier to answer. Only flat acknowledgement, which left me nothing kind to oppose. Below us, water dropped into a bucket with a hollow, regular tap. Somewhere in the passage Annie wrung out a cloth. The house, indecently, went on. Did my father never pay? I asked. Mr. Mercer took the account back and looked at the lower notation. He said, he paid some. Not all. You know that. I know this hand. One finger touched the final line without quite resting on it. And I know the sort of arrangement men like your father preferred when they wanted more time and less shame. Men like your father, not gentlemen. Not debtors. Not fathers. Men like your father. I ought to have defended him. One is trained to it. After all, daughters of houses like this spend years turning paternal failure into weather, inconvenience, temperament, anything but fault. Yet I could not do it. Not with that account between us. Not with the leak still running. Not with the word pending written above a debt that had plainly never ceased to matter to the man before me. What happened? I asked. He gave me a look I could not at once rid. Not because the question offended him. Because it surprised him. You ask that now. Wes. He looked toward the window where the rain had thinned again to a dull run over the glass. When he spoke, his voice had gone quieter still. My father took the Hartwell work because it was large enough to keep 3 men employed through winter. The first invoices were delayed. Then part paid. Then delayed again. There was always another promise. Another note. Another man in a better coat saying settlement was near. He folded the account with exactness I disliked for being so controlled. By the time he understood there would be no full settlement, he had already borrowed against the work to cover wages and materials. He kept waiting, because he had reputation enough to lose, and not enough money to survive a public quarrel with a viscount. There was no rhetoric in it. No embellishment. That made every word land more brutally. What became of the firm? He looked at me then. It ceased. The schoolroom seemed colder. I heard myself say, I did not know. He answered too quickly. No. That should have absolved me. Instead it stung. You do not believe me, he said. I believe that houses arrange themselves to know some things and not others. There are moments when a person may choose honesty and still dislike the shape in which it comes. I did then. You think I looked away. I think you survived where you were. The answer stopped me. It was not gentle, not pardon, but it was not accusation either. Worse, it gave me no villainy in him to resist. I looked down at the damp, spotted floorboards, because there was suddenly too much of him in the room. Too much of my father. Too much of the account. My father liked new paneling, I said, and hated my own voice for its steadiness. He liked repaired cornices when callers could admire them, and improved rooms when they gave him something to display. He liked debt best, when it sat outside the front door and waited to be announced. I folded my hands hard enough to stop them from doing anything else. He ruined your father over East Wing refinements while Mrs. Finch was counting candles and Cook was waiting on wages. I can only say it sounds entirely like him. Something altered in his face then, not softened. Never that. But the line of injury in it ceased to be turned wholly inward. He said, Miss Vale. That is not an answer owed to me. No, I said. It is merely the true one. The bucket filled another inch in the corner. I should have left it there. I know that. It would have been the prudent thing. We had enough already, the account, the old file, the morning room, his father, my father, the rain. But prudence is often only fear wearing better shoes, and I had been walking in it too long. There is something else, I said. His eyes came back to mine at once. You said that before. Wes. This time I mean it. I moved to the school table, pushed aside the damp cloth nearest the edge, and set down the papers I had been carrying since the steward's room, but had not shown him because showing them would have made my own compromises look ugly in daylight. A small household ledger. Not formal estate accounts. Mine, thin, worn at the spine, written in a hand more hurried than I prefer to own. He looked at it and then at me. What is this? The part of Hartwell that does not wear boots, sit in the front hall, or write notes about arrangements. He did not touch it. You kept a second account. I kept a survivable one. For what? For wages moved and moved again. For repairs entered late. For coal bought from money meant for table linen. For roof slate paid from sums that ought to have gone elsewhere. For every stupid little deception by which a house avoids public collapse for one more week. I had not meant to sound angry. Yet anger arrived because shame was nearer than I liked. His gaze dropped to the book. You altered household timing. Wes. You said so before. I am saying more now. I forced myself not to look away. Wren Cook needed paying. I delayed recording 2 quarters of repairs. When Annie's mother fell ill and she had to send money home, I marked 1 tenant payment against the stable account until the next rent day. When the north passage roof gave way, I used what should have gone toward replacing the drawing room sconces and then I let everyone think I preferred the room simpler. At that, despite himself, one corner of his mouth moved. That was not your preference. No. The almost smile vanished as quickly as it had come. He opened the small ledger at last. The pages inside were cramped, orderly, and humiliating. My hand, my sums, my desperate little arrows and cross-references and delayed entries. Not criminal, not heroic, only the daily arithmetic by which dignity is kept standing while better things fail it. He turned 3 pages. 4. His silence during that reading was different from his usual silence. Less like pressure. More like labor, he said. You were covering wages out of repair delays. And repairs out of service reductions. Yes. And service reductions out of what remained from plate conversions. My throat tightened. He looked up. That is not survivable. No, I said. It is merely what came before not surviving. The words fell between us with a finality I had not planned. There it was. Not the Polish daughter. Not the capable household manager. Only the woman who had been shuffling one form of disgrace against another and calling it order, because no one else would. I wished for one hot second that I had not shown him. Then I saw his hand on the ledger. Not possessive, not pitying. Flat on the page as if the figures there had weight. Yeah. What did you not tell Bell and Ainsworth? I laughed once, short and bitter. So they might send a kinderman. That was not what I asked. No, I said, you never do. Because Bell and Ainsworth would have called it mismanagement. And perhaps they would not have been wrong. Because if I had told them the full shape of it, they would have taken the house out of our hands sooner. Because my sister still had a season left in her. Because servants who think a house is finished begin to save themselves, and I could not blame them for it. Because once things are settled out in the right office, they become true in a more permanent way. He was quiet a moment. Then he said, and because you thought you could still hold it. I answered too late. Yes. There was the imperfection of it. Too late, too honest, too impossible to call back. The rain had almost stopped. In the pause after it, the house sounded strangely exposed. One could hear boards settle, far footsteps, the soft scrape of a bucket being moved in the corridor. Mr. Mercer closed the ledger. He said, I can work with this. I stared at him. That, I said, is a monstrous response. It is a practical one. Your father's firm was ruined by mine. Wes. My father did not pay yours. Wes. I have just shown you a second set of household books that would make any sensible lawyer sit up straighter, and your answer is that you can work with it. Yes. The third yes almost undid me. Why? I asked. At that, he finally looked angry, not with heat, with effort. Because if I spend the rest of the day being my father's son, and your father's creditor in spirit, the roof will still leak, the files will still warp, and whatever was kept in the morning room will still be hidden where your father meant it to remain. Because my anger was earned years ago and does not improve this table. His hand touched the small ledger once. And because this matters more now. The room had narrowed to the space between us. I had wanted him cruel, or vengeful, or even merely cold. Those were manageable conditions. This was worse. This was a man choosing labor over inherited injury while standing in the wreckage my family had helped make. I did the one thing I ought not. I believed him by an inch. What do you propose? I asked. He opened the estate room list again and laid my small ledger beside it. We stopped searching as if the house were one problem. It is 3. He pointed, not theatrically, only clearly. Document risk, house condition, social visibility. If we treat them together, we lose all 3. I looked at the pages. He went on. The East Wing papers move first to the dry room. Your separate ledger stays with me today and no farther. I compare tenant abstracts, if they exist, against the delayed repair entries and the Mercer account. You and Mrs. Finch identify which rooms can bear formal attention without causing servant panic or caller talk. The morning room remains shut until we know whether the old file belongs to estate exposure or household shame. Those are not separate things. He said. No. But they are different routes to disaster. I nearly said something sharp. nearly retreated into wit because wit was cheaper than trust. Instead, I asked the truer question. And the price? His eyes held mine. He said, "The price is that you stop protecting me from the house and stop protecting the house from me where papers are concerned." There it was. Approach with price. I looked at the small ledger under his hand, at the rain-darkened schoolroom, at the account to Mercer and Son folded beside the old room list, at the place where my father's debts and mine had at last ceased pretending to be strangers. Then I nodded. "Very well," I said. "But if you misuse one line of that book, I shall regret every honest impulse I have had since breakfast." His mouth altered by that fraction again. "I should be disappointed if you did not." And there, God help me, in a leaking schoolroom with a bucket under the drip, and my father's damage open on the table, we came nearer to alliance than either of us had any right to want. By the time the last bucket had been set, and the worst of the East Wing papers carried to the old morning parlor, my arms trembled when I held anything lighter than a ledger. The old morning parlor lay beyond the nursery, and had not been used regularly since my mother's last spring in the house. It was a smaller room than the library, papered in a faded green that had once been cheerful and was now merely patient. The grate drew well. The windows faced south enough to avoid the weather that troubled the schoolroom. Mrs. Finch had ordered a fire lit there years ago, during one hard winter when half the west rooms proved too costly to warm, and ever since I had privately thought it as a room that survived by not insisting on itself. Today that seemed recommendation enough. Bundles lay on chairs, on the sofa, on two small tables, and in ordered stacks upon the hearthrug. The map stand leaned by the wall. The rescued nursery books had been placed on the window seat under a folded shawl to protect them from any lingering damp. Annie and the groom had gone back for the buckets. Mrs. Finch remained only long enough to count the visible papers once, as if counting could itself be a form of blessing. She said, "We have lost nothing that matters yet." The word "yet" settled badly. "Send for me if the schoolroom worsens," I said. She replied, "It will worsen. The question is whether it does so before supper." That was Mrs. Finch entire. Never a dramatic syllable. Only the exact portion of truth required for management. When she had gone, the room grew quiet in a different way from the schoolroom. Not empty. Occupied by labor already done and labor waiting its turn. Mr. Mercer stood by the small escritoire under the window with the japanned case in his hands. He had put his coat back on, though one cuff still bore a dark mark from the leak. I had changed nothing. My sleeve remained torn at the edge, and one side of my skirt carried a faint dust mark from the chair rung. He looked up. "Can this be opened?" "Yes," I said. That answer was reflex, confidence before memory. When I crossed to him and took the case, I found at once that I did not know whether it would accept any key now on my ring. The case was narrower than I had first thought, and lighter too. Japanned black with a dull gilt border, nearly worn away at two corners. The little brass clasp had stiffened with age and damp. It looked like the sort of thing meant not for jewels or letters of sentiment, but for papers a man wished to carry privately, and set down publicly only, when they had become useful. Mr. Mercer said, "You are uncertain. I am trying not to be insulted by your accuracy. That usually fails." "Yes." I tested one key, wrong, another too broad. A third entered halfway and stopped. "This may have belonged to the old writing cabinet," I said, "or to one of my mother's dispatch cases before my father found a reason to repurpose it." His expression altered by a degree at that. Repurpose was perhaps too elegant a word for theft within a marriage, and we both knew it. The fourth key turned. The sound of the lock opening was very small, yet it made the room feel instantly closer. I lifted the lid. Not jewels, not money. Not the whole old file. Only what looked at first like disappointment tenant abstracts copied in a neat clerk's hand, 2 folded estimates for East Wing joinery, a partial list of furnishings removed from one room to another, and one sealed inner paper packet no larger than my hand, addressed only with a single word. Vale, not Miss Vale, not Eleanor, only Vale. My own name, yet not spoken as mine. Mr. Mercer saw it. You knew of that. No. I was tired enough by then that I did not bother to disguise the truth. I took up the small packet and turned it over. No wax now, only old gum dry at the seam, he said. It was meant for you. Or for a daughter convenient to instruct. That is not the same thing. No, I said. It is not. For a moment, I simply held it, not from reluctance alone, from the curious indecency of opening, in front of him, a thing my father had set aside under my family name, and never given into my hand while living. One grows accustomed to dead withholding from a distance. It is less tolerable when they continue the habit on paper. Mr. Mercer did not urge me. Again that restraint. Again the refusal to seize the moment simply because he could justify it. It was becoming increasingly inconvenient to my judgments. I broke the seam. Inside lay no letter. Only a single folded sheet in my father's hand. If the Bedford pressure returns before settlement, the old file must not remain in the morning room. Move it with the Mercer papers and abstracts to the East School shelf until the claim is quieted. E is not to see the full account. She confuses noise with management. The Hartwell silver note remains separate. No date, no signature, no shame. I read it twice, the second time more slowly, because rage had interfered with sense the first. She confuses noise with management, I said. My voice did not sound like mine. Mr. Mercer waited. I looked up. That was his judgment. Wes. I was keeping his servants, his sisterless house, his debts, and his blasted roof from sliding into the road, and I was noise. His face did not soften. Thank God for that. If he had looked sorry, I might have hated him past recovery. Instead he said, "It appears he found management most agreeable, when performed invisibly for him. There are sentences that do not heal, and yet still steady." I sat down because I had suddenly realized I was standing in a room full of rescued papers, with my knees half gone under me. The small sheet remained in my hand. On the table before me lay the tenant abstracts, the joinery estimates, and now this note, which had turned old insult into present structure. The old file must not remain in the morning room. Move it with the Mercer papers and abstracts to the East School shelf. I looked at the japanned case. So this was not the whole thing. No, bah. It held fragments, the moved pieces, not the account itself. Wes. Then the old file was either removed again, I said, thinking aloud now because thought had outstripped caution, course separated before this packet was written, or placed under another name, or, he said, were hidden where a search for estate papers would seem an intrusion into family privacy. I lifted my eyes to his. The morning room. Possibly. I hated that word. Not because it was weak, because it was stronger than certainty had any right to be. Certainty could still be resisted. Possibility required management. He took up the tenant abstracts and looked through the first pages. He said, "These match the missing quarters in your Tide Parish packets. Mill Cross and Dunwell Row both." He laid one abstract beside my small household ledger and the Mercer account. "And here." I came nearer, leaning over the table before I had decided to. The abstract line for Dunwell Row showed repair allowances shifted against timber and glazing. My little ledger, for the same quarter, showed wages preserved by delaying stable work and moving the roofing charge forward. The Mercer account covered east, wing finishings during almost the same season. 3 paper trails. One shape. My father was feeding one hole with another, I said. He was using opacity as credit. The phrase was ugly and exact. It belonged to him so perfectly that I did not attempt to improve it. For several minutes we worked without speaking much. Not searching wildly now. Sorting. Aligning. He placed the Mercer account beside the abstracts and marked a sequence on a loose sheet from his case. I matched dates from my smaller ledger against the delayed repair entries. Twice he asked a question. Twice I answered with no energy left for performance. Once I asked whether a figure in the joinery estimate referred to labor alone or materials with labor, and he told me at once. The way one professional answers another when the room has gone beyond vanity. That was the true shift of it. Not warmth. Not ease. Something more dangerous, use freely given and freely recognized. At length he said, "This changes tomorrow." I looked up from the ledger. "In what way?" I cannot continue as if the principal question were plate and visible room condition. The old file matters more. That is not what we agreed. No. He set down the loose sheet. We agreed before your father's note named a path through my father's papers, your tenant abstracts, and the morning room. My hand closed over the torn edge of my sleeve without my noticing it. You would open the room. I would identify the file first. That is merely better phrased. It is materially different. Only to the man with the key. He met my gaze. Wes. There it was again. Access. Ownership. Cost. The room seemed built around those three things now. He said, if the file exists and concerns the Mercer claim, the tenant abstracts, or concealed movement of estate value, then it is not only family privacy. It is active leverage. Perhaps against the principal claimant. Perhaps against the estate itself. Perhaps against both. You argue very neatly. I am trying not to argue at all. I stood then and went to the grate because movement felt preferable to sitting under the full force of him. The fire there was modest but sound. Someone, Annie, perhaps, had banked it with care when the first bundles were brought in. On the mantelshelf stood two small china spaniels from my mother's time. One chipped at the ear. I looked at them because they did not require response. Behind me, paper shifted once under his hand. When I spoke, I did not turn. He said, if that file exists, and if it bears on your father, you will find it. Nothing. That is not permission, I added at once. It is an observation. Of course. You are intolerable. Wes. I could hear without seeing him that fractional almost smile again in the one word. It annoyed me more because I was beginning to know exactly where it lived in his face. I turned back. Do not look pleased. I am not pleased. No, only certain. Less certain than you think. That answer altered the room again, because it was true. He was not advancing on triumph. He was advancing through pressure as I was. The old file, the packet, the Mercer account, the tenant abstracts, my second ledger, the rain in the schoolroom, the bargain already made yesterday. None of it had simplified him into victory, or me into surrender. It had only narrowed the choices. I came back to the table. What do you require? I asked. Tonite. Nothing more. That surprised me enough that he saw it. He said, the papers need drying and sequence. Mrs. Finch needs the East Wing room list for practical use, not argument. The schoolroom leak needs mending before it becomes structural damage. And if the morning room is opened on the wrong hour, after this, the whole house will know it before we have found anything worth the cost. The whole house will know it. There, at last. The true price named aloud. I thought of Annie of Hobbs, of Beatrice upstairs, of Mrs. Rivington's morning call, and tomorrow's certain weather of rumor. I thought of the key in my hand, and the room beyond the corridor door where my father had apparently stored both feeling and evidence in whichever order best suited him. What hour, then? I asked. His eyes went to the key ring. Not daylight. The answer came so quietly that it carried more force than command. No daylight. No servants moving through front passages. No chance caller. No house half listening while pretending otherwise. It was not a request, not quite. Nor was it a demand. It was the first shape of a dangerous plan. I should have refused at once. Instead, I asked the question that mattered more. And if we find nothing? He looked at the packet in my father's hand. At the Mercer account. At the abstracts. He said, then the price will still have been paid. Only without profit. That was such a mercilessly honest answer that, for a second, I could do nothing but look at him. Then, because the day had already given too much ground to revelation, because night would come whether invited or not, and because the file, if it existed, now seemed to sit not in paper alone, but in the space between us and the locked room down the corridor, I gathered up the packet and put it back in the japanned case. You shall have the East Wing room list, I said, and the Mercer account stays here tonight. My smaller ledger as well. Nothing leaves this room. Agreed. And the morning room? I stopped. The unfinished phrase hung there, heavier than any answer. He said, yes. I closed the lid of the japanned case. The morning room, I said, has just become more expensive. Chapter 4. Rumor walks the corridor. By the following afternoon, Hartwell House had ceased to be a bereaved house and become a discussed one. That is the true difference between private misfortune and social ruin. In grief, people lower their voices. In ruin, they improve them. I knew it before anyone said so outright. One does. The house itself told me. Annie began sentences and forgot to finish them. Hobbs, who never looked surprised by anything short of fire in the hall, twice answered a question I had not yet asked. Cook sent up the luncheon tray with 1 spoon too many, and then demanded it back in person as if silver had suddenly become migratory. None of these things mattered in themselves. Together, they formed that hateful domestic weather by which a woman knows she is no longer merely living under her roof, but being interpreted beneath it. I sat in the morning room with Mrs. Finch's household list open before me and did not look at the writing cabinet. The room was open now only because I had opened it that morning myself and under my own hand, which made all the difference and none at all. The shutters stood half back. Pale light lay on the carpet. Dust disturbed after years of being left in peace had settled again over the edges of everything with an insultingly prompt composure. The cabinet in question stood against the inner wall, its drawers emptied, its pigeonholes bare, its false dignity more offensive than ever now that I knew how useful my father had found it. Mr. Mercer was in the room. Not near me. That would have been easier. He stood at the small table by the window, comparing the tenant abstracts from the japanned case against the old room inventories and the loose notes we had brought from the schoolroom. We had spent the better part of the morning doing exactly that in brittle quiet, the sort of quiet that belongs not to peace, but to two people who have begun to find one another useful, and therefore dangerous. The trouble with usefulness is that it must usually be practiced at some distance if one wishes to keep one's head clear, he said. Mill cross again. I looked up. He held one abstract between finger and thumb. The repair allowances repeated under a different quarter da. That is not repetition. It is concealment with better handwriting. His gaze lifted to mine. You say that more readily now. Perhaps because I have grown sentimental. I had not noticed. No, I said. You notice only what is directly before you. That remains enough. It was an impossible answer. Not flirtation, not civility. Merely his way of turning my own complaints into tools. I had begun to understand that this was one of his more alarming talents. A man who argues directly may be prepared against. A man who takes your exact words, sharpens them and sets them back into your hand leaves more lasting marks. I returned to the household list, because it was safer to count servants than to study the expression of a cabinetmaker's son in my father's stolen room. The list itself was no comfort. Mrs. Finch had marked in her small, exact hand which might be moved from heavier passages if the east leak worsened, which fires could be allowed to die early if coal must be saved, and what linen remained decent enough for front rooms should callers continue their new devotion to our health. Beside one line she had written only, "No more losses visible." That, too, was household management in a dying house, not grand principle, merely war by napery. A knock sounded at the door frame. Annie stood there with a tray and a face trying hard to be blank. "Tea, miss." "Set it down." She did so, not on the central table where a servant long accustomed to the room might once have placed it, but on the smaller one nearest me, as if she had already drawn a line through the chamber and knew which half belonged to papers and which to gentility. Her hand trembled only once when she set down the sugar basin. Not from clumsiness, from listening. I hated that more than the trimmer itself. "Was there a call?" I asked. "No, miss." She hesitated then. "Only a note. For me?" "Yes, miss." "From whom?" "Rivington House." There it was. She drew the folded note from her apron pocket and offered it with too much care, as if the paper itself might bruise. I took it. Mr. Mercer did not move. That restraint, by now, felt less like courtesy than a form of intelligence. "You may go," I said. Annie curtsied and left. Only when the door had shut did I break the seal. The note was not from Mrs. Rivington. That in some ways made it worse. It was from Mrs. Vane, a cousin of hers on the Rivington side. and written in the warm, poisonous style of women who pass along concern, as if they invented the emotion. My dear Miss Vale, Mrs. Rivington mentioned yesterday how bravely you bear your present burdens. We are all thinking most tenderly of dear Miss Beatrice, and trust that the practical disturbances now surrounding Hartwell will not overtire her delicate spirits. Practical disturbances. Not debts. Not probate. Not inventory. Practical disturbances. Already rounded, polished, and made portable. The rest was worse, because it tried to be kind. If Miss Beatrice should ever wish for a quieter few days in company less exposed to household upheaval, our doors remain open, and Oliver's mother would be delighted to receive her. Less exposed. I read that phrase twice. Mr. Mercer said, "It has begun." I folded the note with a precision it did not deserve. No. It began yesterday. This is only the written version. He held out his hand. I ought not to have given him the paper. Yet I did. Some new and degrading habit had already formed between us in these last days, whereby the most offensive objects in my life seemed compelled to pass through his fingers as well as mine. He read it once and returned it at once. He said, as I said, "It has begun." I stood up so quickly the teaspoon in my saucer struck china. "You may stop taking satisfaction in your own correctness at any moment. I am taking none." "Ah. You are impossible." "Ah. Yes." I crossed to the window because movement was preferable to remaining under the full force of my own anger. Outside, the lower lawn shone in a brief pale interval after rain. A groom led one of the carriage horses toward the stable yard. Beyond the trees, the road curved out of sight toward the village where, no doubt, Hartwell's practical disturbances were already traveling faster than any proper carriage had a right to do. Behind me, Mr. Mercer said, "Will she go?" I turned. "Beatrice." "No." The answer came too sharply, too quickly. It was true, but the speed of it exposed more than I liked. He said, "Because you will forbid it. Because if she leaves now, the house will look emptier than it is." "That is not the same reason." "No," I said. "It is merely the one I am willing to say first." His face altered by a degree, not softened, more attentive. He set down the abstracts and came no nearer, which made his question more dangerous rather than less. "What is the other?" That precisely was the sort of thing I could not allow him to ask in that tone. "Do not speak to me," I said, over-correcting at once into frost because the room had grown too thin around us, as though we had reached the stage of private interrogation. At that, to my intense annoyance, he bowed slightly. My mistake. The apology was correct enough to be maddening. It gave me no opening to sharpen against. I went back to the tea tray and poured, though I did not want tea. He did not ask for any. I did not offer it. This, too, was now a form of understanding. "She will not go," I said at last, because the alternative was to leave the room to my own temper. If Beatrice quits Hartwell for some cousin's parlor under the excuse of delicate spirits, the story writes itself. She becomes a girl removed from a house in trouble. A girl kindly sheltered elsewhere. A girl best not attached to uncertainty. I will not have it. He was quiet a moment. "And if she wishes to go for reasons not social?" That question struck nearer than the first. Beatrice had not said any such thing. She had only moved through the last day with bright composure and that dangerous gentleness which, in her, often signaled a deeper distress than tears would have done. At breakfast she had spoken of weather. At noon she had asked whether the old nursery books had survived the leak. She had not once mentioned Oliver Rivington, which was perhaps the most alarming detail of all. "She will not wish it," I said. Mr. Mercer looked at me in that level, infuriating way of his. "That is not certainty. That is preference. I was not aware you had become an authority on sisters." He said, "No. Only on the cost of being spoken for." The words landed cleanly enough that I forgot, for one disgraceful instant, to be angry. He took up one of the old room inventories again, but I knew by then that the gesture meant little. His attention had not left me. The silence between us lengthened. Then Hobbs appeared in the doorway. He did not cross the threshold. That alone told me the news of the sort one does not carry bodily into a room unless invited. "Miss Vale." "Yes." Miss Beatrice asks whether she may speak with you. Alone. The last word was not stressed. It did not need to be. Something cold and certain moved under my ribs. I shall come at once. Ah, Hobbs inclined his head and withdrew. I did not look at Mr. Mercer while I set down the cup in my hand. If I had, I might have seen too much of my own alarm reflected in a face better governed than mine. At the door, however, I stopped. Not because I wished to. Because propriety, strategy, fear, and the very worst sort of emerging trust all laid hands on me at once. If anyone calls, I said without turning fully back. You are not to remain in this room under your own name. There was a brief pause behind me. Under what name would you prefer? It was so exactly the wrong answer that I nearly laughed, which would have ruined everything. Do not be clever. No, I was not. No, I said. That is the troubling part. At that I did turn, and he was watching me with that unbearable steadiness again, one hand resting on the tenant abstracts. My father's room inventory spread beside them like evidence for a trial neither of us had chosen, and both of us now understood too well. If anyone calls, I said more quietly, the room is being aired. The papers are household old things. You are not here on anything formal. He held my gaze. That is not the truth. No, I said, it is the house. For the first time since Hobbs's knock, something shifted visibly in his face. Not agreement. Something harder. I understand. I believed that he did. That was the worst of it. I left him there among the papers and went to my sister, carrying in my sleeve pocket the note from Rivington House, and all the practical disturbances it had come to name. Beatrice was not in her bedchamber. For one absurd second I thought she had already gone. That is what scandal does first. It takes the ordinary movements of those you love, and makes each one look like flight. I found her at last in the little withdrawing room, next to our mother's old apartments, seated upright on the chaise as if posture alone might keep her from dissolving into whatever had been waiting behind her bright breakfast conversation. She had not changed her gown since morning. A shawl lay loose about her shoulders, though the room was warm enough. In her hand she held a folded note, so tightly the paper had bent under her fingers. She looked up when I entered. Eleanor. There are tones in which one sibling speaks to another, and no one else in the world at all. That was one of them. It had nothing to do with ceremony, and everything to do with years, shared under the same roof while pretending, for the comfort of other people. That comfort required less honesty than it truly does. I shut the door behind me. Hobbs said you wished to speak with me alone. Yes. Her eyes dropped to the note in her hand, and did not at once return to my face. That is seldom a good sign, I said. She said, no. It is not. I crossed to her and held out my hand. She gave me the note without argument, which frightened me more than tears would have done. The seal bore no crest. Oliver Rivington, then, not his mother. I ought perhaps to have been grateful for that. I was not. Men can wound with kindness far more efficiently than their mothers ever manage with strategy. I unfolded the page. Miss Vale. I fear my mother's visit yesterday may have placed you and Miss Beatrice in discomfort, which was never my intention. I write only to say that I remain, as ever, most sincerely concerned for her peace. Yet in the present unsettled state of Hartwell, and with so many practical matters requiring your family's attention, I believe it best that I do not call again for a little while unless invited by you or by Miss Beatrice herself. I hope you will not think me ungenerous in this caution. My mother believes, and I fear rightly, that any appearance of particularity at present would expose your sister to observation she does not deserve. I remained looking at the page a second longer than was needed because the alternative was looking at Beatrice. It was a weak letter. Not cruel. Worse. Weak. Full of concern, caution, delicacy, and retreat. A man who wished to think well of himself without paying much for the privilege. I folded it. He writes like a person apologizing to his conscience, I said. Beatrice gave the smallest, saddest laugh. I am sorry. She shrugged, and because she was my sister I knew at once the gesture cost her more than if she had wept. She said, I am not surprised. Only tired. I sat opposite her. For what it is worth, If his mother is riding half of Hampshire into a fever over practical disturbances, he may simply be too weak to withstand her. I know. Her fingers twisted once in the fringe of the shawl. That is not an attractive quality, unfortunately. It was such a Beatrice answer that for one ridiculous second I wanted to laugh and cry at once. You are not in danger of marrying him tomorrow, then. Noba. Silence sat between us. Outside the windows, the rain had retreated again into that colorless light, which makes the world look as if it has been washed too often. The little fire in the grate burned gently. Somewhere in the passage a board answered a servant's step. The house was listening even here. At length Beatrice said, I want to go. The words were plain. No framing, no delicacy. To Mrs. Vane. Wes. No Bo. She flinched not because the answer surprised her but because I had given it so quickly. Reliner. No. You have not let me explain. I do not require explanation to know that if you leave Hartwell now, the story becomes worse than the note already makes it. Her mouth tightened. Then everything is still only about the story. No. It is also about your future, she said. My future, very quietly, seems to be exactly what everyone else likes best discuss for me. That struck home because it was true. I leaned forward. B. No. Let me speak. She lifted her eyes at last, and the brightness in them was not softness, but effort. You are trying to preserve the house, and I know why. I know what you are doing. I know more than you think. And I am so tired of being the thing around which everything must be arranged. The good china for callers. The exact curtains in the west parlor. Whether I come down to breakfast. Whether I should smile at Oliver. Whether I should remain in the house so people cannot say the house is emptying. Her voice shook once. I am not an extra chair to be moved, because the room looks wrong without it. I sat very still because anything else would have been defense, and she had earned better than my first instinct. No, I said at last. You are not. Then let me go for a few days if you go now. Mrs. Rivington wins twice. I do not care. I do. That is the trouble. She stood up then and moved away from the chaise with that abruptness which in childhood always meant tears were near and fury nearer. You care about everything. Every room. Every ribbon. Every stupid spoon. Every servant. Every bill. Every whisper in the village. You care so much you have made yourself into the wall between all of it and me, and I am meant to be grateful. Because the wall is so very devoted. I felt the words physically. Not because they were unjust, because they were half-just, which is far more dangerous. I did not know you despised my devotion so deeply, I said. She turned at once distressed. I do not despise it. No. I despise that you need it. I despise that he made you need it. I despise that every time a floorboard creaks in this house your face goes still, as if you are listening for what must next be held together. I despise that I have let you do it for so long. The room seemed suddenly smaller. I looked at her and saw, not the girl Mrs. Rivington, and all her species preferred to call delicate, but my sister with our mother's mouth and none of our father's talent for pretending not to feel what stood plainly in the room. Beatrice, I said more softly, this is not yours to carry. It already is. She wrapped her arms about herself under the shawl. And that is not even why I sent for you. There it was. The true purpose. I felt it before she spoke further. What is it, then? She glanced toward the inner door leading to our mother's old dressing room. I followed the glance and went cold. What about that room? She said. This morning, before I wrote to no one and before Oliver wrote his very admirable retreat, I went in there. Why? To fetch Mama's coral ribbon box. She gave a faint, humorless smile. I thought if I meant to leave for Mrs. Vane's, I ought at least to take something of my own first. It seemed cowardly to run away with an empty hand. I did not say that nothing in that room felt entirely hers or mine, though both of us had reasons to claim it. I did not know you had been in there. I did not think it worth announcing until it became so. She twisted the shawl fringe again. The room had the stale look it always does when no one has touched it for too long. But the little walnut workable by the inner wall was open. Not wide. Only by an inch. And the drawer lining Eleanor, It had been lifted. Every muscle in me tightened. Lifted. Wes, the green velvet in the top drawer? She took a breath. I remembered seeing Papa at that table once, years ago. After Mama died. He was angry because I had come in without knocking, and he shut something up so quickly he trapped the ribbon end in the drawer. I only remembered it because the ribbon was blue, and Mama hated blue near her dressing things. I was already on my feet. What did you find? Nothing then. I did not understand what I saw. She met my eyes. Today I thought of it again. I lifted the lining, and there was no packet. Her voice dropped. But there was a hollow beneath, and dust disturbed at the back, as though something narrow had rested there and been removed. I did not breathe for a moment. The japanned case from the schoolroom. The old note. The Mercer account. The phrase "move it" with the Mercer papers and abstracts. My father's hand pointing backward through years of concealment, as if he expected the house to remember his habits better than his daughters ever could. "Why did you not bring this to me at once?" I asked, too sharply. Her face changed. Hurt first, then anger. "Because I was trying, for once in my life, to think before speaking into one of your storms." The justice of that silenced me. "I am sorry," I said. She looked away. "So am I." I crossed the room and took her hands. They were cold. "You should not go to Mrs. Vane's," I said. She gave a tiny exhausted laugh. "There is devotion again." "No. There is this. If what has been moved out of Mama's dressing room is what I think it may be, then I need you here. Because your memory is better than mine for where he put things when he wished not to be found out." She searched my face. "You think Papa hid papers there?" "Yes." "And the man in the morning room?" I held her gaze. There are lies one tells for protection and lies one tells because one has no time left for anything else. I found, to my own surprise, that I had no taste for either just then.
"Wes,"
I said. "I think he may need to know." Beatrice closed her eyes briefly. "Then it is worse than I imagined." "Perhaps," she said. "No," opening them again, "definitely." I squeezed her hands once and let them go. "Stay here. Send Annie nowhere. Say nothing of this to anyone." "Do I look likely to discuss drawer linings over tea?" "In this house," I said, "I mistrust even upholstery." That won from her, at last, a real laugh, though it broke at the edges. It was enough. I left her there and went back to the morning room. Mr. Mercer was exactly where I had left him, which ought not to have relieved me and did. He stood at the table with the abstracts and room lists laid before him, one hand on the edge as if the papers might otherwise take flight on their own account. When he saw my face, he did not ask whether Beatrice was ill or whether the Rivington matter had worsened. He only straightened. "What is it?" I closed the door. "I need you in one more room." That, of all things, made him stiller. "Which room?" "My mother's dressing room." He did not move at once. The air between us altered. Not because he misunderstood. Because he understood too well that I would not have said it lightly. "You kept it outside the room schedule." "Wes." "Why?" "Because it was my mother's." That should have been sufficient, yet perhaps because we had gone too far already for false courtesy, I added, "and because my father liked to use women's rooms for the things he did not wish to see in his own." A faint shadow crossed his face. "What have you found?" "Not what." "Where?" I told him of Beatrice, the open drawer, the lifted lining, the hollow beneath, the dust disturbed at the back. I told it quickly, without adornment, because time and secrecy had both become expensive. When I had finished, he was already reaching for his gloves. "No," I said. "Not the gloves. If what is there is hidden in the table, you may need your hands." He looked at me once and set them down again. That small obedience disturbed me more than if he had argued. We went together. My mother's dressing room was smaller than I remembered, and more orderly than grief has any right to permit. Mrs. Finch had kept it so. Not lovingly, perhaps, but dutifully, which in the long run is a steadier form of care. The curtains were drawn half back. A narrow glass bottle still stood on the mantel where some old scent had dried to nothing years ago. The dressing mirror wore its holland cover. In the corner by the hearth sat the walnut worktable with its slender legs and green velvet, lined drawer. I had not gone near it in months. Beatrice had been correct. The top drawer did not sit flush. I crossed to it and drew it open. Inside lay the expected harmless things: a broken fan, 2 glove stretchers, a packet of black pins, 1 ribbon spool, and the green velvet lining. I lifted it. The hollow beneath was empty. Empty, except for a narrow scratch in the wood at the back, and along the side, where the grain met the panel, a fresher line. Not new. Only newer than the rest. As if something had been pressed in and taken out more recently than the table's age allowed. Mr. Mercer came to stand beside me. "May I?" I stepped back. He bent over the drawer without touching anything for several seconds, merely looking. Then he slid one finger lightly along the inner side, paused at the fresher line, and looked down to the knee-hole beneath the table. He said, "It is not only the drawer." "What do you mean?" He crouched. The position ought to have made him look awkward. It did not. Annoyingly little about him ever did. He ran his fingertips under the table lip, then along one inner rail. He said, "There." I knelt opposite without caring that my skirt would suffer for it. "Weir." He guided my hand, not by taking it but by tapping the exact point with 2 fingers. A concealed catch, very slight. Hidden in the carved beadwork under the writing slide. I felt it. The shock of recognition went through me like ice. "She built this." "Not he," said Mr. Mercer. "A joiner, mostly well enough to pass as ornament, not well enough to survive my father." Something changed in his voice on the last words. Not pride, something more complicated and older. He pressed the catch. Nothing. It may have swelled. From damp. Or age. He stood, crossed to the mantel, and lifted the small brass paper knife I had not noticed there. Returning, he slid the narrow blade carefully along the side seam beneath the knee-hole panel while holding the catch in. The wood resisted for one long second. Then gave. A shallow inner compartment eased forward by half an inch. My breath caught audibly in the room. Mr. Mercer withdrew the paper knife and pulled the hidden panel free with his fingers. Inside lay a packet, plain paper, folded narrow. Tied not with ribbon but with black thread. No name on the outside. Nothing to recommend it except concealment itself. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he reached in and took it out. The packet was lighter than I expected. Too light for a full account, too weighty for a single note. He looked at it once, then at me. He said, This concerns the principal claim. Opening it changes matters." "I know." "And if it concerns your mother or your sister's portion." "I know." His thumb rested against the black thread. The room had gone very still around us, not quiet. Still, as if every object in it had been waiting years for that packet to leave its hole and did not yet know whether to dread or welcome the event. "Open it," I said. He did. The thread came away easily. The paper less so. Inside were 3 folded documents and 1 receipt. Mr. Mercer opened the receipt first. I saw his face alter before I saw the page. "What is it?" He handed it to me. "Received from Francis Vale, Viscount Hartwell. By private arrangement and against the Bedford principal. 1 Riv diamonds, 1 emerald stomacher, and 2 pearl ear pendants. Items from the late Lady Hartwell's personal settlement, accepted under condition of silence until the remainder is regularized. My mother's jewels. Not estate plate. Not converted silver. My mother's settlement jewels. Below that, in another hand, smaller and colder. Not to be entered on the public tally unless forced." The room tilted. I looked up at him. "That challenges Bedford's claim," I said, though the words came like someone else's.
"Wes, how much?"
"At least enough to break the figure he is presently pressing." Mr. Mercer had opened the second paper now. His face did not improve. "More, if this matches the principal schedule. And the price." He looked at me then, not at the paper. He said, "The price." Quietly, "Is that your father secretly pledged your mother's settlement jewels and arranged for the omission." My hand tightened on the receipt until it shook. He opened the third document. I saw his eyes move once, twice, then stop. "What now?" He gave me the page. It was a memorandum from Bedford's office acknowledging a second private security held against funds intended for Miss B. Vale, phrased with such careful filth that one almost had to admire the clerk for writing vice in the language of prudence. Beatrice's portion. Not touched, perhaps. Not yet. But named. Threatened. Brought within reach. A coldness more terrible than anger spread through me. This, I said, and my voice nearly failed on the word, would stop Bedford. Yes. And destroy my father. Yes. The second yes came no easier than the first. I looked down at the papers in my hand. My mother's jewels. Beatrice's portion. Silence purchased and a mission arranged. Enough to challenge Bedford's claim and save Hartwell from immediate stripping. Enough also to turn my father's private rottenness into public fact. Enough to break the house in a different direction. Mr. Mercer folded the last sheet once, not closing it fully, and for the first time since I had known him there was something in his face I could not sort into steadiness, anger, labor, or restraint. "What is it?" I asked. He held out the final paper. He said, "It is your father's acknowledgement that Bedford was never the only man feeding on Hartwell." For a moment, I could not feel the floor. Not because I feared falling. Because the room had altered so completely that floor, walls, table, packet, all the ordinary assurances, by which one remains upright, seemed to have joined the conspiracy at last. My father's acknowledgement lay in my hand. Not Bedford alone. Not one predatory claim pressing at Hartwell's throat while all other shames stayed private and manageable. No. There had been more. More debt. More arrangement. More men being fed out of things that were never my father's to give. My mother's jewels. Beatrice's portion. Mercer and Son. The room smelled faintly of cold ash, an old scent long evaporated from the bottle on the mantel. I became absurdly aware of that too. Some ghost of lavender or rose, long dead, lingering above the papers in my hand, while my father's handwriting explained how entirely he had deserved none of it. Mr. Mercer said, "This must go to Bell." The words reached me as if from a great distance. No, he did not speak at once. Perhaps he thought he had misheard. Perhaps he knew better and merely wished the answer would improve if left untouched for a second longer. He said, "No." At last. I set the memorandum and the receipt on the dressing table before my hands could betray me. The mirror above it was still covered in Holland. Good. I had no desire to see my own face then. "No," I said again. "Not yet. It is a dangerous thing, the silence of a man who has just understood you are capable of disappointing him exactly where he had hoped not to be." He took one step nearer. "Miss Vale." I looked at him. Not because I wished to. Because I could not bear hearing my own cowardice while refusing his eyes. He said, "If Bell sees this tonight," touching the receipt with one finger, "the Bedford claim changes by morning." Yes. "If Bedford's leverage breaks, the estate is not stripped under his present terms." Yes. "If the Mercer debt sits among concealed securities and omitted tallies, then my father's claim moves from old grievance to active proof." I understand all of that. Then what, precisely, do you imagine you preserve by delay? There it was. Not shouting. Not disbelief. Only the question put so plainly that any answer short of truth would sound like varnish. I gave him truth. "My sister." The words lay in the room and did not improve it. He stood very still. "Your sister," he repeated. "Yes. And my father." I hated the answer even while I gave it. "Your father is dead." Something in his face sharpened at once. Not surprise. Injury made cold. He said, "So are yours and your mother. You do not appear to find death a reason to surrender their claims." "That is not what I meant." "No." I moved away from the table because if I remained by it, with the packet and the papers and his father's name between us, I would begin to feel as trapped as I sounded. "What I mean," I said, he said, "is that if these papers go to Bell this evening, there will be no containing them. Not in this house. Not in Alton. Not in the county. Bedford will fight. Bell will write. Men will come. My father's private thefts become public fact. My mother's settlement jewels become table talk. Beatrice's portion becomes an amusing story told by people who prefer their ruin not to happen under their own roofs." "And that is your argument against justice." "It is my argument against spectacle." "It is the same thing in your father's case." "No," I said sharply. "It is not." He looked at me with that dreadful steadiness again. "Explain the difference." I was already angry. That made it easier to go on. Justice, I said, would require that my father answer for what he did. He cannot. Spectacle requires only that the living women of his house pay for it in his place. He opened his mouth, shut it, looked once at the papers and once back at me. He said, "And my house. What paid there?" The question did not rise. It cut. I had no graceful reply. Only the true one, which was infinitely worse. "You did." "Yes." The single word landed harder than accusation would have done. He said, "My father did. My mother. The men he dismissed. The work unfinished because material had already been laid in, and wages promised against settlement that did not come. We paid. Quietly, if that eases the matter, without Mrs. Rivington to improve the tale for callers. That is not fair." At that, something almost like a laugh crossed his face and vanished at once. He said, "No. It is not." I put one hand on the back of the chair, by my mother's dressing table, because I could no longer trust myself not to pace. Pacing in front of him would have been its own defeat. "You think I do not know what my father was," I said. "You think I would hide this because the family name matters more to me than the truth." He said, "I think." And there was effort in every syllable now. "That when truth threatens rank, comfort, and future prospects, your first instinct is still to ask whether it may wait." I stared at him. "Weiss," I said. "It is." He went stiller, not calmer, harder. "At least now we have done with pretense." I hated him for that sentence, hated more that it was almost deserved. "Wes," I said, "my first instinct is to ask whether it may wait. Because, if it cannot, then Beatrice becomes the daughter of a man who pledged her portion and stripped her dead mother's jewels in secret. She becomes a caution, an embarrassment, a girl wise families look at with sympathy and avoid in marriage. Do not speak to me as if that is a small cost," he said, "and do not speak to me, voice low and exact, as if the cost already borne elsewhere is one you may continue pricing for convenience. It is not convenience. It is priority." The word struck harder than the rest because it was so mercilessly neat. I said, "It is priority I choose her first. Dot there." Said, irretrievable. For one moment neither of us moved. Then he said, "Even now." The room had narrowed to nothing but that phrase. "Even now," I answered. It was the ugliest truth I had spoken to him. Not because it shamed me. Because it did not. If choosing Beatrice over a cleaner moral arrangement made me base, then I was base and had been so for years. Bread over polish. Wages over elegance. Her safety over honesty in rooms that never paid for either. He looked away from me at last and down at the papers. He said, "When you say your sister first, you ask me to hear that as innocence. I hear Hartwell. I hear a house deciding which damage may remain private while other people continue carrying its weight. That is not all I ask." "What else?" I took a breath that did not steady me enough. He said, "I ask you to distinguish between the dead man who did this and the living girl who did not." Without heat, I already have. The answer disarmed me. Because it was not false. He had never once looked at Beatrice with anything like blame. Not in this. Not in anything. He reserved all of it for my father, some for the house, and increasingly, it now seemed, a portion for me. "Then why do you look at me?" I said, "as if I had pawned them myself." That landed. I saw it land. Not because he softened. Because he answered more slowly. He said, "I look at you as a woman who now knows what these papers can do and still asks whether truth may be timed to suit her family. There are moments in quarrels when anger ceases to be defense and becomes simply the quickest path to saying what one should perhaps not say." "Wes," I said, "if by suit my family you mean prevent my sister from being publicly ruined before she has any chance at all of a future untouched by my father's filth, then yes. I ask it. I ask it without apology." His hand flattened against the dressing table. Not striking, only bracing. "And if the packet had contained less for your house and more for mine, would you still have asked it?" I opened my mouth and stopped. There. That was the cut. That was the question from which every other politeness in the room had been backing away. Would I? If the papers saved Mercer and Son only. If they did not also break Bedford. If they did not also protect Hartwell from immediate stripping. if the gain ran one way and the cost another? I knew the answer at once. I despised that I knew it at once. No, I said. The word dropped like a stone. His face changed in a way I had not seen before. Not larger, more final. He said, "Thank you." The civility of it was unbearable. For what? For not insulting me with a kinder lie. I almost struck him then. Not because he was wrong. Because he had left me no decent refuge. I took one step toward him. Then another. We were too close. So I knew it. Neither of us moved back. "You want me honest," I said. "Bah. Then have all of it. If these papers go out tonight, Bedford breaks, Belle descends, and the county feeds for a month on what my father did to my mother and to Beatrice. If they wait, perhaps only a few days, perhaps long enough for me to put my sister somewhere the first blast does not catch her full in the face, then you call that preference, class protection, Hartwell again." My voice shook once and I hated it. "Very well. Call it what you please. I call it the duty still left to me." His eyes did not leave mine. "And my duty." "There are more duties in the world than yours." The instant I said it, I knew it for cruelty. He knew it too. That was visible in the way all expression seemed to leave him at once, leaving only the bones of the thing. He said, "Wes. That is the heart of it, I think." I felt my own pulse in my throat. Too high. Too near panic. This was the point at which wise women became silent. I had never been particularly wise where fury was concerned. "You think me selfish." "No, that stopped me. No. I think you exact." His voice had gone very quiet. "Exact enough to choose the suffering you know over the suffering you owe." No answer came. None sufficient. Not because I could not argue. Because I understood him too well. The silence between us thickened. In the corridor outside, a footstep passed and faded. Somewhere farther in the house a door shut. The world went on, indecently ordinary, while in my mother's dressing room two living people sorted out how much truth they could bear from one another. At length he gathered the packet, the receipt, and my father's memorandum into one stack. "What are you doing? What should already have been done?" He folded the papers with exactness and slid them back into the outer cover. "You are taking them?" "Yes." No bow. That word came from instinct, not plan. I reached for the packet at the same instant he lifted it. My fingers closed not on paper but on his wrist. Heat. Bone. Movement stopped. For one impossible second neither of us breathed. I let go at once, but the fact of it remained in the room like a candle set too near a curtain. "They do not leave this room," I said. "They leave it with me." "You have no right." "I have exactly enough." The words were so calm that they felt like insult. "Oh, you would carry them out under my roof, Wes. Past my servants, if necessary. Then you want spectacle after all." That finally struck some spark. His voice remained low, all the worse for it. "No, I want an end to your father choosing the hour forever." The sentence went through me cleanly. Because there it was, not Bedford. Not Belle. Not the packet. The true obscenity. My father still setting the order of pain from the grave. For one terrible instant I nearly yielded. Nearly. Then Beatrice's face came back to me with Oliver's nut folded in her hand, and the impulse died as quickly as it had risen. "If you do this tonight," I said, "there is no repair between us." He looked at me for a long moment. Then, very distinctly, "There may not be one now." The room seemed to tilt again, though less from shock than from the obscene precision of hearing the truth when one has spent 2 days trying not to name it. I stepped back first. Good. Let that stand on record too. He took the packet. I did not stop him a second time. At the door he paused, one hand on the latch, and without turning fully said, "I will give you until tomorrow morning." I stared at his back. "For what?" "To decide whether you tell Belle yourself." Then he left me in my mother's dressing room with the open drawer, the covered mirror, and the knowledge that some breaks arrive not with slammed doors, but with a man who still gives you one last chance and trusts you less for needing it. For the next hour I did nothing useful. That is not quite true. I crossed from my mother's dressing room to the morning room and back again. I opened the west parlor door, for no reason, except to prove to myself that rooms still obeyed hinges. I asked Annie whether the fire in Beatrice's chamber had been built up, and immediately forgot the answer. I stood in the blue passage and listened to Hartwell House breathing around me as if ordinary sounds might yet persuade the day to become less expensive. None of it helped. At last I found myself in the front drawing room with the lichen thin at the windows, and the packet no longer in my possession. That was the true injury. Not merely that Mr. Mercer had taken it, that it was now beyond the reach of my hand, my sequencing, my instinct for delay. Something decisive had left the room with him, and the house knew it. I could feel the difference in the very air, as one feels when silver has been removed from a table even before one counts the missing place. Hobbs came in quietly with the lamps. "Shall I light both, miss?" "Yes." He lit one, then the second, and the drawing room regained by degrees the sort of evening dignity people imagine old houses possess naturally and never understand is purchased every day by labor and oil. When he had finished, he stood with the spent spill in his hand. "Miss?" "Yes." "There is a gentleman asking for you." Of course there was. Not Bell, not now. He would send paper before appearing in person. Not Oliver either. Whatever weakness lived in him, it would not present itself in my hall after dusk. No. There was only one sort of gentleman who arrived at this hour when a house was troubled. Who? Mr. Howe, miss. From Bedford's office. The room seemed to contract. Where is he? In the library. Not the hall, then. Thank God for Hobbs. He had at least spared me the full public rout of humiliation. And Mr. Mercer. He is there also. Naturally. I stood up, smoothed my gown with hands that were cold and steady now, which was almost worse than trembling. There comes a point in some days when rage, fear, and fatigue settle into such a clear shape that one may pass quite elegantly for composed. I had reached it. "Hobbs." "Yes, miss." "If cook has sent up supper for my sister, let it go at once. And no one is to disturb her unless she sends." "Very good, miss." I crossed the hall and went to the library. Mr. Howe stood with his back to the fire, one hand tucked into his waistcoat, the other holding his gloves in a manner that managed to suggest both patience and offense. He was a man built of legal courtesy and private appetite, perhaps 50, with iron, gray whiskers, too carefully trimmed, and the soft hands of someone who ruined lives at a desk, rather than with a pistol. I had seen him twice before in my father's company, and remembered disliking him then for reasons that had now matured into certainty. Mr. Mercer stood by the writing table, not seated, not settled, as if he had not yet decided whether he belonged to the room or only to the business in it. His coat was on. His hat rested on the chair beside him. The packet, unless I was much mistaken, had already been placed out of sight. Mr. Howe bowed. "Miss Vale. Forgive the hour. I should not have intruded. But Mr. Bedford grows anxious when accounts remain unsettled. Then Mr. Bedford should perhaps have lent to a man of better character." I said. That was not wise. It was only satisfying. Mr. Howe's mouth altered by the smallest degree. A family disappointment, I am sure, is no less distressing for being financially tedious. The insolence of it was so polished that one might almost admire the craftsman.
Yeah.
"I did not know you came this evening to speak of sorrow," I said. Had I understood that, I should have had the drawing room made more comfortable. Mr. Mercer did not move. Only his gaze shifted once from Howe to me and back again. Mr. Howe inclined his head as if acknowledging a thrust in fencing rather than a declaration of hatred. "I come, Miss Vale, because my employer has heard that a preliminary valuation began yesterday, and that certain rooms remain outside formal note." There it was. Faster than I had hoped. Rumor had outrun rain, sleep, and decency alike. Your employer hears too much. My employer hears what concerns him. My father is dead. "Wes," said Mr. Howe. "And Mr. Bedford remains unpaid." I felt rather than saw Hobbs in the doorway behind me. He did not enter. Good. Let at least one person in this house retain the illusion that he need not witness everything. Mr. Howe continued. "I have therefore called to ask whether Mr. Mercer is proceeding with sufficient clarity for Bedford interests." Mr. Mercer answered before I could. "I am proceeding within the authority granted by Bell and Ainsworth." That was not precisely the question. No, said Mr. Mercer. It was a worse one. Mr. House smiled with his mouth and not at all with his eyes. I understand that bereavement makes everyone tender. Tenderness, I said, is not the word you seek. No. He looked at me fully for the first time. Perhaps not. Yet I am told your household has found room for caution. Calls delayed. Certain rooms deferred. Plate not yet listed. The last phrase was laid down carefully, like a hand on a throat to test how much pressure might be needed. My household, I said. Is in mourning. He said. Your household. He's in arrears. There are humiliations one may plan for and humiliations one cannot. This one I had imagined in 100 forms since my father's death. Yet the reality still struck with indecent force. Not because Bedford's clerk dared speak so under my roof. Because he spoke in front of Mr. Mercer, who needed no further proof now of what sort of performance Hartwell had been attempting. Mr. Howe, I said, if you have come to conduct an auction of insolence, you have mistaken the room. I have come to prevent delay. No. You have come to enjoy the smell of it. That landed. Not enough to wound him. Enough to remove the last pretense of civility. He turned, very slightly, toward Mr. Mercer. You see the difficulty. Mr. Mercer's expression altered not at all. I see a house under pressure. Mr. House spread his gloves in one hand. And I see a daughter determined to confuse sentiment with entitlement. If he had said it to me alone, I might have answered with sharper effect. Because he said it to another man, in my father's library, under my roof, I felt the old and deadly temptation to beg rise for one vile second in my throat and die there at once. No. I would not have it. Not from Bedford. Not from his man. Not before Nathaniel Mercer or Hobbes or God himself. If my father had brought us to this, he should not also have the satisfaction of seeing his daughter stoop where he never had. I folded my hands. You are mistaken, Mr. Howe. Yes. Entitlement would have me believe that your presence here after dusk ought to shame you. I am merely disappointed that it does not. For the first time that evening something like heat entered his face. Good. Let it live there, he said. Miss Vale, I am instructed to inform you that if substantial progress is not visible by tomorrow, Bedford will consider a more formal process. Inventory marked room by room. Principal assets noted without courtesy delay. Additional witnesses if required. The room went very still. No courtesy delay. There it was. The future named aloud in the ugliest language possible. Tags on plate. Doors opened. Men walking through rooms with lists while servants watched, and the county dined on the tale by candlelight. I looked at Mr. Mercer. He did not look away. That was the worst of him, perhaps. When it mattered, he never looked away. Mr. Howe, I said, each word clear now because rage had burned away every useless thing. You may carry back to your employer that Hartwell House is not improved by his clerk shouting schedules in my library. I do not shout. No, I said. You merely arrive with the intention. He smiled again, smaller this time. Then may I carry back also that there will be no obstruction. Ah, there. The trap, not whether ruin came, only whether I would assist in dressing it properly. I ought to have answered with a lawyer's sentence. A conditional phrase. Something that preserved a little room to breathe. Instead, what came out was the truth of my pride and my hatred both. You may carry back, I said, that I shall not beg Mr. Bedford for what he would only enjoy refusing. Mr. Howe's smile died. He said, begging would not alter figures. No, I said, but it would make a cheaper show, and I see no reason to gratify him. For a moment, I thought he might answer with open vulgarity. Perhaps he did too. Then he remembered the room, the dead Viscount's name, the gentleman from Bell and Ainsworth, and chose once again the stronger vice of restraint. As you please. Ah, he bowed. Not deeply. Not enough. Mr. Mercer came forward then, and the movement changed the air in the library more effectively than any shout might have done. Not because he placed himself before me. He did not. Because he inserted himself between Bedford's immediate appetite and the next step, which is sometimes the more valuable service. He said, I shall provide Bell and Ainsworth with a revised note in the morning. Bedford's office may then govern itself accordingly. Mr. Howe turned to him. A revised note. Yes. Then matters have altered. Mr. Mercer said. They have clarified. It was a dangerous answer and a useful one. Not a lie. Not disclosure. Exactly the sort of sentence men like Howe dislike, because they cannot at once tell whether it threatens them or merely postpones gratification. Mr. Howe collected his hat from the side table. Then I shall expect something decisive. His eyes went to me once more. Miss Vale. The bow this time was all surface. I gave him less in return. When he had gone, the room did not relax. One does not relax from that sort of encounter. One only remains standing after it and counts what is left in one's bones. Hobbs entered far enough to close the door. Will there be anything else, miss? No, pa. He looked once at me, once at Mr. Mercy was Hobbs and therefore wiser than most men with incomes, said only, very good. Then he too was gone. I stood where I was for a moment longer, staring at the closed door through which Bedford's clerk had carried away my refusal like a morsel to be chewed elsewhere. Mr. Mercer said, You should have let him hear less. I laughed once. An ugly sound. And which part would you have spared him? That my father is dead. That Bedford is obscene. That I prefer not to kneel. That he can force you to show him your pride. I turned on him. My pride, yes. How interesting that you find it visible only in me. His face did not alter. I find it visible wherever it costs more than it saves. That includes you. I try, yes. The quickness of it infuriated me. You are very neat with your moral balances tonight. I am very tired of your father governing the room through delay.
Ah.
Then perhaps do not help him by sounding like every man who ever found a woman's resistance inconvenient. That landed. Harder than I meant. Harder than perhaps was just. But justice had not been conducting itself well at Hartwell for years, and I had no wish to begin with myself. He stood motionless for one breath. 2. Then he said, I am not asking for convenience. No, no, bah. His voice had gone quieter, which was always more dangerous. I am asking you to understand that Bedford will not wait on your distinction between spectacle and justice. He will use the first to prevent the second. I know that. Do you? The words stung because they were spoken not with contempt but with effort. Yes, I said. I do. I know he means to drag the house through every front room if he can. I know Mrs. Rivington will improve the tale before breakfast. I know Beatrice's name is already traveling under other women's hats. I know all of it. Then tell Belle in the morning, there again. The simple line, so easy in his mouth, so ruinous in mine. I took a step nearer, too angry now to preserve distance. And after Belle, he acts. And after he acts, Bedford is checked. And after Bedford is checked. My voice rose, then steadied by force. After the packet becomes law, paper and omission becomes proof, and my mother's jewels are discussed by men who never saw her wear them. After Beatrice's portion has a memorandum attached to it in offices and drawing rooms. After the county decides whether Hartwell daughters are to be pitied or avoided. You keep speaking as though the story ends where Bedford stops. It does not end there. No, I said, it begins there. The words hung between us. I was too close. I knew it. So did he. Yet neither of us moved. The fire behind him threw light unevenly across his face, leaving one side harder than the other. It made the line from mouth to jaw seem more severe, more tired. I became aware that I had not once thanked him for standing against Howe. I became aware too that gratitude, if offered now, would only make the room more dangerous. Mr. Mercer said very quietly, he insulted you. I stared. That seems, I said after a moment, a late discovery. I am not making a discovery. I am stating a fact. And what am I meant to do with it? Nothing. That answer struck me as nearly unbearable. Because it was not theatrical. Not protective in the manner of men who rush to a woman's side, because they enjoy the feeling of their own chivalry. It was simply a fact placed beside the rest. He insulted you. As if the acknowledgement itself were part of the accounting. I looked away first. The library had grown darker while we argued. One lamp was no longer enough. Shadows had gathered behind the shelves. The chair where his hat rested seemed suddenly more significant than it ought. I knew, without turning, that his coat was still on, that the packet was still in his keeping, that his horse or hired gig or whatever means had brought him here waited somewhere in the damp night beyond the front of the house. "You are leaving," I said. "Yes." The word came too quickly. "Tonight, West. There is no need. There is no need. There is every need." I turned back then. "You would carry it to Alton. I would carry it out of this house." The distinction should have eased me. It did not. For what purpose? For one night's separation from your preference. That landed cleanly because he had chosen it to. I went cold. "You are cruel." "No." His voice remained even. "I am trying not to be governed by you." I had no answer ready for that. Only anger. Only the shameful knowledge that I might indeed have governed him by 1 inch already, simply by being before him. By being Hartwell. By being the daughter who asked delay with enough intelligence to make it sound like principle. He crossed to the writing table then, and took up his hat. The movement made everything final in a way our words had not yet managed. He said, "If you tell Belle yourself in the morning." Before 10, I placed the packet in his hand, unopened by any office clerk beyond him. "If you do not, I deliver it and proceed under formal note. The principal rooms begin without further courtesy delay." There it was. The harsher path named at last, not as threat, as route. I said, "You would mark the plate?" "Yes." "You would open the dining room?"
Yes.
"You would note the morning room?" "If you force me to." The phrasing was so exact and so infuriating that for one instant I forgot the packet. How? Bedford. All of it. And saw only the man before me with his impossible steadiness and his impossible honesty, and the fact that I had come to hate both, because they gave me so little room to lie well. "I do not force you," I said. His eyes held mine. He said, "No, you choose." That was worse. Much worse. I wanted then, absurdly and with complete violence, to tell him not to go. Not because I had yielded. Not because I trusted him. Because his leaving with the packet felt like the house itself tipping 1 degree farther out of my reach. I did not say it. He put on his gloves. At the door he paused. "Miss Val." I did not answer at once. When I did, my voice was steady again. "Yes, if Bedford sends again tonight, do not receive him." A ridiculous thing for him to say. A practical thing. An infuriating thing. "I am not in the habit of taking instruction on my own hall." "But," he said, "no. Only on your own disasters doth." Then, before I could decide whether that was insult warning, or some unbearable hybrid of the two, he left the library and walked out of Hartwell House, with the packet in his keeping, and morning turned at last into something I no longer had any power to postpone. I stood where he had left me until the front door closed. Only then did I hear the house around me again, the low clink of silver being set right somewhere below, Annie's step in the upper passage, the rain beginning once more against the windows, and behind all of it the softer, uglier thing I had not wished to name. The break had already happened. I had merely been waiting for his back to turn before admitting it. Chapter 5, Terms before the witnesses. I did not sleep. That is not dramatic language. I mean it plainly. I undressed, lay down, closed my eyes, opened them again to darkness that had not softened by 1 degree, turned the pillow, listened to the rain, listened to the house, listened to my own mind gnaw through the same 3 facts until dawn made cowards of the shadows, and did nothing whatever to improve the facts themselves. Mr. Mercer had gone with the packet. Mr. Howe had carried away my refusal. And by 10 of the clock, if I did nothing, truth would belong to men who neither loved this house, nor had suffered in it, but only knew how to convert what they found into process. Toward morning I gave up the pretense of rest, put on my wrapper, and crossed to the window. The lawns lay under a pale wash of mist. The yews by the lower walk looked half erased. Somewhere in the stable yard a horse stamped and shook its harness, so that the sound came through the early light like a small metal shaver. Hartwell House, seen at that hour, could almost persuade a stranger that it had known peace all its life. That, I thought, was perhaps its oldest deceit. When Annie came with the hot water, she found me already dressed. She said, Oh, miss. Startled enough to forget the tray in her hands for a second. I did not know you were awake. I have been awake since yesterday, I said. Her face did that poor brave thing young servants do when they know the house is in trouble and would like to be helpful without becoming visible. Will you have breakfast sent up? No. Tea only. And send Hobbs to me the moment he is free. Yes, miss. She hesitated at the door. Miss Beatrice asked after you before breakfast. There was no reproach in the words. Only information. Yet I heard in them all the hours I had not spent sleeping, and all the hours I had not spent at my sister's door either. Tell her I shall come to her presently. Yes, miss. When Hobbs arrived, I was at the little escritoire in my dressing room, with paper laid out before me and no words yet written. He stood just inside the door, immaculate as ever. If he had slept, then I envied him. If he had not, then he did me the kindness of making fatigue look like discipline. You sent for me, miss. Wes. I picked up the pen, set it down again, and forced myself to stop behaving like a woman 14 years old and new to decisions. Hobbs, I need the messenger. At once, miss. At once. His expression altered by less than a degree. Enough, very good. And Mrs. Finch. Wes, miss. He did not turn immediately. That told me expected more, or perhaps only knew me too well. Hobbs. Yes. If a gentleman calls from Bedford's office before noon, I am not at home. Even if the gentleman insists. Especially then. He inclined his head. Very good, miss. Only when he had gone did I allow myself to write the first line. Mr. Bell. I stopped. Not because I did not know what came next. Because once the ink stood on the page in my hand, the world altered. Men speak so easily of disclosure. They speak as if truth, once admitted, simply takes its proper seat in the room and begins behaving with dignity. They never mention the part where a woman must place it there herself and listen to the sound it makes against the wood. I began again. Mr. Bell. You will receive from Mr. Mercer this morning a packet of papers recovered at Hartwell House, which materially affects the Bedford claim and concerns securities concealed by my late father. I write before 10. As I believe it right that you hear from me directly that I authorize their immediate use, however grave the personal consequences of such disclosure may prove. I paused, because my hand had started to shake at the phrase personal consequences, and I hated it for sounding so small beside what the packet contained. I continued. My only request is that you proceed with as much discretion as law permits in any matter touching the late Lady Hartwell's settlement, and the portion intended for my sister, Miss Beatrice Vale. I do not ask that truth be altered, only that vulgar handling not be mistaken for justice. That was the closest I could come to begging without kneeling. I signed it. Eleanor Vale. When the ink had dried enough not to disgrace itself, I folded the letter and sealed it with black wax. My hand was steady by then. Curiously steady. Perhaps because once the choice is made, the body is sometimes relieved of the burden of pretending still to decide. Mrs. Finch came next. She entered with her usual grave directness and one look at the sealed letter on the desk. You are sending to Bell, Wes. She took that in. Then has something changed? Wes. She waited, not from impertinence, from long habit. Mrs. Finch knew the difference between an answer I would give at once and one I must first force into an orderly shape. My father concealed securities against Bedford's claim, I said, among other things. Her face did not alter, only her eyes sharpened. Among other things. My mother's jewels. For the first time since I had known her, Mrs. Finch looked very nearly as if she might say something ungoverned. What came out instead was, I see. No, I said. You see only the first room of it. There is more. Miss Beatrice. The memorandum names her portion. At that, Mrs. Finch shut the door behind her with more care than before and came farther into the room. What is it you require of me? There was the value of a woman like her. No alarm. No pity. No useless exclamation. Not what happened, but what now? I stood up. We stop pretending the house will right itself if we move quickly enough through the passages. I have written to Bell. Mercer will take him the packet, or Bell will receive it from Mercer if he has not already done so. Bedford will fight. The county will talk. We cannot prevent either. So from this hour forward I want all household arrangements made as if no rescue is coming at all." Mrs. Finch listened without interruption. "We reduce." Wes. Openly. That was the question, the one all the other questions had been circling for days. I looked at the letter on the desk. "Yes," I said. Carefully, not theatrically. "But yes." She took a breath. Then we close the blue drawing room altogether except on Sundays, or if Belle comes in person. The silver in daily use is reduced to what the staff can maintain without borrowing hands from the upper floors. One upstairs fire less at night, unless Miss Beatrice is chilled. The west corridor can go without candles after 9 if the lamp in the corner passage is kept trimmed. We send the second carriage horse to grass or sale, depending how quickly the money is needed. Each item struck like a small honest bell.
"Yes,"
I said.
"all of it."
"And the servants. Not china, not candles, never really the candles. People, no dismissals today." I said today, Wes. Mrs. Finch accepted the word as what it was. Not a promise. A breathing space. She said, "I will see what may be managed by duty shifts first. If they know the reductions come from order, and not panic, some will hold steadier." I nodded. "Tell them what is necessary. No more. Will you speak to them?" I thought of the kitchen. Of Annie. Of cook. Of the laundress who came in by the week. Of the grooms pretending not to count horses. Of Hobbs carrying a whole vanished hierarchy on his own back and never once asking whether gratitude might be entered as wages.
"Wes,"
I said, "after breakfast." "Before or after you speak to Miss Beatrice?" "After." Mrs. Finch's eyes rested on me a moment longer. Then she said, "Good." She turned to go and I thought the conversation ended. At the door, however, she stopped.
"Miss."
When a house ceases pretending, it often looks worse for a day or two before it looks more respectable again. I could not help it. I laughed once. Warily. "Respectable is not the highest ambition I had for my life." She said, "No. But it is useful." When she had gone, I took Belle's letter myself to Hobbs in the hall. He accepted it without looking at the superscription, because he was Hobbs and would rather die than read over a gentleman's shoulder. "The fastest rider?" I said. "Yes, miss, and Hobbs, Wes. If Mr. Mercer has already left something with Belle by the time this arrives, then all I have done is save my pride the indignity of being later than he expected." That won from him the faintest movement at the corner of the mouth. "Miss." "Even so, miss, time is often improved by dignity." I looked at him. "That sounds unlike you," he said. "It is possible," taking the letter, "that I am learning flexibility in my age." Then he went to dispatch the messenger, and I was left in the hall with the smell of extinguished candles and damp wool and the new feeling, not pleasant, only clear, that the first decisive thing had at last been done. Beatrice received me sitting by her bedroom window in a day dress the color of old cream, which made her look younger than she was and more breakable than I cared to endure. Oliver's letter lay folded on the little table beside her untouched breakfast tray. She said, "You look dreadful." "Thank you. I have been cultivating honesty in my appearance." That won from her a tiny huff of laughter, which I treasured more than she knew. I crossed to her at once and sat on the edge of the bed, because ceremony between sisters is intolerable before noon, especially when a house is collapsing in good order around them. "I have sent to Belle." She grew still. "Then it is done. Tout is begun." Her eyes searched my face. "And Mr. Mercer will have what he needs." That was as much as I meant to say. She deserved more. I had not the strength yet to offer more without saying things that belonged not to her safety, but to my own confusion. Beatrice looked toward Oliver's note. "Then I shall not go to Mrs. Vane's." The words hurt more than if she had argued. No. Let us say it plainly, since you have decided on plainness for the household, and I begin to admire the fashion. If I go now, I look sent away. If I stay, I look brave. The second is the cheaper garment, so I shall wear it. It was so exactly her, so wry and hurt and clear-eyed at once, that I took her hand and held it hard enough to make my meaning felt if not my apology. "You are not a garment either," I said. "I know. I am sorry." She looked down at our joined hands. I know that too. Silence sat with us for a little while. Not easy silence, sister silence. The kind in which old knowledge does half the work of words, and still leaves the rest expensive. At length she said, "Will everyone know?"
Yes. How soon?
Soon enough that I would rather you hear it from me than from Cook pretending not to eavesdrop in the passage. That won another brief laugh. And Oliver. I could have lied. I could have called him merely weak, or overmanaged by his mother, or not worth the trouble. None of those things would have helped. I do not know, I said. But I know what he is not. He is not a man to be relied upon against weather. She digested that with maddening calm. She said, "No. I had begun to suspect it in the rain." I leaned forward and kissed her temple because if I had spoken then, I might have said something my composure could not afford. After I left her, I went below to the servants' hall. I had not addressed the household together since my father's funeral, and even then I had spoken only of mourning arrangements, collars, the menu for after the burial, and how long black gloves might be made to last if cleaned carefully between duties. Nothing real, nothing that forced the house to look itself in the face. Cook stood by the range, Hobbs near the dresser, Annie and the other maids still enough to signal fear by the effort of their stillness. The grooms smelled faintly of hay and wet leather. Mrs. Finch stood at the end of the long table, not beside me, not behind me, with me. Exactly where she ought. I said nothing for one moment too long, and in that moment understood why men love offices and notes and sealed letters. Speaking truth to paper is one thing. Speaking it into the eyes of those who must live under its consequences is another. 8%, I said. Hartwell House will be reducing certain expenses. No one moved. I continued. This means changes in room use, fires, service, and routine. Mrs. Finch will issue those adjustments. It does not mean dismissals today. There. Said aloud. I saw them hear the word and not trust it. Quite right of them. But, I said, it does mean I will not insult you by pretending nothing has altered. Some things have. More may I ask only that you continue your duties by the new order given and bring concerns first to Mrs. Finch, or to me, not to the village through cousins, brothers, sweethearts, or laundresses with opinions. At that, despite all strain, Cook's mouth twitched. Good. Let them know I still knew exactly how houses leak. Hobbs said, "Wethus?" The others followed. Annie last, because she was youngest and therefore needed to see whether the room meant what it said before trusting her own voice in it. I looked. Not the household. The people. Cook with her flour, stiff apron and impossible standards. Annie trying to stand like a woman older than fear allowed. The grooms already half calculating which horse might go and what that would do to them. Hobbs, who could no doubt survive the fall of the Roman Empire, so long as someone still required decanters. Mrs. Finch, who had stood through all of it, and would likely remain when the wallpaper itself gave up. Thank you, I said. Not because thanks were enough, because they were owed and seldom paid. When they dispersed, I remained a moment longer in the warm smell of bread and ashen coffee, feeling more stripped than I had after any conversation with Bellhowe or Mercer. Men take truth as argument. A household takes it as weather. Only when I turned back toward the passage did I realize how tired I had become. And how much stranger it was, after all these months of choosing and arranging and hiding and delaying, to have chosen at last the simpler road and found it no simpler at all. By noon I had progressed from truth to Lenin. That is the thing no one tells you about decisive moral action. One writes the letter. One faces the servants. One chooses justice over delay, or at least over a more convenient arrangement of delay. And still one must go upstairs with Mrs. Finch and determine whether the better sheets from the blue room can survive another winter, if turned and mended at the hems. We were in the linen room over the back passage, a long narrow chamber with presses on both sides, a high window that admitted a washed gray light, and the dry clean smell of starch, lavender bags, and old cotton worn thin by respectable use. On the center table lay 3 stacks front, room linen still fit to be shown, chamber linen to be turned and repaired, and the final humiliating category, which Mrs. Finch called kitchen use, and I called things that had once belonged upstairs and would now die among pans. She lifted a sheet by two corners and held it toward the light. She said, "This seam will go by Michaelmas if Annie keeps tugging at it like a farm girl. Then tell Annie to stop tugging. I have 3 times. Promote it to kitchen use." Mrs. Finch folded the sheet and placed it in the third stack without comment. That too was a small death of rank under my hands. And I felt every one of them now, as if the house had developed nerves only after losing the right to luxury. At the far end of the room stood 2 open presses. The top shelves held table linen wrapped in paper against dust. The lower ones contained pillowcases, chamber cloths, old nursery blankets, and a quantity of retired damask napkins that had already been reborn twice and looked likely for a third life if cut carefully enough. Mrs. Finch set aside another sheet. "The lace-edged set from your mother's trousseau. No, it may be our last good pair for state beds. We have no state guests. That is not the same as not having state beds." I looked at her. "You are becoming philosophical in adversity." "No, miss. Only Teddy." Before I could answer, Hobbs appeared in the doorway. He did not knock. One does not, I suppose, when entering a linen room in search of a lady who has already surrendered half the house to practicality. His face was more guarded than usual, which told me at once that whatever had come next had not waited politely until I was ready. "Miss Wes, Mr. Mercer has returned." The folded sheet in my hands became suddenly too heavy for what it was.
So soon, Wes?
"Miss." Of course it was a foolish question. Bell's office lay close enough to make return by noon entirely possible, especially for a man whose movements had all the waste stripped from them by habit. "He asks to speak with you." "What does he say?" "He says the matter is no longer one for notes." Mrs. Finch lowered her eyes to the linen stack as if giving me a kind of privacy by attending very closely to household cotton. I was grateful to her and irritated by the gratitude both. "Where is he?" "In the library." "Naturally." I set down the sheet and smoothed my hands once over my skirt, which was absurd, because no amount of smoothing could turn a morning spent among truth and linen back into one of ordinary gentility. "I shall come." Hobbs remained where he was. "There is more, miss." That tightened something already too taut in me. "Yes. Mr. Bell asks that you attend him tomorrow at 11. Mr. Bedford and Mr. Howe will also be present." There it was then. The meeting given hour and room. The thing drawn into full daylight. "Very good," I said. Hobbs inclined his head and withdrew. For 1 second I did nothing. Then I realized I still held one pillowcase by the hem as if it were evidence. Mrs. Finch took it gently from my hand. "You need not look surprised, miss." "I am not surprised," she said. "No. Only disappointed that the world continues to prove itself efficiently unpleasant." That was so exactly right that I almost laughed. Instead I said, "If Bell has fixed the meeting already, then Mr. Mercer wasted very little time." Mrs. Finch folded the pillowcase with narrow exactness. "No." A pause. Then, "Miss Wes, when a man wastes little time, it does not always mean he wasted little thought." I looked at her. "You have been listening to too many novels." "No, miss. Only to corridors." I left her there among the sheets and went down to the library with a heart I refused to name by its proper pace. Mr. Mercer stood by the writing table when I entered. Not with triumph, not with the packet spread out as if to force me into the full misery of it before he spoke. The packet was gone. So were his hat and gloves. He looked as though he had come back in haste and then forced haste out of himself before receiving me. One curl of hair, dampened by the weather outside, had not yet settled. Mud darkened the edge of one boot. His coat was buttoned wrong by one hole and then corrected. I could tell from the strain in the cloth. Such details ought not to have mattered to me. Unfortunately, they did. "Well," I said, before civility could arrange itself into anything softer. "Has Bell had time to condemn us thoroughly?" His eyes met mine. "Thoroughly would require more than a morning. That is almost cheerful by your standards." "I am not cheerful." "No, of course he was not. I came farther into the room. What happened? He did not begin with Bedford. That, more than anything, told me he had taken a shape I had not expected. He said, Bell received the packet. He read the Bedford memorandum and the receipt for Lady Hartwell's jewels. He compared both against Bedford's principal schedule. The hidden securities do alter the claim materially, as we thought. As we thought, I repeated. You mean as you knew, as I judged probable. That precision, under other circumstances, might have made me want to throw something. And Bedford. Bell sent word at once. Bedford has agreed to meet tomorrow, rather than have the documents served more publicly without warning. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. So he is afraid. He is prudent. How disappointing. At that very briefly one corner of Mr. Mercer's mouth altered. Not smile. Never quite. But enough to make me more aware than I wished of the silence between us. And the rest? I asked. He did not answer at once. That was new. Mr. Mercer usually moved through facts as if delay were a vice of weaker minds. Now, he looked at me with something almost like reluctance, which was absurd enough to irritate me on sight.
What?
I said. Has Bell discovered more? West, I waited. It concerns you. There it was. The room changed by 1 degree and nothing in it became easier to breathe. In what way? He crossed to the writing table, took up a folded paper, and held it toward me. Not the packet paper. Not my father's hand. A copy then, or a receipt. I took it. It was from Bell's office. A note made from old records, short and orderly. Partial remittance received toward Mercer and Son claim, 3 years past. Through Vale household bearer. Some insufficient for closure but enough to suspend immediate filing. Below that, in Bell's neat clerk's hand, same channel, appears again twice the following year. Origin suspected domestic retrenchment, not estate settlement. I read it twice before sense came. Mr. Mercer said, Bell had older office books. The Mercer account never went entirely dead, because someone kept making small payments against it. I lowered the paper slowly. You did not know. No. The quietness of his answer was unlike him in a way that frightened me more than if he had spoken sharply. I did not make payments toward your father's claim, I said. He nodded once. Not knowingly in those terms, I think. I stared at him. What does that mean? It means Bell asked how such remittances were possible from a house already in decline. I told him I did not know. His gaze did not leave my face. And then Hobbs informed him. And Mrs. Finch informed me. There is a distinct sensation one feels when people one trusts have spoken of one in rooms where one was not present. It is not betrayal. Not quite. It is closer to shame dressed as exposure. What precisely? I asked. Did they find so fit to report? That the remittances were made by your instruction through household channels. That you sold your bay mare after the second winter my father's account remained open. That your own pin money and 2 small pieces of personal jewelry went the same road by degrees over the next year. That Mrs. Finch was ordered never to tell you the full Mercer figure because you would, in Hobbs's phrase, try to pay the dead with linen money. I stared at him. Hobbs said that. Wes, Trader Bar. He sounded loyal. I turned away because the alternative was allowing him to see too much at once. The bay mare. God, I had loved that horse. Not sentimentally. Not with ribbons and apples and childish indulgence. I had loved her, because she was mine and fast, and because on her back the roads around Hartwell felt, briefly, like roads, rather than boundaries. Selling her had seemed at the time the least terrible of the available injuries. Better the horse than cook. Better the horse than another maid turned off. Better the horse than admitting aloud how far the house had fallen. I had not known, then, that part of what I preserved by those little turnings of money was the lingering wound my father had made in Mr. Mercer's house. No. That is not entirely true. I had known there were papers. Names. Old accounts. Things my father preferred fogged over and delayed. I had merely not known the full amount or the shape. I had guessed enough to want them quieted. That was worse than innocence and better than complicity, and I could not tell, suddenly, which felt more contemptible. Mr. Mercer said, There is more. Of course there was. I spoke with Mr. Willett on the ride back. The blacksmith.
Yes. Why?
Because Bell mentioned great bars and deferred repairs. Willett remembered your father. He remembered the house. A pause. He remembered you. I did not turn. How pleasant. He remembered you arriving yourself when the stable account and passage repairs had gone too long. He remembered you standing in his yard in the rain arguing over iron as if your life depended on it. He remembered you paying for half the work from a purse he thought too light for the bill and promising the rest before month's end. Month's end. I could see the yard at once. Mud. Wet iron. Willett's son at the forge. My gloves ruined through. The particular humiliation of asking a tradesman to trust a daughter while knowing he had trusted a father once and lost by it. I see, I said. No, said Mr. Mercer quietly. That is precisely the trouble. I did not. There was silence after that. Not empty. Full enough that any careless word in it would have done damage neither of us needed. At last I turned back. He had not moved much. One hand rested against the edge of the writing table, not braced, only placed there, as if the conversation required a point of steadiness somewhere outside himself. What, I asked, do you imagine I was trying to do? The question came harsher than intended. Not because I wished to wound him, because I wished, absurdly and against all prudence, to know. He answered without haste. He said, I imagine that you were trying to keep too many people from falling at once, and using whatever sums and silences came to hand. His eyes did not leave mine. I imagine I mistook concealment for indifference, because concealment was what your father used. I imagine that was unjust. The last word landed harder than any apology would have done. You imagine correctly, I said. Yes. And yet you took the packet. Yes. I nearly laughed at that. Nearly. Consistency is a vulgar quality in moments like this. Perhaps. He straightened slightly, but I would take it again. There he was. Not softened. Not remade into a man fit for weaker stories. Merely altered in the exact places truth had earned. That was, I think, when my anger truly changed shape. Not gone, never gone, but no longer directed so cleanly. And now? I asked. Now Bell knows the remittances were not your father's corrections but yours. He also knows that, if Bedford presses the hidden securities into open county scandal, he risks questions of his own conduct in holding them privately. Tomorrow's meeting will not be simple. He paused. But it will not be one-sided. I folded Bell's note once and set it down. I am relieved to hear Justice still hopes to arrive dressed properly. Mr. Mercer looked at me for one beat longer than necessary. I did not come back only to tell you about Bell. No. The room narrowed again. I should have moved, sat down, crossed to the fire, done anything clever or practical or elegant. Instead I remained where I was, one hand on the back of the chair by the hearth, as if every good decision I had made that day had somehow exhausted my talent for smaller ones. What then? I asked. He came one step nearer. Not enough to crowd. Enough to make the space between us less abstract. He said. I came back. Because I thought you should hear from me, and not from Bell, that I was wrong. There are confessions one expects from hot, tempered people in dramatic weather. They cost little. There are others that come from a man who measures every word before granting it air. Those are dangerous to receive, because one understands at once what they have cost. I looked at him. Wrong in what respect? His mouth altered by that fraction I knew too well now. Not smile. Effort. I thought you had learned Hartwell's habits too well to wish the old wrongs righted unless they also served you. His voice remained low. I see now that you have been trying to right them in scraps and humiliations for years without enough authority to do more than keep them half alive. I could not answer. Not because I did not know what to say, because anything too quick would have cheapened the moment, and anything too slow would have exposed more feeling than I had any wish to show him in broad afternoon. So, of course, I chose the worst possible sentence. That is a very handsome apology from a man who claims never to waste words. To my relief and extreme annoyance it worked. I did not say it was handsome. No, I said, only correct. Which is your preferred form of beauty, I think. At that, very unexpectedly, He let out a breath that was almost laughter, real enough to alter his whole face by an inch. Not enough to make him easy, enough to make him ruinous. We are still discussing my defects. While we have made such progress with mine, it seemed only fair. The quiet that followed that exchange was of a different species than before. Still dangerous, but less like injury poised to strike and more like ground not yet tested. He said, after a moment, Bell asks that you bring whatever remains of Lady Hartwell's settlement papers tomorrow. Anything naming Beatrice's portion. Anything that might prove what Bedford was never meant to hold. I can do that. And Mrs. Finch should prepare for questions about household sequence, reduced service, and what was visible when. She can do that. He nodded. And you? There it was again, the question most people asked least usefully. I met his gaze. I can stand in a room with Bedford, I said. I have had years of preparation for vulgar men who mistake pressure for power. He accepted that. Then after a beat, that is not what I meant. Of course it was not. I should have refused the deeper question. I had practice enough. Instead, because the linen had been sorted, the letter sent, the servants told, the house reduced, the packet carried, and because some cowardly part of me was too tired to build another wall quickly enough. I said the truest thing available. I do not know, I said, but I mean to. He looked at me in that unbearable steady way again. Then he inclined his head once. That will serve. No flourish. No comfort. No promise that tomorrow would be bearable. Only that. Oddly enough, it did serve. Outside the library, a board creaked in the hall and rain began again at the windows in a soft persistent tapping, as if the house itself wished to remind us that weather, at least, remained faithful to habit. Mr. Mercer reached for his hat then and did not put it on. He said, I should go, Wes. Neither of us moved at once. That too was dangerous. At last he put on the hat and took up his gloves. At the door he paused. Miss Vale. Yes. Willett also remembered one further thing. I waited. He said you argued over the great bars as if they were the fate of England. I stared at him. Then, despite everything, I laughed. Properly this time. Short and helpless and gone too quickly but real. That sounds like him. It sounded like you. He left before I could answer. And I, left alone in the library with the fading light and the rain and my father's papers, no longer quite as singularly hateful in the room, discovered to my extreme dissatisfaction that recognition, once granted, changes silence more thoroughly than quarrels ever do. Bell and Ainsworth occupied 2 narrow floors above a bookseller in Alton and smelled exactly as one would expect justice to smell if justice were conducted by men who preferred dust to weather. Ink, sand, old leather, cold stone steps, paper that had passed through too many hands without ever warming in any of them. I arrived 3 minutes before 11. Not because I had meant to make a point. Because, after a night with no sleep, and a morning that moved as though everything in the house wished to delay me at once, punctuality felt like the only dignity, still cheaply available. Hobbs had insisted on sending the smaller carriage, despite my preference for the gig. Mrs. Finch had pressed into my hands the remaining settlement papers from my mother's writing chest, and one folded schedule of household reductions, in case Bell or Bedford chose to pretend they cared about practical consequences. Beatrice had kissed my cheek and said only, "Do not let them talk as if I am furniture," which was both so like her and so perfectly the right instruction that I had nearly cried and instead did not. Mr. Mercer was already there. Of course he was. He stood in Bell's outer office with his hat under one arm and the packet papers in his hand, speaking in a low tone to a clerk whose collar looked too tight for honest breathing. He saw me at once and came forward without haste. Not solicitous, not cold, merely present in the exact way he had become present everywhere that mattered. "Miss Vale. Mr. Mercer. You came." "No," I said. "I sent an actress in my place." That fractional movement at his mouth. There and gone. Then she bears a strong resemblance. She was costly. I do not doubt it. Under other circumstances I might have found comfort in the exchange. Today it only reminded me how much easier it had become to speak to him than to almost anyone else in the world, which was an extremely ill-timed development. He looked at the portfolio in my hand. "You brought the settlement papers?" "Yes." "Good." No compliment, no reassurance. Good. The word was practical enough to steady me. The clerk returned and held open the inner door. "Mr. Bell will see you now." There are rooms designed to make one feel that decisions emerge from them clean and properly clothed, even when what truly emerges is only the better-dressed version of a fight. Bell's meeting room was such a room. High windows, one long table, shelves of ledgers, 2 chairs on each side and one at the head, a coal fire that warmed no one quickly. Mr. Bell stood near the mantel with his spectacles in one hand and the look of a man who had already read enough today to distrust all human nature equally. Bedford was there. Not a monster. That would have simplified matters beyond what life usually permits. He was a large, carefully prosperous man in his late 50s, with heavy lids, an expensive waistcoat, and the broad, untroubled posture of someone long accustomed to other people's difficulty arriving in manageable sums. Mr. Howe stood half a pace behind him, with papers laid ready on the table, like a priest at a grim little altar. When I entered, Bedford bowed. "Miss Vale." Not one shred of shame in it. "Mr. Bedford." Bell gestured to the chairs. "Thank you for coming punctually. We are best served by beginning at once." "That," I said, sitting, "has become a popular philosophy around me." Mr. Mercer took the chair to my right. Not too close. Not distant either. The exact placement irritated me, by being immediately useful. Bell remained standing until the others had settled. Then he laid one hand on the back of his chair and said, "We are here because documents recovered at Hartwell House materially affect the present Bedford claim against the late Viscount Hartwell's estate. I intend this discussion to remain confined to the legal and evidentiary consequences of those documents. Mr. Bedford, you have already seen copies of the 2 principal papers." Bedford steepled his fingers. "I have seen papers whose meaning is very far from settled." "Then let us settle it," said Bell. Mr. Howe began at once. "The so-called jewel receipt proves only that certain articles were privately offered under pressure. It does not extinguish the principal debt. And it certainly does not justify the theatrical tone in which this matter has been presented to my client." I said. Theatrical is an interesting complaint from a man employed by Bedford. Bell lifted one hand, not to silence me precisely, but to suggest that my wit, while understandable, would not improve the page count. "Mr. Mercer said, the receipt is not the only paper." Howe turned toward him. "The Mercer account is old business." "Yes," said Mr. Mercer, "which your client appears to have found useful to keep old, and useful to keep quiet." That landed. Bedford did not change expression by much, but one does not sit for years opposite creditors, tenants, cousins, and clergymen without learning the small grammar of damage. His left thumb stopped moving against the signet ring on his hand. "My client," said Howe smoothly, "held certain private securities in confidence. Confidence is not concealment." Bell said, "It is, when the confidence materially alters the public figure being pressed." There was a brief silence. Bell opened a file already laid before him. Bedford said, We have, first, the receipt for Lady Hartwell's settlement jewels, privately accepted against the Bedford principal, and expressly noted as not to be entered on the public tally unless forced. We have, second, the memorandum naming funds intended for Miss Beatrice Vale as a further private security held outside visible claim. And we have, third, the Hartwell acknowledgement that Bedford was not the sole creditor, being fed by concealed or delayed instruments. At last, the late Viscount was a desperate man. Desperate men make offers all the time that cannot be treated as formal reduction. Bell looked up. "Your clerk's hand on the receipt suggests otherwise. It suggests discretion." "So it suggests calculation," said Mr. Mercer. Howe's eyes sharpened. "And what, Mr. Mercer, would you know of private calculation in noble houses?" The insult was neat enough to pass in another room. Not in this one. Not with his father's ruined account sitting among the papers. Mr. Mercer did not so much as blink. Bell said, "I know enough to read one when it is written down." "Quit." He sat at last and drew the copies toward him into a careful order. I knew by then what he was doing. Men like Bell never truly decide in the room. They arrive with the likely shape of decision already built, then use the discussion to test where the structure holds. He said, "Mr. Bedford, if these private securities were accepted and omitted from the formal tally, your presently pressed figure is unsustainable as stated." Bedford's voice remained even. "The figure may require adjustment." The obscenity of the phrase nearly made me laugh aloud. Adjustment. My mother's jewels. My sister's portion. Mercer and Son. Years of pressure and private silence. Adjustment. Bell did not laugh. "It requires more than adjustment. It requires immediate restraint." At that, Bedford leaned back. "And what do you propose, Mr. Bell?" What Bell proposed, as it turned out, was not mercy. It was far more offensive to Bedford than mercy would have been. Numbers. Revisions. A stay on aggressive enforcement. Recognition of the concealed securities at their proper weight pending formal accounting. Suspension of any additional inventory action against Hartwell's principal visible assets until the corrected schedule could be built and agreed under witness. Bedford listened to all of it with the face of a man swallowing iron filings one by one, and meaning to spit them back in more profitable shape later. When Bell had finished, Howe said, "These rests on papers found in the Vale house, under the control of the Vale daughter, mediated by a claimant whose father held a separate grievance. The possibility of selective disclosure is obvious. There it was. Not the papers themselves but me. There wrote. Their contamination through my hand. I folded mine in my lap before they could tighten visibly." Mr. Mercer said, very quietly, "Say what you mean, Mr. Howe." Howe looked straight at him. "I mean that old resentments and present embarrassment make poor soil for clean evidence." I could have borne the insult to myself. I had by then acquired some practice. What I could not bear, and what I heard in Mr. Mercer's sudden stillness before he spoke, was the attempt to reduce his father's ruin to resentment, and my house's exposure to embarrassment, as though both were merely emotional weather around Bedford's superior arithmetic. He said, "My father's account was not resentment. It was work performed and not paid. Miss Vale's embarrassment, as you put it, appears to have consisted in discovering exactly how much your client and the late Viscount preferred women not to know." The room changed. Not loudly, more as a room changes when a wick is trimmed and the flame grows steadier instead of higher. Howe said, "I do not recall addressing the lady's nerves." "No," I said. "Only their ignorance." "How efficient of you." Bell spoke before the exchange could sharpen further. "Nuff. The papers stand or fall on content, not on whether Mr. Howe likes the manner of their discovery." Bedford's eyes moved from Bell to me, for the first time in several minutes. He said, "You understand, Miss Val, that if this path continues, much that might have been managed quietly will become impossible to contain." There it was. The offer concealed as warning. "We could still keep some of your shame indoors if only you behaved properly now." I met his gaze. "Mr. Bedford," I said, "quiet management appears to have been your preferred art only while it profited you." The faintest color rose beneath his heavy skin. "You speak boldly for a woman whose house is not yet out of danger." "No," I said. "I speak clearly for a woman whose father gave you too much practice in mistaking silence for consent." Mr. Mercer's hand, flat on the table beside his papers, tightened once. That was the only sign he gave of hearing the shot as cleanly as I had intended it. Bedford's expression did not crack, but the softness in it vanished. Good. Let him, at least, leave the room with his shape less pleasant than he entered it. Bell said, "The immediate question is not whether Hartwell remains in danger. It plainly does. The immediate question is whether your client persists in pressing a figure now shown to be false in effect, if not in original face." Howe opened his mouth. Mr. Mercer spoke first. If Bedford persists, then the concealed receipt, the memorandum on Miss Beatrice's portion, and the acknowledgment tying private securities to omitted tally become matters of wider record today." There was no flourish in it. No heat. That made it far more powerful than anger would have done. Bedford turned fully to him. You would threaten publication, no, said Mr. Mercer. How said? I would end concealment, at great convenience to your own family's old claim. Mr. Mercer's gaze did not waver. Yes. The single word silenced the room more effectively than denial could have done. That, I think, was the moment he paid for it, not because anyone gasped. Bell was too dry, Bedford too seasoned, how too sly. No, the price lived in the plainness of the answer. He gave Bedford and Howe exactly what they would have used against him, then denied them the pleasure of revealing it first. Yes, the Mercer claim would benefit. He knew it. Yes, it remained true. There is a kind of honor more dangerous than reputation, because it cannot be printed into manners afterward. I had the distinct and unwelcome realization that Mr. Mercer possessed precisely that sort. Bell said, Since Mr. Mercer is willing to state his interest openly, I am satisfied on that point. Are you? Mr. Bedford. Bedford did not answer at once. He was a man used to choosing which losses he would admit and which he would rename. At length he said, I am satisfied that every man in this room now has one. Excellent, said Bell. Then we may proceed as adults. I almost loved him for that sentence. The next quarter hour belonged to numbers. Bell set out the revised shape of the Bedford claim if the jewels and threatened portion were properly entered. Howe disputed values. Bell disputed omission. Bedford asked 3 questions that sounded prudent, and in fact amounted to asking how much he might still take without losing the room. Mr. Mercer supplied dates from the recovered papers and from his father's account book, which Bell had evidently already examined that morning. Each time he spoke, the air in the room shifted by a degree, because what he said no longer came merely from grievance or inference but from converging record. At one point Bell asked, Do you contend, Mr. Mercer, that the east wing work was tied to the same pattern of concealed pressure? He said, I contend that my father was kept waiting through the same Bedford arrangement named in the packet, and that delayed settlement for Mercer and Son formed part of the mechanism by which Hartwell's outward condition was preserved while other obligations were hidden or displaced. Mechanism, not drama, not scandal mechanism. He made of the whole rotten pattern a thing with moving parts and therefore assignable responsibility. Bell nodded once. That is my reading also. There it was again. Payment. Not in money yet. In standing. In being believed where for years his father had merely been delayed. I do not know whether he felt it then. If he did not show it. Eventually the numbers ended where all such things end, not in justice but in terms. Bedford would suspend further aggressive inventory action pending the corrected schedule. The concealed securities would be formally recognized. The pressure on Beatrice's portion was to be withdrawn at once. In writing. Bell would recast the principal figure under witness. Mercer and Son would be entered as a valid estate debt, long obscured but no longer deniable. Any attempt by Bedford to proceed publicly as if the old figure still stood would force Bell to enlarge the record beyond whatever private comfort remained available. Not victory. That is too romantic a word for rooms like Bell's. But real ground. Bell pushed the first draft of terms across the table. He said, Read it. Bedford did. Slowly. Howe twice interrupted in a whisper too low to catch, and too poisonous to miss in effect. Mr. Mercer read over his own copy with one finger against the margin. I took mine and discovered, not for the first time, that truth on paper is both more satisfying and uglier than truth in the mouth. Miss B. Vale's intended portion to be released from contingent pressure under the Bedford instrument. Private securities previously omitted from tally to be entered. No further principal room inventory action, pending corrected schedule. No further principal room inventory action. I read that line twice. That was what the packet had purchased. Not innocence. Not dignity restored. Time. Space. The postponement of public stripping. Enough perhaps to let the house stand upright under fewer eyes, while we learned how much of it could still be saved in quieter ways. My father had bartered my mother's jewels and Beatrice's portion to hold off wolves. Nathaniel Mercer had dragged the proof into daylight and, in doing so, forced one wolf at least to back a step from the door. Mr. Howe said. This wording on room inventory is too broad. Bell looked at him over his spectacles. It is as narrow as your client's conduct permits. I will not have Hartwell treated as though the entire house were exempt from scrutiny because Miss Vale has become suddenly bold. Before I could answer, Mr. Mercer said, Miss Vale did not become bold suddenly. You merely noticed it late. The words were quiet. They changed nothing in the terms. Yet they went through me with more force than half the morning's legal victories. Bedford heard them too. His eyes rested a moment on Mr. Mercer, then on me, as if recalculating not the figures but the alignment in the room. I despised that glance on sight. He signed. That is how such mornings end. Not with thunder. With a pen and a man deciding which humiliation is cheaper. Bell signed next. How beneath obvious protest. Then Bell turned to me. He said, These terms preserve room for the estate to breathe. They do not solve it. I had not expected miracles before luncheon. His mouth altered, perhaps as near to approval as he ever came. Mr. Mercer signed last. When he set down the pen, something in my own body eased, so abruptly I nearly hated myself for letting relief arrive before permission. Bell collected the papers and rang for the clerk. Copies to be made at once. Mr. Bedford, Mr. Howe, I suggest your own office receives and obeys them before any enthusiasm elsewhere outruns good sense. Bedford rose. I never lack good sense.
No,
I said. Only proportion. Howe gathered his gloves with less smoothness than before. Good. Let him feel the edge of the morning in his fingers at least. Bedford bowed to me, then to Bell. To Mr. Mercer he said only, Your father taught useful lessons. Mr. Mercer answered, Paid dearly for them. Bedford left without reply. When the door shut behind him and Howe, the room seemed suddenly larger and much uglier, as though the presence of appetite had at least given it definition, and now, without them, only fatigue remained. Bell removed his spectacles and rubbed once at the bridge of his nose. He said, Well, that was unpleasant, Wes, I said, but in an improved direction. He gave the smallest nod. Then to me, You spoke more clearly than was wise. I have been told so before. Likely by Mr. Mercer. Mr. Mercer said, Frequently. Bell looked between us with the dry wariness of a man old enough not to enjoy discovering currents in a room he had hoped to keep legal. He said, Hartwell will require a revised valuation path now. Turning to business with intentional bluntness. Mr. Mercer, you will redraft it. Fewer principal visible assets first. Household function, and reduced service to be accounted for without theatrical damage. Miss Vale, you will send what further settlement materials Mrs. Finch finds by this evening. If there is more concealed under the east wing rooms, I advise you to discover it before Bedford does in another mood. I understand. Bell's eyes rested on me a moment longer. Your father left filth in many corners. Cleaning it will not preserve your hands. No, I said. But the corners remain mine to face. At that he said nothing more. When we left his office, the bookseller below had just opened the street shutters. A woman in a brown bonnet was pausing at the window to inspect devotional pamphlets as if nothing in the world more urgent than sermon literature had ever occurred. The sky had cleared by degrees into that pale after rain brightness which makes every stone in a town look temporarily scrubbed, and every carriage wheel more indecently loud. Mr. Mercer and I stood on the pavement for 1 second too long before either of us spoke. He said, The house is spared the worst of it. For now. For now. I looked at him. You paid something in there, Wes. For me. That was not the question I had meant to ask. He heard both versions. Course he did, he said, for the truth. Then, after a beat, which today happened not to injure you first. The answer was exactly right and therefore deeply unsatisfactory. I folded Bell's copy of the terms and put it in my reticule. Hartwell will remember, I said. That sounds like a threat. It is not. Only a fact. At that finally, he almost smiled. And I, standing in the street outside Bell and Ainsworth with my father's shame newly formalized and my sister's portion no longer under Bedford's hand, understood with miserable clarity that one may win back ground, keep one's family from immediate ruin, and still stand in more danger than before. Because the room had changed us both, and not one line in Bell's terms had accounted for that. Hartwell House looked smaller under the new terms. Not poorer, exactly. Poverty can still put on grandeur when it chooses. Smaller, as if the walls, relieved at last of pretending to support more life than they could honestly carry, had drawn in by an inch and become less theatrical for it. The blue drawing room was shut. One of the carriage horses had gone that afternoon to a neighboring farm on temporary grass, and if the arrangement lasted, it would become sale. 2 fires no longer burned before supper unless weather turned truly raw. The front hall held fewer flowers. The better silver remained, but in stricter company. The east wing had been closed properly now, not by neglect but by decision, which is a different sort of silence altogether. And through all of it, the house had not fallen. That, perhaps, was the strangest sensation of the day. One spends so long imagining collapse as a single dramatic sound, a crash of cornice and reputation together, that when ruin comes instead as revised routine and fewer candles, one feels almost cheated by the modesty of it. I was in the morning room just after dusk, writing the first letters that would follow Bell's terms, when Annie came to say Mr. Mercer had called. I do not know why my hand tightened on the pen before I answered. I knew he would come. Bell had said the revised valuation path must be redrawn. Hartwell and Mercer had too much unfinished business now for any sentimental avoidance. Yet when Annie stood there in the doorway, trying very hard to look as if gentlemen called upon me at dusk every day with legal revisions in their pockets, my heart behaved with complete vulgarity. "Show him in," I said. She curtsied and left. I looked around the room. The morning room had altered as much as the house itself. The false old privacy had been stripped from it. The writing cabinet stood open and half-emptied. The japanned case was gone to Bell's keeping. A stack of revised tenant abstracts rested on the side table. On the mantel, where dust had once lain undisturbed, Mrs. Finch had placed only a single lamp and removed the dead arrangement of shells and dried flowers my mother had ceased to love before she died, but which my father had kept because he never noticed when taste had gone stale around him. When Mr. Mercer entered, he looked at once both familiar and wholly changed by the day. Not kinder, not easier. The sort of man he was had not altered. But something in the distance he had kept from me as if it were part of his profession now sat differently upon him. His coat was brushed, his cravat tied as neatly as ever, his face once again under control after Bell's rooms and Bedford's terms, and all the paper violence of the day. Yet I knew now what sat beneath the control, and because I knew it, the room would never again return to its earlier simplicity. "Miss Vale." Mr. Mercer. He held out a folded document. The revised valuation path. I took it. There it was. The new shape of Hartwell's survival in his hand and now mine. Principal rooms in use preserved from immediate marking. East wing closed pending repair and later decision. Visible reductions recognized, not hidden. Routine household silver exempt from theatrical handling. Service and function entered with costs attached instead of polite silence. A wing of the house surrendered to economy, another retained for life. The truth, in short, put into terms a room could bear. "This is humane," I said before I could stop myself. One corner of his mouth altered by that familiar fraction. "It is precise." "Wes," I said, reading farther. "But this precision appears to possess a conscience. That is a dangerous rumor to spread." "Shall I keep it indoors then?" "That would be prudent." I folded the paper and laid it on the table beside the lamp. He did not sit. Neither did I. The room, already full of too many meanings, did not require the intimacy of chairs. Bell said the principal room action was stayed. I said, "Wes. And Bedford has signed the release on Beatrice's portion." "He has." I nodded. There should have been more to say there. Gratitude, perhaps. Or acknowledgement dressed in something safer. Instead, what came out was the truer and less manageable thing. "She slept this afternoon for the first time in days." His eyes rested on my face. Good. The simplicity of it nearly undid me. I crossed to the window, because it was impossible to remain still under that sort of answer. Outside, the last light had thinned over the lower lawn. A groom crossed toward the stable yard with a lantern. Beyond him, the dark line of the east wing sat proper and shut against the evening, its windows black, its leaks known at last by honest name. "Mrs. Finch says the house looks worse for the truth and better for the order," I said. "She is right. I dislike when everyone around me improves into reason at once. That sounds exhausting." "It is." He came nearer then. Not close enough to disturb propriety, even now. Only close enough that the room acknowledged us both as standing in it rather than merely using it. He said, "The east wing can be repaired in stages." "Not restored." "Not yet, but made sound." I looked at him. "And how does that comfort me?" "It may not." His gaze went once to the shut cabinet and back. "But it is what is possible." There again, the quality in him I had most wanted, at first, to mistake for hardness. He never offered what could not be borne by daylight. "I have been thinking," I said. "That sounds dangerous." It was a short and practical thought. "You need not be alarmed. I am relieved." I ignored that. The house should not remain as it was. I looked around the room. Not merely because we cannot afford it. Because it does not deserve preservation in my father's arrangement. Too much of it was built on concealment. Too much of it was dressed for callers and fed on women. His face did not alter, but his stillness did. "What do you intend?" "The east wing remains shut until it can be made sound honestly. The blue drawing room opens only when used justifies fire and labor both. The principal rooms in the center block remain. The lower schoolroom papers go to proper storage in town when Bell is done with them. The morning room—" I stopped. "The morning room. I have not decided yet." He looked around once, as if seeing not my father's room but the room it might become, if his shadow were finally pushed out of the furniture. He said, "No. Perhaps not yet." There was a pause. Then I asked the question I had been circling all evening, with all the grace of a frightened horse near a gate. "And your claim?" He answered at once. "It stands." That should have relieved me. Instead it made my chest feel too tight. "In what form?" "Entered. Recognized. Not forgotten again because another louder debt occupies the hall." "No," I said. "Not forgotten." He watched me very steadily then, and because of that steadiness I was forced to go on. "My father wronged your father, yes. And the house has paid only in fragments, yes. I do not ask you to forgive him. I do not." "Good." I folded my hands because if I had not, I might have done something as foolish as reach for the back of the chair between us and call it composure. "Then hear me clearly. I mean to see your claim settled in full over time, not as charity and not as a graceful addendum to Bell's papers, as debt. Properly named. Properly paid." His gaze did not leave mine. "That is not yours alone to carry. It is Hartwell's. It is not your body." "No," I said, "only my roof, my name, my choice, and what remains of my authority." The distinction grows decorative after a while. At that, for the first time since entering, he looked away from me. Not far. Only to the lamp, then to the revised valuation path lying on the table. He said, "When I first came here, I thought if the house had any conscience at all, it had come too late to matter. That was a charming beginning. It was an accurate one. Less charming, but I suppose consistency is dear to you." He did not answer that. When he looked back at me, the room seemed altered by 1 degree too many. He said, "I was wrong." There it was again. Not the first apology, but the one that matters more, because it is spoken after consequence rather than before it. I should have found something brisk to say. Instead I asked very quietly, "About what?" "About the house." A pause. "About you." The air left me slowly. That is a broad correction. "Wes, you must be exhausted." That also. I laughed then, softly and against my will, and because I laughed the room became at once easier and far more perilous. He came 1 step nearer. "Miss Vale." "Yes." "What do you mean to do with your own life when Hartwell no longer requires you to stand between every room and its disgrace?" The question struck with such force that for a moment I thought I had not understood it. Not because the words were obscure. Because no one had asked me anything so impertinent and so exact in years. "What do I, Wes, "That is not a question gentlemen ask unmarried women in their fathers' houses," he said. "No. It is a question one human being asks another when the house begins, at last, to stop swallowing the answer." I turned away because if I had remained facing him, I might have said something unpardonably honest too soon. What did I mean to do? The absurdity of it was that I had not allowed myself the grammar of such a thought. Survival has no room for abstract futures. One does not imagine one's life. One manages the next cold delivery and the next caller and the next little falsehood by which servants keep their posts another month. Yet now the house had changed under my hands, and Bells and Mercer's, and my father's own buried filth dragged into record, and there before me stood the man whose claim and whose truth had forced much of it into daylight, asking not how Hartwell would stand, but how I meant to live. "I do not know," I said at last. "That answer has become something of a habit with me. It was honest the first time. It remains unpleasant. Yes." I turned back. He stood where he had been, hat on the chair, gloves beside it, as if he had meant to stay only long enough to deliver papers and depart, and had somehow, through a series of increasingly disastrous honesties, remained instead in the very center of the room. "And you?" I asked. He blinked once, which in him amounted almost to surprise. "What about me?" "You ask expensive questions. Pay one." The fraction at his mouth. There again. "Very well. What do you mean to do now?" I said, "when Hartwell is no longer merely a debt collection conducted in better rooms." He was quiet a moment. "Then I mean to continue my work. I mean to settle my father's claim without turning it into a shrine. I mean not to become a man who feeds on another house simply because his own was once starved by one." His eyes held mine. "And I mean, if I can, not to leave this room wishing I had said less." Then the truth, that more than anything, seemed suddenly too much to bear upright. I moved to the mantel and rested one hand there because I needed wood or stone or something older than feeling under my fingers. What truth remains?" I asked. He looked at me in that unbearable steady way again, not as if deciding, as if the decision had been made some time ago and only courage remained unpaid. "That I have spent the last several days trying not to want what would complicate every practical arrangement between us." No answer came. The lamp flame made a small sound against the glass. Outside, the groom's lantern had vanished from the yard. The house had entered evening fully. Somewhere below stairs a door closed. Somewhere above, perhaps in Beatrice's room, a board answered softly under a maid's careful tread. Hartwell went on being a house while in the morning room one man quietly destroyed what remained of my simpler difficulties. I said, because there was nothing intelligent left to say, "That is an extremely ill-timed confession." "Wes, you might have waited until the debt was settled." "Wes, or until Bedford hanged himself with his own papers and saved everyone some labor." "Yes, or until I had decided what this room is to become." He almost smiled then, and the almost was worse than if he had. Yes, I looked at him, really looked, at the face I had first hated for being too observant, at the hands that had sorted my father's papers, steadied the schoolroom chair, opened the hidden compartment in my mother's table, and signed terms in Bell's office that had held Bedford back from my sister's life. At the man who had come into Hartwell as an assessor and stood now in my father's old chamber, asking nothing easy of me, not even his own feeling. "I have spent," I said slowly, "the last several days trying not to do exactly the same." He did not move. Perhaps neither did I. There are moments after honesty in which the world seems to hold itself perfectly still, not from romance, which is too decorative a word for it, but from recognition that some threshold has been crossed and everyone present knows it. This was one. At length he said, "Miss Val." "Wes." "Eh? I would rather not remain Mr. Mercer to you forever." The words were so quiet, so exact to the room and to him, and to the entire absurd, costly sequence by which we had reached it, that my eyes stung before I could stop them. I hated that. Hated more that he saw and pretended not to. "Nathaniel," I said. He closed his eyes once, opened them. "Eleanor. Dear." The room changed again. And because it had changed, because No grand declaration would improve what was already between us, and any lesser one would insult it. I did the only honest thing still left that did not turn us both into people from a worse book. I crossed the space between us and took the key ring from my pocket. Not the whole house. No. The practical keys remained with Mrs. Finch, where sanity required them. But among the ring I held was the little dark key to the morning room cabinet. The one I had kept in my own possession through all the days of concealment and resistance and bargaining, as if my hand upon it could preserve the room from the uses men made of it. I laid that key in his palm. He looked down. "It is not surrender. No." My voice was steadier than I felt. "It is an end to guarding the wrong door." He closed his fingers over the key. Not tightly, not like possession. More like acceptance of something whose meaning he understood in full, and would therefore never misuse lightly. Then, because no longer doing so would have been cowardice in one direction, and doing more would have been folly in another, I put my hand to his face and kissed him, not with the ornamental softness of girls who have time for ornament. Not with recklessness either. Simply with the full terrible clarity of a woman who has spent too long arranging the lives around her and at last chosen one thing for herself in plain sight. He made a sound very low in his throat, one I felt more than heard, and when he kissed me in return it was with the same exactness as everything else in him. No haste, no theft, no pretense that the world had disappeared because desire had entered the room, and yet with enough force that every board and paper and lamp in Hartwell House seemed, for one impossible second, to fall into a better order than it had known in years. When we drew apart, not far, he kept his forehead for a moment against mine. He said, "This," and I could hear the effort under the words, "is also very ill-timed." "Wes, I thought so. So did I, Ba. And yet. His hand still held the key. Outside the door the house remained what it was, reduced, altered, imperfect, costly, no longer defended by lies, not yet safe, perhaps never entirely to be. Bedford still existed. The Mercer claim still stood. The East Wing still required repair. The county would still talk. Tomorrow would bring practicalities enough to feed a regiment. But Hartwell House had ceased, at last, to belong to my father's arrangements. That was no small thing. Neither was the man standing before me with my cabinet key in his hand and my future, however imperfectly shaped, no longer swallowed whole by the house. "Nathaniel," I said. "Wes, tomorrow we begin with the East Wing." He looked at me and finally, fully smiled. He said, "Wes, we do."